When the apocalypse struck, Xia Jihan had only lived in the wasteland for 3 months. Humanity had perished. She didn't die at the hands of zombies, but instead, fell victim to her university boyfriend and her best friend. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back 3 days before the outbreak began. This time, her brother, who truly cared for her, had not yet met his demise. She was determined to protect the people she cared about with all her strength. However, an unexpected mute handsome guy started following her. Since the apocalypse had already begun, Xia Jihan decided to take advantage of the situation and have her way with the mute guy. But why does he turn out to be a zombie? Chapter 1, Rebirth. Recently, flu cases have surged. Please pay attention to personal protection, avoid gatherings, refrain from going to public places, wear masks when going out, and keep warm. Experts predict that the peak of flu infections has arrived, and many schools, including universities, have suspended classes. As Xia Jihan read the alarming headlines popping up on her tablet, she couldn't help but shiver, disbelief washing over her as she took in her surroundings. The tidy living room, light blue floral wallpaper, brown bookshelf, marble dining table, and warm sunlight filtering through white curtains illuminated the space. Every detail felt so familiar. This was her home. Her home before the apocalypse. Xia Jihan's heart raced as she anxiously glanced at the time on her tablet. September 27, 2025. 3 days before the apocalypse. She vividly remembered that on October 1st, countless people were infected by the virus overnight, turning into bloodthirsty, inhuman zombies. Climate change triggered natural disasters, countless plants and animals perished or mutated, and the Earth's ecosystem collapsed, with torrential rain lasting for 10 straight days. 10 days later, the rain ceased. Humanity also underwent mutations. Some awakened supernatural abilities, some became zombies, while others remained ordinary people, often referred to as useless. And she was one of those useless ones. Unable to bear any weight, incapable of defending herself, she could only rely on her boyfriend, who had awakened water-based powers, when faced with the horde of zombies. After finally reaching the temporary base in City S, her boyfriend unhesitatingly sold her out and turned to her best friend, Lin Jingyi. Lin Jingyi possessed a space ring, incredibly valuable in the apocalypse. That ring was a keepsake left to her by her grandmother before she passed away. It was a silver ring adorned with a pea-sized green jade, clearly a style from the older generation. She had thought it was outdated and worthless, tossing it into her jewelry box with disdain. On October 1st, her birthday, Lin Jingyi unexpectedly spotted the ring and begged to try it on. At the time, Xia Jihan didn't think much of it and casually handed it over. Now she realized that the love and care from family are the most sincere. Even at her grandmother's last moments, she was unwilling to take that small ring with her, wanting to leave something behind for Xia Jihan. But she hadn't known how to cherish it. With that thought, Xia Jihan abruptly stood up and ran toward the upstairs bedroom. Holding the small ring, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. This time, she would definitely achieve rebirth and do everything she could to protect her brother, ensuring he stayed alive. Thinking of her brother made her body shudder instinctively, a wave of intense pain crashing over her pain from being devoured alive by zombies. In the 2 months at the temporary base, she had lived in hell, a useless person without powers, forced to sell her body in exchange for food. Sadly, despite her misery, the food she managed to acquire was often snatched away by that scumbag and Lin Jingyi. Until one day, a man inadvertently discovered her. He was a member of her brother's supernatural team, and according to him, her brother had been searching for her. Just as her brother was on his way, Lin Jingyi and that scumbag, fearing her brother would find out about their vile deeds, unhesitatingly pushed her into a horde of zombies. The pain of being devoured, the bitter hatred seeped into her bones, and Xia Jihan clenched her fists tightly. Ding ding ding. At that moment, her phone on the nightstand beeped twice. Xia Jihan picked it up to see a message from that scumbag. "Baby, have you eaten? In 3 days, it's your birthday. I have a surprise for you." Xia Jihan scoffed, her eyes cold. The so-called surprise was that the scumbag had brought a large group of friends to her house to celebrate with a cake, partying all night long. Looking back, she felt disgusted. How could she have been so foolish to think this man truly loved her? Because of him, she had even quarreled with her brother. Xia Jihan picked up her phone and quickly typed a message, "Yarn phone, let's break up." Then she blocked Yarn phone on WeChat, on her phone, and deleted everything related to them. Having done all that, Xia Jihan collapsed onto her bed, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. She never wanted to see that scumbag again. Taking a deep breath, Xia Jihan suddenly sat up, grabbed her phone, and dialed her brother's number. The call went to voicemail, indicating the phone was off. It had been the same in her previous life. Her brother's phone had always been off until her birthday when he finally called. He had told her he was stranded at the airport in Yancheng and might not be able to celebrate her birthday with her. And she had just brushed him off and hung up. With 3 days left, she was determined to go to Yancheng to find her brother because he was her only family in this world. Before that, she had many things to do. In the apocalypse, money was worthless. Only having enough supplies would allow one to survive. With that in mind, Xia Jihan took the house deed, her ID, bank card, and all the valuable jewelry at home and headed out. The house was a birthday gift from her brother when she turned 18. Half a day later, Xia Jihan's bank account had an extra 3 million yuan. She had mortgaged the house to the bank and used all the credit cards and online loans she could. After doing all that, she excitedly walked toward the largest supermarket in the temporary city. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, flour, rice, pork, beef, as long as it was food, Xia Jihan held nothing back until her shopping cart was filled to the brim. Only then did she realize she still didn't have any space. Where was she going to put these supplies? Feeling a bit deflated, Xia Jihan realized she first needed to create a safe house to survive the 10 days of torrential rain. But she couldn't take these things with her now because she still needed to find her brother. Holding a pack of instant noodles, Xia Jihan lamented, "If only I could put this in storage." At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, "Ding, space activated successfully. Space Butler, Xiaobei at your service. Your current space is 1 cubic meter. The next upgrade will be 10 cubic meters. Upgrade condition, carry items worth over 1,000 yuan. Detected 1 pack of instant noodles, valued at 2.5 yuan. Suddenly, a 1 cubic meter space appeared in her mind, measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, about the size of a street trash can. The pack of instant noodles lay there all alone in the space. Xia Jihan froze for a moment before bursting into joy. The space had arrived. She had activated it. And it was an upgradable space. How wonderful. Now she understood why Lin Jingyi, despite having her own space, still wanted to steal her food. In the apocalypse, gathering 1,000 yuan worth of supplies was incredibly challenging. But now, that was different. Just the items in her shopping cart were worth more than 1,000 yuan. Xia Jihan tried silently thinking of the instant noodles, and instantly, the pack returned to her hands. Just as she had imagined. Xia Jihan was overjoyed, wanting to frantically absorb everything into her space. However, she was still in the supermarket with surveillance and many people around, so she had to act discreetly. Chapter 2, Space Upgrade. After settling the bill, Xia Jihan went to the underground parking lot. She hopped into her small car, eagerly absorbing the supplies. Ding detected 1 bag of rice, valued at 68 yuan. Ding detected 10 pounds of pork, valued at 168 yuan. Ding detected 5 pounds of beef, valued at 216 yuan. All supplies exceed 1,000 yuan. Space upgraded to 10 cubic meters. Just as her space was packed to the brim, Xia Jihan felt a sudden expansion in her mind. 10 cubic meters, how much can that hold? For the next upgrade, 30 cubic meters are required, with over 10,000 yuan in supplies. Xia Jihan smiled widely, thinking about what supplies she should gather worth 10,000 yuan. At that moment, she felt her phone, which was worth several thousand yuan. Without hesitation, she placed it into the space, but this time, there was no mechanical prompt. Confused, Xia Jihan took the phone back out. Could it be that the phone doesn't count as a supply? After some exploration, she finally understood, not everything counted as supplies. Items like phones, jewelry, bank cards, and even cash didn't qualify, as they were useless in the apocalypse. After an exhausting afternoon, her space had expanded to over 100 cubic meters. She had spent 1 million yuan, leaving her with 2 million, and she planned to stock up more the next day. Tomorrow evening, she would fly to Yang City to find her brother. The supplies she was gathering mainly included food, water, and medicine. In the apocalypse, a piece of bread, a bottle of water, or a box of anti-inflammatory medicine could save a life. As she drove home, exhausted, Xia Jihan had just parked when she spotted Lin Jingyi anxiously pacing outside her door. Lin Jingyi was sweet and charming, with a soft, gentle voice, large innocent eyes, and a seemingly obedient demeanor. But beneath that exterior lay a heart as venomous as could be. Xia Jihan, do you really think Yang Feng likes you? Let me tell you, we've been together for a long time. The only reason Yang Feng stays with you is that you're willing to spend money on him. These malicious words echoed in Xia Jihan's mind as she was pushed into a horde of zombies. Her best friend, who had been dating her boyfriend of 2 years, came from the same place as him. At the time, she had naively said it was fate. Little did she know, the real fool was herself. She was so stupid, she deserved this fate. Thinking of this, Xia Jihan clenched her fists, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She wished she could kill this woman right now. But killing her would be too merciful. Every suffering she endured in the apocalypse would be experienced by this woman, one by one. With a smile, Xia Jihan thought about how it felt to be betrayed by her most beloved person. She wanted Lin Jingyi to taste that too. Jingyi, what brings you here? Xia Jihan feigned surprise as she stepped out from the darkness. Jihan, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for so long. Lin Jingyi, wearing a mask, whined playfully and stepped forward, trying to link arms with Xia Jihan. Xia Jihan calmly took out her keys, avoiding her touch. I just went out for a bit. Jihan, with the flu going around and the fast-spreading virus, you should go out less. Lin Jingyi expressed concern, smoothly trying to enter the house, but Xia Jihan blocked her at the door. Jihan. Lin Jingyi looked at her innocently, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Xia Jihan had previously given her a key to their house, allowing her to stay anytime. If it weren't for Jihan's brother's strong objections, she wouldn't need to rent a place outside. Given the recent virus outbreak, I wouldn't be letting you in. What do you want? Xia Jihan smirked, leaning against the door frame, her expression half smiling, half mocking. She could see Lin Jingyi's displeasure clearly. How had she not noticed it before? Oh, it's like this, Yang Feng said you're breaking up with him, but he can't reach you, so he sent me to check. Lin Jingyi lowered her head and spoke softly, a hint of resentment in her gaze. She would be delighted if they broke up, but Xia Jihan gave Yang Feng a lot of money each month. If they truly separated, they wouldn't even have money for rent. Xia Jihan let out a self-deprecating smile. In the past, whenever she and Yang Feng argued, Lin Jingyi would always mediate. She had never thought it was strange and believed Lin Jingyi genuinely cared for her. What a fool! Xia Jihan silently cursed herself, vowing never to be so naive again. What's wrong with you? Did you have a fight? Lin Jingyi's concerned voice brought Xia Jihan back to reality. Xia Jihan shrugged and casually replied, it's nothing, couples get tired of each other and break up. Do you really need a reason? No, Jihan, how can you say that? Lin Jingyi panicked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tired of each other? What kind of fool would say something like that? Oh, by the way, please tell Yang Feng to move out of the rental tomorrow. I already terminated the lease this afternoon. Xia Jihan narrowed her eyes, smiling brightly. Lin Jingyi stood there, stunned, staring at the closed door, completely clueless about what had just happened. Why did Xia Jihan terminate the lease? Had she discovered something? They had come from the mountains, and their monthly living expenses were already tight. Recently, classes had been suspended, and students weren't allowed to stay in dorms. They didn't want to go home, but renting a place in the city was financially straining. Upon learning this, Xia Jihan had proactively rented a place for Yang Feng and even given him some money for living expenses. Yang Feng wanted to stay in this little villa, but Xia Jihan's brother strongly opposed it. This had even led to a falling out between Xia Jihan and her brother. Xia Jihan had been so good to Yang Feng, how could she suddenly change? Lin Jingyi couldn't figure it out. Jingyi, how did it go? Seeing Lin Jingyi walk out of the neighborhood dejectedly, Yang Feng rushed out from the corner eagerly. Xia Jihan stood by the second-floor window, watching the hesitant figures of the two, a cold smile creeping onto her face. Taking a deep breath, Xia Jihan turned without any lingering attachment and picked up her phone. These two didn't deserve her time and energy, she just wanted to find her brother now. She quickly searched online for flights to Yang City. All flights were cancelled. What's going on? The apocalypse wouldn't break out for another 2 days. Why were flights being cancelled early? Panic seized Xia Jihan. With the flights cancelled, how was she supposed to find her brother? Their high-speed train suspended. Buses no schedules. Xia Jihan sensed something was amiss and quickly scanned the news from the past 2 days. Highways were closed, flights were grounded, trains were suspended. The official reason was that severe convective weather was approaching. To ensure public safety, citizens were advised to refrain from going outside temporarily. So, they were trapped in the city. Why hadn't she noticed this in her previous life? Chapter 3, Get Lost. After making phone calls all night, Summer Jihan couldn't reach her brother's phone. The next morning, she went downstairs with dark circles under her eyes. When she took out the cooked food she bought yesterday from her storage space, she was pleasantly surprised to find it was still warm. So, her space was a place where time didn't pass, or perhaps a space where time stood still. Whatever she put in, it came out just as it was. Summer Jihan was thrilled. This meant she could stockpile supplies without worrying about food spoiling or going bad. She could stock up without hesitation. With this thought in mind, Summer Jihan skipped breakfast and hurried out the door. This time, she wasn't being low-key. She made a bold sweep through a supermarket. She grabbed everything: food, drinks, household items, personal care products, anything she thought would be useful. Looking at the several full shopping carts, an idea struck her. She went to find the supermarket manager, made a shopping list, and specified that she wanted everything edible and drinkable, while requesting fewer household supplies. When she checked out, her wallet was instantly emptied. She spent over 1.7 million. With only about 200,000 left, she felt a pang of regret as she left the supermarket. So many supplies still remained, what a pity. Next, she went to the second-floor mall and bought outdoor gear, flashlights, tents, protective suits, armor, protective gear, shoes. She got it all. She didn't buy many clothes after all. In the apocalypse, who cares about looking good? As for medicines, she had already stocked up on some emergency supplies the day before, such as cold medicine, hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, iodine, tweezers, pliers, and thermometers. Weapons for self-defense were hard to come by. Shortly after the apocalypse began, a black market appeared in the nearby base, where all kinds of weapons were sold cheaply. Summer Jihan planned to go there to choose her weapons, so she only bought a few kitchen knives, shovels, and baseball bats for protection. With her balance down to less than 170,000, Summer Jihan was ready to continue shopping. Just then, she spotted jade jewelry in a specialty shop. Pendants of guanine, dragon-shaped jade plaques, jade bracelets, rings, and beads. Summer Jihan fell into deep thought. After experiencing the apocalypse, she had become powerless, but she couldn't understand why she hadn't awakened any abilities. As she passed the jade counter, she recalled that Yang Feng always wore a white jade guanine around his neck. According to him, it was a local custom for boys to wear guanine or Buddha charms for protection. In the base, she had also seen many awakened individuals adorned with jade jewelry. Did awakening abilities have something to do with the jade they wore? After all, since it was a virus, what if there was a substance in the jade raw stones that caused mutations? Summer Jihan's imagination ran wild. "Miss, our jade jewelry is on sale right now, all at half price. Would you like to pick one?" A clear voice interrupted her thoughts. She glanced at the prices and felt a pinch in her wallet. Why not buy a few superstitious trinkets? So, she picked out about 10 pieces of jewelry priced at 2,000 to 3,000 each. The sales assistant beamed and eagerly helped her pack her purchases. After packing up, Summer Jihan went to a building materials market. She couldn't go looking for her brother, so she needed to ensure she could weather the impending 10 days of heavy rain. This time, she didn't plan to turn her home into a safe house because by the 6th day of heavy rain, her house would be completely flooded. Instead, she planned to stay in a high-rise hotel near the base. This way, after the rain, she could easily head to their base without worrying about flooding her home. However, she still needed to take precautions for her safety in the hotel. After leaving the building materials market, she was left with only 70,000. Summer Jihan booked a presidential suite at a hotel next to the military district in Lincheng, on the 23rd floor, with only one room per floor. She booked it for 3 days and also reserved a high-floor room for her brother in Yarn City. Looking at her balance of just over 20,000, Summer Jihan couldn't help but sigh. Money really doesn't last long. After leaving the hotel, the sun was setting, and the day had slipped away. A large truck pulled up at the community entrance, and 4 or 5 men in supermarket uniforms jumped out. Just then, Summer Jihan's phone rang. "Miss Xia, your items have arrived at the community entrance. Would you like help bringing them inside?" The supermarket manager inquired thoughtfully. As she approached her door, she replied while opening it, "That would be great, thank you." It took about half an hour to move everything into her living room, which was now completely filled. Just as they were finishing up, Yang Feng appeared at her door holding a bouquet of roses. "Jihan, why did you buy so much stuff?" Yang Feng asked suspiciously, eyeing the busy workers and the packed living room. "What are you doing here?" Summer Jihan asked coldly, a hint of hatred flickering in her eyes. "Jihan, I came to apologize. If I did anything wrong, you can hit me or yell at me, but please don't ignore me." Yang Feng lowered his voice, his expression full of sorrow. After a night without sleep, he looked somewhat haggard. This was Yang Feng's usual tactic, a sob story. If it had been before, Summer Jihan would have felt soft-hearted and pained. Summer Jihan lost her parents in a car accident when she was 7. At 13, her brother had resolutely taken on the burden of the family. While studying, he managed their parents' company, doing his utmost to care for her. However, as her brother's business grew, he spent less time with her. In her childhood, the only company she had at home were the servants, and as she grew up, the house became even emptier. In her second year of university, Yang Feng barged into her life. He was gentle, considerate, and hardworking. Except for classes and sleep, he was always by her side, making her feel safe and secure. But she neglected the fact that there was another person always around. Eating, watching movies, shopping, Lin Jingyi was always by their side. Summer Jihan thought that long-term companionship was love, but she never expected human nature to be so vile. "Yang Feng, we've broken up. Please don't bother me again," Summer Jihan said coldly, full of sarcasm. When you deeply love someone, they are a treasure in your eyes. When you no longer love them, they are worth less than a blade of grass. "Why, Jihan? We've been together for 2 years. I love you so much you can't just," Yang Feng pleaded, his eyes turning red. "Why? Do you need me to explain your affair with Lin Jingyi?" Summer Jihan shouted, filled with disgust. Yang Feng froze, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he lowered his gaze. Summer Jihan sneered coldly. At that moment, Yang Feng was likely wondering where his affair with Lin Jingyi had been exposed. "Jihan, let me explain. My relationship with Jingyi isn't what you think," Yang Feng hastily tried to clarify. However, Summer Jihan suddenly leaned forward and coldly whispered in his ear, "I said, get lost. From now on, you'd better pray not to see me again, because if she saw Yang Feng again, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to kill him." Chapter 4, The Apocalypse Arrives Early. Yang Feng left in disgrace, and after everything from the supermarket was moved in, Summer Jihan eagerly closed the door and upgraded her space. Ding space upgraded to 30 cubic meters. Ding space upgraded to 100 cubic meters. Ding space upgraded to 200 cubic meters. With all supplies packed, Summer Jihan's space had expanded to 300 cubic meters. This space wasn't too big or too small, but it was sufficient for Summer Jihan at this moment. As the city lights began to twinkle, Summer Jihan looked up at the sky. Tonight's moon was round and beautiful, illuminating the sky brightly. With the dazzling lights and a gentle breeze, everything felt so lovely and peaceful. But tonight would be the last peaceful night. Early the next morning, Summer Jihan packed her belongings, preparing to move to their hotel. As she glanced around, she felt a pang of reluctance. All the furniture had been bought by her brother. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Since she wouldn't be coming back to live here, she could take anything that could be moved. In just half an hour, she packed everything from small items like hats and shoes to larger ones like tables, chairs, the refrigerator, TV, washing machine, and bed. Anything that could be moved was stored in her space. Soon, their house was nearly emptied. In the garage, Summer Jihan packed her brother's SUV into her space, while her own small car was driven to a second-hand car dealership. A few hours later, with over 100,000 in cash, Summer Jihan arrived at the gas station. She needed transportation to find her brother. The last thing she wanted to stockpile was gasoline. After taking care of everything, she checked the time, 11:15 a.m. The heavy rain was forecasted to arrive by 8 p.m. tonight. She still had time. With a few thousand left in her pocket, Summer Jihan decided to treat herself to a big meal since that money would be useless afterward. She remembered that there was a seafood buffet down a small alley beside the gas station. With that thought, Summer Jihan walked toward the alley. The alley was quiet and secluded, away from the city's clamor. The lush greenery extended over the walls, and a delightful floral scent wafted through the air. Strolling alone in the alley, Summer Jihan felt quite relaxed. Bang! At the corner, a figure unexpectedly bumped into her. Slap! A soft sound echoed as a dragon-shaped jade pendant fell from Summer Jihan's pocket onto the ground, but she didn't notice it. Instead, she staggered back several steps. The person who bumped into her also fell to the ground. A faint metallic smell filled the air, and Summer Jihan's nose twitched as she looked at the young man lying on the ground. The man was handsome but pale, with blood stains on his white shirt. He held his chest in pain, his deep black eyes warily studying Summer Jihan. Not wanting to get involved, Summer Jihan locked eyes with the man for 2 seconds before she brushed against the wall and ran toward the alley exit. Just as she reached the mouth of the alley, she heard a series of sirens. Countless police cars and ambulances rushed by. Summer Jihan's heart raced, and she looked up at the sky. Just a moment ago, it had been clear. Now the sky was darkening, the sun gradually disappearing as strong winds began to blow. A bad thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the heavy rain was coming early? With no appetite for food, Summer Jihan prepared to head to their hotel. Just then, she glanced back and froze in shock. The injured man in the alley was gone. Impossible. She had just run out of the alley. How could he have disappeared in less than a minute? Where could he have gone? Had he retreated back around the corner? With countless questions swirling in her mind, Summer Jihan gritted her teeth and turned to run toward the hotel. No matter what, the apocalypse was likely coming early. She needed to get away from the crowd. Upon arriving at the hotel and checking in, Summer Jihan made her way to the 23rd floor. After informing the staff that she didn't need any room service and requested not to be disturbed, she closed her door and took a quick look around. The luxurious living room, exquisite bedroom, computer, TV, refrigerator, sofa, everything was complete. From her space, Summer Jihan took out a thick rectangular iron plate and some tools. The plate already had holes drilled in it. She just needed to attach it to the walls on either side of the front door to seal it shut. With 10 days of heavy rain ahead, she needed to protect against flooding and potential zombie mutations from the virus. She recalled that in her previous life, countless zombies had appeared overnight throughout the city. Despite the heavy rain, the air was still thick with the stench of blood. Wails, screams, and horrifying roars echoed everywhere. Zombies mutated early, and it was only 10 days later that people began to awaken their abilities. After sealing the door, Summer Jihan slumped to the ground, feeling helpless. She wondered how her brother was doing. Was he okay? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Summer Jihan jumped, her expression tense as she approached the door. She had left a peephole position in the door, and looking through it, she saw hotel staff outside. Her face looked relatively normal, and her eyes showed no significant change, though she appeared somewhat anxious. What's the matter? Miss, I'm from housekeeping. Several guests are showing symptoms of vomiting, convulsions, and fainting. Are you all right? Summer Jihan replied through the door, I'm fine. Okay, if you feel any discomfort, please be sure to contact the front desk. The housekeeping staff politely explained before turning to head toward the elevator. Summer Jihan felt a wave of panic and hurried to the window. From her vantage point, she could see cars on the road jammed together like a long snake, while people on the street were fleeing in a panic, creating chaos below. The zombie virus had broken out early. Or perhaps, the virus had already erupted before the heavy rain came. In her previous life she just hadn't known it then. Beep beep beep. At that moment, her phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated a few times. Summer Jihan picked it up to see messages from the community owner's group. What's going on today? There are police cars and ambulances everywhere, and the streets are so congested. It's a riot. A riot. People are biting each other in the streets, and the police have been dispatched. Messages in the group kept refreshing. One message specifically mentioned Summer Jihan. Miss Shia, your friend came with 7 or 8 people to your house. She said you gave her the key. The property management knew she wasn't home and specially sent a message to inquire. Summer Jihan sneered coldly. Lin Jingyi had indeed secretly made a copy of her house key, and the door code was likely something she had discreetly seen when she visited before. But it didn't matter, they could stay as long as they liked. They would have a rough 10 days ahead of them. Summer Jihan didn't dwell on Lin Jingyi's matter too much. Instead, she picked up her phone and started browsing news from various places. Chapter 5: The Rainstorm Arrives. Strangely, apart from some recent weather changes and flu prevention tips, there were no videos or news reports online about attacks or unrest. The internet appeared to be remarkably calm. What was going on? Ding ding ding. Just as Xia Jihan was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Could it be her brother? With trembling hands, Xia Jihan pressed the answer button. Jihan, today is your birthday. I have something to take care of, so I might not be able to come back to celebrate with you. Her brother's deep voice, tinged with guilt, came through the phone. Hearing her brother's voice again felt surreal, and Xia Jihan couldn't help but cry, Ge. Jihan, what's wrong? Are you crying? Did someone bully you? Hearing the quiver in Xia Jihan's voice, Xia Dongbai asked urgently. Ge, I'm fine. What about your phone? Did you lose it? Xia Jihan forced herself to calm down, sniffing back her tears as she asked. As long as her brother was safe and sound, that was enough. In this lifetime, she had to protect him. Yeah, my phone got broken. This is Mo Jiang's phone. Xu Morjiang was her brother's college roommate and friend. Xia Jihan had met him a few times, and she didn't expect them to be together. Ge, listen to me. What I'm about to say is very important. Xia Jihan took a deep breath and told Xia Dongbai that she had booked a room at the XX hotel and that he should avoid staying at the airport at all costs. She warned him that the rainstorm would last for 10 days and that during this time, people might undergo mutations due to the virus in their bodies. He must not leave the hotel, and the hotel door had to be sealed. While there was still time, he needed to gather supplies with all the money he had. Ge, if you see anyone with red bloodshot eyes or those whose eyes are entirely red, stay away from them. As for your friends. Xia Jihan hesitated but decided it was best for her brother to separate from his friends. She didn't know if he would listen. After hanging up, Xia Dongbai sat back on the sofa, his expression grave. Lao Bai, you don't actually believe what your sister said, do you? In the airport lounge, Xu Morjiang asked with a playful smirk, playing with a silver lighter, clearly unimpressed. What Xia Jihan didn't know was that when Xia Dongbai called her, he had put the phone on speaker. So, Xu Morjiang heard every word. Xia Dongbai remained solemn, not responding. Come on, can you really believe what that little girl said? She even suggested you break up with me. Xu Morjiang complained loudly. The idea of stockpiling supplies was one thing, but the most infuriating part was that the girl actually encouraged Dongbai to separate from him. Mo Jiang, I haven't told Jihan that I'm in Yancheng. Xia Dongbai calmly stated the facts. Humph, you're such a doting brother. One day, your sister will get you killed. Xu Morjiang muttered angrily, clearly annoyed. As a friend, he knew that Xia Dongbai believed what Xia Jihan said. But he found it utterly absurd, almost nonsensical. Look, this doting brother, even with such a ridiculous situation, believed it. Isn't he that infuriating? If it's true, we can find out by checking. Let us go. Xia Dongbai stood up, grabbed his jacket from the sofa, and hurried outside. Hey Lao Bai. Xu Morjiang helplessly stood up and chased after him. XX Hotel. What did you say? The room was booked yesterday. Xu Morjiang asked incredulously, looking at the receptionist. Yes, Mr. Xia. Would you like to check in? When I booked the room, it was for one person. What about your friend? The receptionist nodded confidently, politely inquiring. Together, Xu Morjiang shamelessly draped an arm over Xia Dongbai's shoulder, unwilling to separate from him. Open another room for him. Xia Dongbai recalled Xia Jihan's words and spoke coldly. Hey, Lao Bai, that's not fair. Sorry, Mr. Xia, but due to the high number of people stranded in Yancheng these past few days, we're fully booked. The receptionist apologized, explaining that not only were the higher floors full, but even the lower ones were at capacity. Room 1708 on the 17th floor. Mo Jiang, how much money do you have on you? Xia Dongbai pulled out 300,000 in cash, along with a few bank cards and money from WeChat, totaling over $1 million. Lao Bai, you're not planning to spend all that money on supplies, are you? Xu Morjiang rolled his eyes and plopped down on the sofa. In his view, Xia Dongbai had gone mad. He would willingly go bankrupt just to heed a call from his sister. Xia Dongbai ignored Xu Morjiang and calculated in his head how much time they had left and what to buy. All right, even $1 million worth of supplies should last you 10 years. I still have over $1 million on my card. Xu Morjiang casually tossed a card onto the table. Although he complained, if his brother was going crazy, he had no choice but to join him. After all, they were brothers. Xia Dongbai gratefully glanced at Xu Morjiang, pushing his cash and card back to him. We'll split up. You gather supplies and medicine. I'll go buy weapons and things to reinforce the room. It's 5 o'clock now. We have only 3 hours. We must be back at the hotel by 8. Xia Dongbai said calmly, surveying the room. Luckily, the room was spacious enough to stack supplies. But he still had to think of ways to ensure their safety. After hanging up, Xia Jihan's heart raced, unsure if her brother would believe her. Later, if he asked, how would she explain? Xia Jihan stood up and went to the window. Large raindrops pounded against the glass. The storm had arrived. At 8 o'clock, Xia Jihan promptly called her brother. Everything seemed normal. Communication hadn't been interrupted, and everything looked calm. Hearing that her brother had stocked up on a lot of supplies and had sealed the door, Xia Jihan finally felt relieved. "Gee, after the storm passes, I'll go to Yangcheng to find you. You must be careful, okay?" Xia Jihan warned anxiously. She had thought it through. Instead of letting her brother take the risk of coming to her, it would be better for her to go to Yangcheng. After all, she was reborn. Although she was a useless person, she still understood how to survive in the apocalypse. "Little girl, we're going to go bankrupt. Are you sure this rainstorm will last 10 days? At that moment, an unharmonious voice interrupted. Then came Xia Dongbai's reprimand, "Mo Jiang. Gee, you?" Xia Jihan's heart dropped once more. Chapter 6: The End of the World. Xia Jihan knew her brother's temper. Once he made up his mind, nothing could change it. The friendship between her brother and Xu Morjiang was not something she could interfere with. Alas, I just hope Xu Morjiang doesn't turn into a zombie. It was raining heavily. Xia Jihan looked out the window at the people on the street outside. In the heavy rain, people were running in panic. You don't even know which one is a human and which one is a zombie. Only when he pounces on you do you realize. The zombies of the doomsday are not like those seen on TV, with stiff bodies, slow movements, covered in rotten flesh, and bloody mouths. The newly mutated zombies are flexible and have no sense of pain. They are bloodthirsty and like to eat raw meat. They have sharp and pointed teeth, and their black eyes are filled with red bloodshot. If you are bitten by them, you will not be infected and turned into a zombie, but will be eaten to death by them. Thinking of this, Xia Jihan began to tremble subconsciously. The tearing pain continued, and she cried out helplessly until finally, she took her last breath unwillingly. Xia Jihan never wanted to endure that kind of pain again. The sound of raindrops was mixed with shrill screams, and Xia Jihan knew that tonight was just an appetizer. The large-scale outbreak of the zombie virus would occur tomorrow morning. And what was she doing in her previous life? At this time, she was partying wildly in the villa with Yang Feng's friends. Until 12 o'clock in the morning. A man fainted without any warning. Damn, Chinda's alcohol tolerance is so weak, he just fell down like this. Har har har, this kid won't be drained out. Several men were laughing and joking. At this moment, Chinda, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly began to twitch all over. Xia Jihan saw clearly that when Chinda opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of red bloodshot. After stopping twitching, Chinda pounced on the men on the sofa. Several people didn't take it seriously at all, thinking he was just drunk. Until he tackled a man and started tearing into his stomach. R. The man howled in pain and instinctively hit Chinda's head with his fist, pushing him hard. But Chinda seemed to feel no pain at all. His face was covered in blood, and his bloody mouth was like a ferocious beast, devouring the man's flesh and internal organs raw. R. Help, what are you standing there for? The man screamed in agony for help. At this time, the people in the villa finally came to their senses and sobered up instantly. Some people came forward to pull and drag Chinda, while others directly picked up a bench and hit Chinda on the head. After much effort, 7 or 8 men pulled Chindaler up. At this moment, Chinder was covered in blood, with a piece of meat in his bloody mouth, looking extremely terrifying. R. R. The girls in the villa, including Shia Jihan, screamed and moved away. The man who was bitten by Chin Depu had bite marks all over his body, bleeding, and a big hole in his stomach, with his internal organs and intestines spilling out. What are you yelling for? Call 120. Yarn Fong shouted loudly in annoyance. The girls covered their mouths in fear, but Chinda pounced and bit the men who were pulling him. There was a sudden chaos in the living room. Yarn Fong got mad and smashed a beer bottle. The sharp broken pieces of the beer bottle stabbed straight into Chinda's heart. I thought Chinda would definitely die. But I never thought that even with a beer bottle stuck in his heart, Chinda was still full of energy. It was not until someone hit Chinda's head with a baseball bat that Chinda slowly fell down. The living room was in a mess, with blood everywhere. The man who had been bitten by Chinda died from excessive blood loss. 2 people died at once, and everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to do. The girls hugged each other, sobbing quietly, and the men collapsed to the ground. I thought the disaster was over. But I didn't expect that this was just the beginning. The strong smell of blood attracted many zombies in the community. They surrounded the villa and kept banging on the door and glass. Finally, someone remembered to call 110 and 120, but the call to the police could not be reached. What are you all standing there for? Run to the second floor. At the critical moment, Yarn Fong roared and everyone ran to the second floor. Xia Jihan's house is equipped with a wooden staircase, and the second floor is built out of thin air. There is no other way to go up except the staircase. Seeing that the glass windows on the first floor were about to collapse, Yarn Fong called a few men, armed with kitchen knives and saws, and broke the stairs to the second floor. In this way, the second floor was very safe, and everyone spent the second half of the night in fear. The next morning, some people experienced symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, high fever, body aches, and a sharp pain in the throat. Not long after, several people on the second floor collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. My cell phones kept ringing but no one came to help. At this moment, the internet is full of news about the coming of the end of the world, and countless videos of zombies attacking people have been posted online. The hospital was in chaos, and countless police and special police were dispatched on the streets. Even so, the chaotic situation could not be controlled. The heavy rain continued to wash away the blood in the city, but it seemed as if it could never be washed away. Going out at this moment would undoubtedly be seeking death. The city was slowly falling. On the 3rd day, rain poured into the villa, and the power and internet were cut off, paralyzing the city. On the 5th day of the heavy rain, low-lying areas were flooded. People hiding at home had to move to higher places, and those who had no food at home had to go out to find food and medicine. A new round of hunting has begun. After coming back to her senses, Xia Jihan sighed. When the end of the world comes, she will be lucky enough to ensure that she and her brother are alive and well. At this moment, Xia Jihan's body reacted. She suddenly felt very cold and her whole body shivered uncontrollably. Symptoms of the virus are here. Xia Jihan rushed to the big bed and wrapped all the quilts around herself. Even so, she still felt cold. But she knew that taking medicine would be useless for this virus and she could only endure it. The medicines she stockpiled were preparations for the future. An hour later, Xia Jihan began to sweat coldly, felt weak, and felt dizzy. In the second half of the night, she felt hot all over again. All night long, Xia Jihan struggled to endure the alternating hot and cold temperatures. From time to time, shrill screams reached her ears, irritating her nerves. Xia Jihan could only huddle in the corner and endure it quietly. Fortunately, there was only one room on the 23rd floor, and it seemed like a forgotten room. From time to time, the entire building could be heard roaring and the sound of doors banging. On the 3rd night, the strong wind and heavy rain outside kept beating against the windows, and Xia Jihan heard the ding-ding sound of the elevator door opening. Knock, 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 miss, are you there? Open the door. After a while, there was a violent knock on the door. Chapter 7 Complete Fall. Xia Jihan looked haggard and moved behind the door very weakly. Through the peephole, she saw the customer service lady who knocked on the door last time. Next to her stood a man wearing the same employee uniform as her. Miss, please open the door. The customer service lady was so anxious that she was about to cry. She knocked on the door and looked behind her in horror. It seems that the floors below the 22nd floor of their hotel have almost collapsed, so the young lady thought of taking refuge on the 23rd floor. Xia Jihan didn't say anything, but slowly backed away. It's already this late, why are you still being polite to her? Hurry and take out the room card. The man next to the young lady spoke anxiously, snatched the door card, and opened the door with 2 beeps. However, what came into view was a thick layer of iron plate. Bang, bang, bang. The man banged on the iron plate in frustration, and through the gap in the iron plate, he shouted into the room, I know there is someone in there, open the door, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Roar. The chaotic footsteps and the roar that was getting closer and closer scared the young lady so much that she collapsed to the ground instantly. Oren, it's useless. She won't care about us. The crying voice was full of despair. Xia Jihan closed her eyes. You can't blame her for being selfish at this time. Once she let the 2 of them in, she would most likely be in danger. Bang! Just then, the lights above my head suddenly went out. The power is out. Xia Jihan took out her cell phone and saw that there was no network or even signal. The room suddenly became dark. But Xia Jihan didn't dare to turn on the flashlight. As for the reason, in the last days, not only humans have mutated, but animals have also mutated. In a 23-story building, lighting a beam of light in the dark night sky isn't this seeking death? The power is out. Great, go unlock the door to the stairs. The man named Oren suddenly shouted with joy. The stairs leading to the emergency passage are locked. As long as the main door is not breached, these 23 floors will always be safe. But they forgot that they could guard against zombies and floods, but not against people. It's only the 3rd day now, and I have to endure another 7 days. Without food and water, they will die. On the 3rd night, the 2 of them snuggled in the corner of the aisle and spent the night together. On the 4th day, the sky gradually turned white, and the heavy rain continued. There was no one to be seen on the streets. Only countless zombies with dull eyes wandering aimlessly in the streets and alleys. On the 5th day, the entire city was flooded. Unable to bear the hunger and the floods, people fled their homes. The shrill screams rang out again. There were also chaotic sounds of footsteps and knocks on doors in the hotel. Guests on the lower floors opened their doors and ran towards the upper floors. Not only did they have to avoid the zombies' attacks, but they also had to keep knocking on doors, praying that the residents on the upper floors would open the door and let them in. In the corridor on the 23rd floor, a young lady's scream was heard, Oren, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Then, the little sister screamed, Oren, I am Awan, don't bite me. Help, help. The young lady's wailing continued, and soon she stopped moving. The only sound left in the entire aisle was the numbing chewing sound. Xia Jihan looked outside the iron plate with a cold face. Once the zombies mutated, they would take a bite, not to mention friends and lovers, even their closest relatives. A faint smell of blood drifted into the room through the gap. Xia Jihan retched uncomfortably, and it was this slight sound that instantly attracted the attention of the zombies in the aisle. Bang, bang, bang. The iron plate made a bang from being hit, leaving a slight mark. Unexpectedly, the zombies are so powerful. Xia Jihan is a little worried that these iron plates may not last until the 10th day. Fortunately, there is only one zombie, Oren, on the 23rd floor. The young lady's body exudes a sweet smell of blood, which tempts Oren all the time. After knocking for a while, Oren gave up and turned to pounce on the young lady on the ground. On the 8th day, there were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the whole city was shrouded in darkness. The zombies in the aisle would knock on the iron plate from time to time, and sometimes, they would make crazy roars. Awan's body had been eaten clean, leaving only a bloody skeleton. Xia Jihan huddled in the corner by the window. Their high fever wouldn't go away, her lips were chapped, and her throat felt like it was being cut by a knife. After several days of suffering from the illness, Xia Jihan lost a lot of weight, looked haggard, and was in a trance. She even felt that she was on the verge of life and death. God bless me, I must make it through. Xia Jihan put on all the jade jewelry she had bought. When you are helpless and hopeless, there is nothing you can do and you can only pray for God's help. If I can't make it, let alone protecting my brother, I won't even have the right to survive in the apocalypse. Crack. At this moment, a bolt of lightning with a flaming glow struck across the sky. Xia Jihan stared wide-eyed at the lightning that was coming straight towards her, but she had no way to stop it. Now, she didn't even have the strength to move her body. Damn, I didn't do anything unscrupulous. Oh God, are you going to strike me like this? Snap. Their windows shattered and a strong wind rushed in instantly, mixed with countless raindrops and tens of millions of volts of lightning. Xia Jihan's whole body kept twitching, and she rolled her eyes in an instant, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. She smelled a burnt smell. God, I have no grudge against you, do you have to be so ruthless? Xia Jihan thought with great resentment, her eyes went dark and she lost consciousness. Yangcheng. Xia Dongbai and Xu Morjiang also felt particularly uncomfortable. Although the two did not turn into zombies, the virus tortured them beyond human form. Xu Morjiang's eyes had become sunken. Although he didn't have to worry about food and drink, he had been running a fever for 8 days. Xia Dongbai's physical condition is slightly better. At this moment, he is soaking in the bathtub to reduce the heat in his body. Old White, do you think we can make it through this? I didn't expect that what your sister said was true. Fortunately, you reminded me to call home. I don't know what's going on with my parents. Xu Morjiang kept talking. He was afraid that once he quieted down, he would never be able to speak again. Thinking of this, Xu Morjiang lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. And they didn't notice that the jade jewelry on their bodies was emitting a faint green light, absorbing the water and fire around them. Okay, save your energy, there are still 2 days. Xia Dongbai spoke in a low and hoarse voice. After waiting for a long time, he did not hear Xu Morjiang's voice. Mojiang. Xia Dongbai panicked, climbed out of the bathtub, and stumbled towards Xu Morjiang, who had already fainted. Chapter 8: Possessing Superpowers. Xia Jihan woke up to a roar and slapping sounds. The windows in the living room were shattered, the wind was howling, and the heavy rain was beating against her body. And these are not the worst. The worst thing was that the iron plate of the gate had been deformed by the beating, and the heavy banging sounds, accompanied by countless roars, reached his ears. Xia Jihan didn't know why she woke up after being struck by lightning. She didn't have time to think about it now. All she knew was that the living room was no longer safe. The only way to survive is to hide in the bedroom and seal the door. But it seems too late. Snap. An iron plate could not bear the weight and fell to the ground, and a blood-stained and somewhat rotten arm stretched out. Xia Jihan forced herself to stand up, and the jade jewelry hanging around her neck jingled. Xia Jihan was annoyed and tried to pull off the jewelry, but there was one landscape piece that she couldn't pull off. After being struck by lightning, her fever had subsided and she had regained some strength. Bang! The second iron plate also fell, and then the third one. The door had been half demolished, and Xia Jihan saw that the area outside the door was surrounded by zombies. It seems that the safe passage has been breached, and these zombies have all come up. 9 days have passed, and the skin of some zombies has begun to rot. Their faces became bloody and some of their noses were gone, leaving only bloody black holes. The eyeballs of some zombies drooped out of their sockets, shaking from side to side as if they were about to fall out. Some of them had their mouths torn open, with blood and bones clearly visible. Xia Jihan knew that these zombies had entered the second stage of mutation. After tomorrow, crystal cores will grow in their heads. The only way to destroy them is to cut off their brain stems. In her previous life, although she was a waste, she did kill zombies while on the run. Zombies are not scary. What is scary is that you don't have the courage to face them. Xia Jihan got ready, with a titanium alloy baseball bat in her hand. The baseball bat was a bit heavy for her now. But fortunately it is solid. Bang! As the last few iron plates fell to the ground, the zombies swarmed into the door and pounced on Xia Jihan. Bang! Xia Jihan swung the iron rod and smashed the head of a waiter zombie who was running in front. Blood foam splashed. The zombie was killed completely by Xia Jihan's stick. Xia Jihan was stunned for a second. When did her power become so strong? The zombie lying on the ground had its head exploded and its body was still twitching. What the hell? It's like getting an electric shock. There was a crackling sound from the baseball bat, and a dazzling white light was wrapped around the stick. Xia Jihan had no time to be dazed. She waved the iron rod in her hand, one stick after another, simply and violently, and rushed into the aisle. Without even having time to look back, Xia Jihan ran towards the safe passage holding a baseball bat covered in blood. The elevator has stopped running, and the only way to go down is by stairs. She didn't know how many zombies had died in the living room. The 23rd floor was no longer safe, and she had to find a new place to spend the last day. Xia Jihan hurried to the 17th floor and stopped. The 17th floor is not a hotel guest room, but the entire floor is rented to an e-commerce platform. Xia Jihan hesitated for only a second before pushing open the security door on the 17th floor. Instead of going down and knocking on doors one by one, it's better to find a safe place here. Squeak! The door creaked slightly, and a pungent stench mixed with a strong smell of blood hit me in the face. There is a straight corridor on the 17th floor with many small rooms on both sides of the corridor. The anchors usually broadcast live in these small rooms. Now, there were bloodstains all over the walls, the door of the room was wide open and the inside was a mess, with computers, mobile phones, tables and chairs, and live broadcast equipment scattered all over the floor. There were large patches of blood on the ground. It seems that this place has also fallen. Xia Jihan tightened the baseball bat in her hand and walked forward vigilantly. Just as we were reaching the end of the aisle. Bang! A bloody handprint suddenly slapped on the glass in the corridor. This was a small room, the floor was covered in blood and broken limbs, there was no intact body to be seen. At the feet of the female zombie, there lay a half-dead body in a suit. Its head was gone, and its lower body had been eaten clean. Its stomach was rotten and its intestines were pierced, and its flesh and blood were blurred. Xia Jihan's eyes turned slightly cold and she took several steps back to the other side of the aisle. These zombies eat people, it's really disgusting. I thought the female zombie would break the glass and pounce on her. Before the glass broke, a zombie suddenly rushed out from the room opposite and pounced towards Xia Jihan. Bang! The zombie was killed with an iron rod. The sound of glass breaking was heard, and the female zombie in the room also jumped out. Another blow from the backhand, no one knows whether the female zombie is dead or not. She ran to the end of the aisle with a baseball bat in her hand. The loud sound of shattering glass would surely attract other zombies. Sure enough, when Xia Jihan ran to the end of the aisle on the left was crowded with zombies, and they swarmed towards this side. Behind them was a suspended iron frame with several people huddled on it. Help! Help! Seeing Xia Jihan, the woman on the iron frame was filled with joy and instinctively called for help. What are you shouting? A voice of disapproval was heard. Many of the zombies that were originally chasing Xia Jihan were attracted back by these two voices. Xia Jihan took the opportunity to run towards the aisle on the right. It turns out that there are still living people on the 17th floor. No wonder these zombies are gathered together. At the end of the corridor is a window, with a door on the left and an office with a glass window on the right. Xia Jihan naturally chose the left side where there was only one door. After entering, Xia Jihan locked the door casually, but the lock was broken. Damn, this is so unlucky. It's obviously too late to go out now. There was nothing heavy around her that could prop up the door. There were sofas and bookcases in the space, but these things could not withstand the beatings of the zombies. In the end, there was no other choice but for Xia Jihan to take out her brother's SUV. Bang, bang, bang. There was a heavy slapping sound. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle was quite powerful and just shook a few times without moving at all. Xia Jihan slumped down next to the tire, and finally had time to look around the room in front of her. Unexpectedly, she accidentally came to the storage room of an e-commerce company. In front of her were rows of shelves, which were full of supplies. Food, drinks, daily necessities, cosmetics. Chapter 9: The Flood Recedes. With so many things, I would be letting myself down if I didn't put them into space. Xia Jihan stood up energetically. There were still countless zombies at the door, banging on it. However, this did not stop her from collecting supplies. Unknown food, drinks, bags, cosmetics, shoes, clothes, daily necessities. Xia Jihan didn't let any of them go and kept sucking them into the space. After sucking up most of the things in the warehouse, her space increased to 1,000 cubic meters. Alas, these things are really worthless. It would be nice if there were luxury goods. When Xia Jihan came to a row of shelves, she was suddenly attracted by the snack bags scattered on the ground. In front of me was a half-person high double-door cabinet with the doors closed tightly. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. Most importantly, these snack bags are empty. Is there someone in this closet? Xia Jihan pondered for a few seconds, then walked over the cabinet and continued to collect supplies. It didn't matter whether there was someone in the cabinet or not, as long as it wasn't a zombie. After clearing out the shelves, Xia Jihan sat in the corner near the door. What she didn't know was that her actions of taking things were all seen through the small hole by the person in the cabinet. Xia Jihan put the baseball bat on the ground, and the white light on the baseball bat disappeared instantly. She frowned and looked at her palms. Ever since she was struck by lightning, she hadn't had time to study what the white light on the baseball bat was. It looks a bit like lightning. Could it be that she has awakened the lightning ability? But isn't she a waste? In the previous life, people with lightning abilities were very rare, and they were considered the best in every base. And she? The flash of lightning with fire flashed through Xia Jihan's mind. Suddenly there was a crackling sound all around, and a cluster of white light burst out from her palm, and the white light kept moving. Her palms felt numb. This? Xia Jihan murmured in disbelief. Superpowers. She really awakened her superpowers. Very good. After receiving the white light, Xia Jihan sat quietly. Her heart was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time. In this life, she must live well. In the middle of the night, the rainstorm finally stopped, the lightning and thunder disappeared, and the sky seemed to be clearing up. On the 10th day, the haze in the sky gradually dissipated, the sun shone through the thick dark clouds and sprinkled on the city, and the flood was slowly receding. The city is gradually waking up. After a while, many helicopters rose from the sky above Lincheng, making buzzing sounds, and many planes flew out of the city. Xia Jihan smiled sarcastically. The rich and powerful people always find a way to escape. But they would never have imagined that in the end times, there is no place that is absolutely safe. At this moment, a large flock of birds suddenly appeared in the sky, forming a black mass, and they swooped down towards the flying helicopter. Boom. In an instant, the plane crashed, everyone on board died, and fire suddenly broke out. Gar gar gar. Countless large birds swooped down to grab food from the fire. If you look closely, you will see that the eyes of these big birds are all red. Despite the dangerous flocks of birds in the sky, it could not stop people's determination to escape, and many helicopters were flying over the city. After the flood receded, the whole city was submerged in mud, filled with a foul stench, and countless corpses were buried in the mud. Some people appeared on the street one after another. They were wading through waist-deep mud and struggling to move towards the highway intersection outside the city. Many people also gathered on the roof, waiting for rescue. But they don't know that the whole world has fallen, and who will come to rescue them. This is a devastating blow. The country and the government have collapsed. Everyone can only fend for themselves and can only save themselves. In her previous life, she was just like these people, huddled in a small attic with a few others, and waited for several days until the flood finally receded. We thought the crisis would be over soon and everyone was waiting for rescue. Who would have thought? Emergency notice, the rescue team has arrived at the city government. Everyone please go to the city government and take a helicopter to leave here. At this time, on a building not far away, a tweeter was playing in a loop. Xia Jihan narrowed her eyes. Although the sound from the tweeter could not be heard far away, it gave the living people nearby a glimmer of hope. The whole city has been in turmoil since then, and a new round of massacre is about to begin. In their previous life, they also vaguely heard the sound of the horn. At that time, they didn't think much about it and jumped into the mud without hesitation and rushed to the city government. But what they didn't know was that there was no rescue at all from the city government, and they were thrown out as bait. Soon, many people who were hiding at home came out. It has been 10 days and the food and supplies at home have been exhausted. Hiding at home is a dead end, so it is better to go out and seek help. Most people think this way, but they don't realize that this is exactly what those people want. Screams were heard one after another. Large numbers of zombies rushed out frantically, but people still believed that the city government would provide rescue. Therefore, most of the zombies were led to the city government by these panicked people. Soon, a group of people sneaked out of the building. They ran wildly towards the military area. On the way, some lone zombies pounced on them, but no one went to rescue them. Instead, they coldly let their companions be eaten by the zombies. Xia Jihan smiled coldly. These people should be the first group of people to occupy the military area. In the military zone, there are weapons, food, and abundant supplies. The most important thing is that there is an underground base in this military region with extremely strong defense. The huge underground base can accommodate many people. In the last days, human nature cannot stand the test. In order to survive, no matter how despicable the means are, it is not excessive. She does not judge these people's behavior. In her previous life, she picked up a weapon for the first time during this escape and killed zombies. In great despair, she gave up the beliefs, innocence, and kindness she had always held onto. In the strong desire to survive, the pathetic sense of shame was lost. She didn't turn into a zombie, but she became numb and indifferent in the cruel reality. She lived an extremely humble life, worse than a walking corpse. After 2 lives, she still doesn't like what this group of people do, but she must go to their base in Lincheng, because only there can she find the weapons she wants. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a slight sound suddenly sounded behind me. Xia Jihan turned around vigilantly, and the half-person high cabinet in the warehouse slowly opened. A thin, fair-skinned woman carefully came out of the closet. She had a ponytail, wore black-framed glasses, and held a laptop tightly in her hands. Eye to eye. There was a moment of awkwardness in the air. The woman was dirty and in a mess, but she didn't care at all, and there was a determination in her eyes. Xia Jihan's eyes flashed with admiration for the woman's forbearance and strength. A thin woman locked herself in a small cabinet for 10 days, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in it, just to survive. She admired such courage and tenacity. Chapter 10. Take me with you. Xiawei, what are you doing? I'm your girlfriend. At this moment, a woman's scream and a man's fierce voice rang out in the corridor. Zhu Zhu, the rescue team is here, we have to get out, don't worry, I will always remember you. Xiawei, don't. Bang. A loud bang. Roar. Countless zombies pounced on the woman who was thrown out. Fuck. This scumbag. Xia Jihan cursed angrily. Through the crack in the door, she saw a woman covered in blood, struggling helplessly. The 2 men on the elevated platform took the opportunity to jump down and ran out of the aisle. And they threw the woman outside the warehouse where Xia Jihan was hiding. After these zombies have devoured the woman, they will surely attack the warehouse door in groups, but her SUV won't be able to hold out for long. Xia Jihan didn't want to go out so early, but now she had no choice. She went to the window and took out the climbing rope she had prepared long ago. Living on the 23rd floor, she had no intention of going down the stairs, so she fastened her safety belt and slid down from the window, which was not only fast but also convenient. Can you take me with you? When Xia Jihan was preparing the rope, the girl with glasses suddenly asked in a low voice. Xia Jihan looked up at her without stopping her hands, and her rejection was obvious. It's the end of the world. Who would be willing to meddle in other people's business and carry a burden with them? I know an internal staff exit to get out of here. Also, there is a large warehouse in this building, which is a supermarket warehouse on the 2nd floor. After a few seconds, the woman cautiously said. Xia Jihan immediately stopped what she was doing. This woman was very smart and knew what she wanted. Moreover, she probably already knew that she had a space, and Xia Jihan was indeed tempted. Xia Jihan. Xia Jihan introduced it simply and clearly, saying that the supermarket's warehouse was a piece of fat meat and she was reluctant to throw it away. My name is Aining. The woman introduced excitedly and took a few steps towards Xia Jihan. See that military district? I'll only take you there. Xia Jihan pointed to the military area not far away and threw a pair of safety buckles to Aining. Aining held the ring in her hand and looked at the military district hesitantly. Don't worry, a group of people just entered the military zone, and they will clean out the zombies inside soon. Besides, the military district has abundant supplies. Xia Jihan explained softly. She did not tell Aining that the military zone would be the only refuge base in Lincheng. Aining nodded blankly. As long as she could get out of this tall building, she would go down and think of a way. Which floor is the warehouse on? After reaching a consensus, Xia Jihan immediately asked. The 8th floor, but there are no windows on the 8th floor. Aining said this a little nervously. Looking at Xia Jihan's actions, she knew that they were afraid they would slip down from here. Well, you go down first, and we'll go in through the window on the 7th floor. Xia Jihan tied the rope to the sturdy shelf and looked at the off-road vehicle reluctantly. Aining was stunned for a moment, then he mustered up the courage to fasten the safety buckle and put the laptop into his backpack. The power and internet are out, what are you doing with your laptop? Xia Jihan turned her head and inadvertently saw Aining's actions, and asked in confusion. When there is no electricity or internet, a laptop is like a piece of useless equipment, not even as good as a piece of bread. She really couldn't understand why Aining insisted on bringing her computer even though she didn't bring anything else. This computer is different, it's my life. Aining spoke ambiguously. Xia Jihan smiled helplessly. She never thought that this computer and Aining would bring her endless surprises in the future. Seeing Aining slide down, Xia Jihan rushed to the door, quickly put away the SUV, and rushed to the window again. Bang! The zombies crowded outside the door accidentally knocked the door open. Hearing the sound of Xia Jihan running, the zombies that failed to grab the meat chased after her. As Xia Jihan continued to slide down, the zombies all gathered by the window, stretched out their rotten hands and roared continuously. What Xia Jihan didn't expect was that a zombie actually grabbed the rope and kept shaking it. The rainstorm stopped, humans were mutating, and these zombies were also evolving. The violent shaking made Aining scream subconsciously. Shut up! Xia Jihan slid down while shaking and shouted harshly. Such shouting will attract countless zombies, which is more dangerous than a shaking rope. After a few screams, Aining seemed to realize that something was wrong. She suppressed the fear in her heart, closed her eyes, and while the rope was swinging, she slammed hard into the glass on the 7th floor. Bang! The glass shattered, and Aining fell into the room on the 7th floor. The strong pulling force almost threw Xia Jihan out. She barely held onto the rope, and sighed in fear. It is said that people die for money and birds die for food. If she wasn't greedy, she would have entered the military zone long ago. How could she be in danger of death here? However, when she thought about the long end of the world, the supplies would become less and less, and it would become more and more difficult to collect them. She couldn't help but feel calm. For her and her brother, as long as they have enough supplies to survive in this apocalypse, it doesn't matter if they take a little risk. Fortunately, Xia Jihan finally entered the 7th floor smoothly. This is a single room in the hotel. Due to the continuous heavy rain, the guests staying on the 7th floor had already fled to the upper floors. This is also the reason why Xia Jihan did not go to the 9th floor to break the window. After the heavy rain, the fewer people there were on the lower floors, which meant the fewer zombies there were. After undoing the buckle, Xia Jihan tiptoed to the door and observed the situation outside through the crack. The corridor outside was dark and empty. But Xia Jihan heard some chaotic footsteps upstairs. It seems that Aining's scream and the noise of breaking the window attracted the attention of the zombies upstairs. Aining, do we enter the 8th floor through the security door? Xia Jihan asked in a low voice, and Aining nodded palely. In fact, besides the stairs, there is another place to go up to the 8th floor, but Aining was still in a state of extreme fear and didn't remember it at all. Let's go. Remember, the louder the noise, the more zombies will be attracted. Xia Jihan gave a worried reminder, holding a baseball bat in her hand, opened the door and walked towards the emergency stairs. Chapter 11 Crystal Core. Fortunately, the zombies upstairs had not yet come down to the 8th floor, and the two of them safely reached the safe passage on the 8th floor. After pushing open the door of the passage, a few steps later there was another tightly closed iron door with a combination lock on it. Xia Jihan pushed hard, but it wouldn't open. Aining lowered her eyes in embarrassment. She was not the manager of the mall warehouse, and she didn't know the password. Give me some time, maybe I can crack the code. Aining said softly, put down his backpack, and was about to take out the laptop from the backpack. Time, they didn't have time to stay here now. Without waiting for Aining to take out the computer, Xia Jihan raised her hand and covered the combination lock. A white light flashed, and thick smoke suddenly came out of the combination lock. Par. The fire flickered, the combination lock was completely broken, and the iron door slowly opened. Aining's eyes widened in shock. This is also possible. Xia Jihan took out a piece of iron plate from the space, closed the door of the passage, and called Aining to push open the iron door. As soon as the iron gate was opened, an unpleasant stench mixed with the smell of blood came out. Xia Jihan frowned and pulled and ninged vigilantly. The 8th floor was indeed a warehouse. The shelves were filled with supplies. Due to the power outage, there were no windows, and except for some light at the door, it was dark inside. Xia Jihan picked up a beverage bottle on the shelf and threw it towards the aisle of another row of shelves. Bang bang bang. The beverage bottle rolled several times in the aisle, making a crisp sound. Boom. A zombie covered in blood with bloodshot eyes overturned the shelf and pounced towards the beverage bottles following the noise. Immediately afterwards, 2 more zombies wearing supermarket work clothes jumped out from the darkness. There are indeed zombies here. Hide yourself. Xia Jihan clenched the baseball bat in her hand, said something hastily, and rushed towards the confused zombies. Bang! The baseball bat, glowing white, hit a zombie hard on the back of the head. However, this time, the baseball bat, which was always effective, did not blow up the zombie's head. It only caused his whole body to twitch and temporarily lose his ability to move. Xia Jihan narrowed her eyes slightly. One stick didn't work, so she swung another one with her backhand. It seems that zombies are also evolving. Even if their baseball bat had supernatural powers, it couldn't do much damage to them. After 2 consecutive swings of the stick, the zombie was finally knocked to the ground by Xia Jihan. The noise of her sneak attack also attracted the attention of the other 2 zombies. They turned around and pounced on Xia Jihan. Because the baseball bat was not powerful enough, Xia Jihan did not dare to continue rushing forward, and instead ran towards the collapsed shelf on the right. While escaping, Xia Jihan put away the baseball bat and a shovel appeared in her hand. It was pitch black ahead, and Xia Jihan didn't dare to run any further. A female zombie with blood all over her face was the fastest, and she followed closely behind Xia Jihan. Bang! Xia Jihan turned around and swung the shovel, flattening the female zombie's head. Then she kicked it hard. Click! The sharp shovel was inserted directly into the female zombie's head. Xia Jihan also noticed that the shovel head was not emitting white light. Is it because the shovel only has an iron head and the handle is made of wood, and wood is not conductive, so her supernatural powers cannot be injected into the shovel? Xia Jihan is not familiar with her special abilities yet, so she can only remember this for now. The female zombie was completely dead. Just as Xia Jihan pulled out the shovel, the male zombie following closely behind pounced on her again. This time, she didn't have time to swing the shovel. The zombies had already pounced on her. She placed the shovel between her and the zombies and resisted with all her strength. However, she did not see that in the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes were slowly approaching her. Bang, bang, bang. While she was struggling to fight the zombies, Aining suddenly pounded the ground frantically, even cutting her palm. The sweet smell of blood instantly attracted the zombie's attention, and the zombie that was biting Xia Jihan was stunned for a moment. Xia Jihan took the opportunity to kick the zombie in the abdomen. The zombie was kicked back several steps, and what greeted him was a sharp shovel. A shovel hit the zombie's head and the zombie fell to the ground. Xia Jihan cut off his head without hesitation. The crisis is over. Xia Jihan let out a breath and was about to thank Aining, but Aining showed a look of horror. Bang! In the dark, a figure knocked down several shelves in succession and ran towards Aining at an extremely fast speed. Aining was so scared that she was trembling with fear. She instinctively raised her backpack and hid her head behind it. A ning! Xia Jihan shouted loudly, and at the same time she saw the figure that jumped out. It was a burly zombie, covered in blood, with a bloody mouth and scarlet eyes full of ferocity. This zombie's eyes were not like those dull-eyed zombies. He seemed to have awakened his intelligence. Seeing that the zombie was about to pounce on Aining, Xia Jihan threw the shovel in her hand at the zombie, but the shovel did not hit the zombie, but passed by it and fell to the ground. At the critical moment, a flash of lightning with fire flashed through Xia Jihan's mind. Crackle, crackle. Xia Jihan didn't know what had happened. She only knew that her raised hand did not fall, and a ball of white light shot towards the zombies from her palm. In an instant, the burly zombie's body turned black and emitted white smoke, with its body twitching continuously. It's like being electrocuted. However, this is not the end. Bang! A few seconds later, the zombie exploded, black blood splattered everywhere, limbs and blood foam flew everywhere, and the pungent fishy smell made people feel nauseous. Bite! A yellow crystal core the size of a fingernail fell to the ground. Crystal core! Xia Jihan exclaimed in surprise and hurried over. This was truly an unexpected gain. This crystal core is a good thing. It is not only the source of power for all superpowers, but also the currency in circulation after the end of the world. It's a pity that only this zombie that died by exploding condensed the crystal core. Ding, a level 1 fire crystal core is detected, and 500 cubic meters of space is awarded. As soon as she threw the crystal core into the space, Xiaobei's reminder sounded in Xia Zhihan's mind. Unexpectedly, this crystal core is so valuable. Xia Zhihan was instantly overjoyed. Aning, are you okay? Xia Zhihan helped up the shivering Aning, and the look in her eyes when she looked at her was no longer cold, but a little gentle. If Aning hadn't cut her palm to attract the zombies, she might have capsized in the gutter today. Chapter 12, Big Sweep. After bandaging Aning's wound, Xia Zhihan no longer hid herself and looked at the dazzling shelves with shining eyes. Supplies. With the things in this warehouse, it would not be a problem for her and her brother to lie down for 3 to 5 years in the apocalypse. Xia Zhihan excitedly took out a flashlight and opened her hands towards the shelves. Everything she touched disappeared out of thin air and went directly into her space. The ding-ding-ding sound in my mind continued to ring, and the space expanded infinitely. The things in the supermarket are great: rice, snacks, alcohol, condiments, mineral water, everything you can think of. In the supermarket, she could only pick these things up one by one, but here, she could pick them up shelf by shelf. The supplies she spent millions on were just the tip of the iceberg. Xia Zhihan felt very happy at this moment. In less than half an hour, the entire warehouse was cleared out by Xia Zhihan, and Xia Zhihan showed a satisfied smile. And her space also increased to 5,000 cubic meters. Aning watched in astonishment the whole time. She couldn't imagine how good Xia Zhihan was at pretending. Aning, let's go. Xia Zhihan walked with a brisk pace and spoke with satisfaction. Hey, Zhihan, wait a minute, there is an internal passage for employees here. Aning hurriedly called out to Xia Zhihan. There was a special employee elevator on the second floor of the supermarket that went directly to the underground parking lot. The internal passage she was talking about was a staircase specially built for employees by the supermarket owner. This staircase is not open to the public. Some large items need to be sent to the warehouse, but the elevator can't accommodate them, so they have to take the stairs. Xia Zhihan held a flashlight and followed Aning doubtfully, walking towards the innermost part of the warehouse. Here, they actually found the stairs. Aning, how did you know there is a staff staircase here? Xia Zhihan couldn't help but ask curiously. You know, Aning works on the 17th floor of the e-commerce building, and she is not an employee of the supermarket. In the computer, there are blueprints of the entire building. Aning replied somewhat nervously. She didn't dare tell Xia Zhihan that as long as her hand touched the computer, a computer would exist in her mind, and it was a working computer. Opening the door to the staff staircase, the underground parking lot was filled with cars stuck in the mud, and there was a faint white light at the exit. Xia Zhihan and Aning walked with difficulty in the mud. The flood had submerged the underground parking lot, and a lot of mud had accumulated. Also, because of the silt, this place is very safe and there are no zombies. After finally getting out of the underground parking lot, Xia Zhihan took a few deep breaths of fresh air. In the military area, gunshots were heard from time to time. It seems that the people in the military zone have successfully found weapons and are clearing out the zombies. Thanks to their amazing operations, most of the zombies around here were attracted away, and the rest entered the military zone. Zhihan, are we really going to the military area? Hearing the gunshot, Aning asked timidly. Xia Zhihan glanced at the shops on both sides of the street. Although they were soaked in water, some things were still usable. While these people haven't reacted yet, she can go collect another wave of supplies. It won't be too late to go to the military area after all the supplies are collected. It's just Aning. Xia Zhihan handed the shovel in her hand to Aning. Aning, the zombies' weakness is their brains. If you encounter them, don't show mercy. I'm going to collect supplies nearby, you can. Xia Zhihan said worriedly that she wanted Aning to stay in the military area first. After all, collecting supplies was dangerous. However, Aning interrupted her firmly. No, I want to follow you. Wang Jingning, my name. Aning clenched the shovel and said with determination that if she died, she hoped someone would remember her full name. Seeing this, Xia Zhihan stopped trying to persuade her and walked towards a store on the street. This is a brand clothing store. The clothes inside have been soaked by someone and are covered with a lot of mud. However, Xia Zhihan didn't mind at all and could still use it after washing it. Crash! Xia Zhihan held a baseball bat and smashed the glass of the store. Ning stood at the door of the store to watch while Xia Zhihan went to rob the store. In this way, the people in the military district fought hard with the zombies, while Aining and Xia Jihan looted shops one by one on the streets. Xia Jihan looked through small supermarkets, pharmacies, luxury stores, gold shops, even lighting stores, electrical appliance stores, and mobile phone stores, and put them all into the space. Regardless of whether these things can be used or not, they are valuable. They can be used to upgrade the space, and they can be used as scrap metal in the future. The sun was setting and it was getting dark. Xia Jihan had no choice but to pull Aining and sneak into the military area. A dark night without light is deadly dangerous to everyone. In the previous life, even the most powerful psychics did not dare to leave the base alone at night. Xia Jihan pulled Aining and ran straight to the underground base. Along the way, they encountered many zombie corpses and humans bitten to death by zombies. When they arrived at the entrance, several strong men were busy pulling the barbed wire. "Hey, what do you do?" A shirtless sturdy man shouted to stop them, and several other sturdy men pointed their guns at them. "We want to find a safe place to hide for a night." Xia Jihan pretended to be scared and hugged Aining, pinched her thigh, and forced out 2 tears, and said pitifully, "After these people have reinforced the entrance, anyone who wants to enter the base to seek refuge must hand in enough supplies, except for those with special abilities. But it is impossible for her to take out the supplies now. Even a little bit will arouse the greed of these people. They are 2 women." A shirtless burly man waved at the few people and spoke with a sly smile on his face, his eyes full of mockery. "You can come in if you want, but we need to check to make sure you haven't been bitten." The sturdy man said this with a lewd look on his face, and several men immediately understood and jumped down with a filthy smile. "Let me check your backpacks first." "Give it to me." Several big men surrounded them and started to snatch their backpacks. Aining was unwilling to hand over the computer and held it tightly. She was then pushed hard by a man and fell to the ground. "Aining!" Xia Jihan hurried forward to help her up, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. These men actually bullied 2 powerless women. How shameless! Originally, she could have revealed her identity as a psychic and entered smoothly, but if she did so, the people in the base would definitely not let her go easily if she wanted to leave. Chapter 13: Changing Weapons. "Brother Nan, there's nothing. I just have a broken computer here." These 2 people are really poor. They didn't even bring a bottle of water. After the 2 men searched Xia Jihan and her friends' backpacks, they couldn't help but complain. The shirtless man named Brother Nan couldn't help but get annoyed, and his eyes instantly became fierce. "You have nothing, but you want to enter our shelter. Do you want to eat for free?" However, when Brother Nan's eyes fell on Xia Jihan's exquisite figure, a wicked smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stared at her chest with an obscene look. "But you have a good figure." Brother Nan extended his hand towards Xia Jihan meaningfully. Xia Jihan secretly clenched her fists, a cold murderous aura spread all over her body, and a hint of white light flashed in her eyes. The man's eyes and actions made her feel extremely sick, and the dark life in her previous life emerged in her mind. Aining noticed that Xia Jihan was in a bad mood, and hurriedly said in a low voice, "We can work, we won't take your things for nothing. Now that the base has just been established, we will definitely need a lot of people to work." But Brother Nan remained unmoved. At this time, a low voice sounded. "Ainan, what are you doing? It's getting dark." A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, strong features and a slicked back hair walked out of the underground entrance. Brother Nan's action of attacking my chest suddenly stopped. Xia Jihan looked back and subconsciously lowered her eyes. The man's name was Wang Zhenhai, an Earth-type mutant. Before the end of the world, he was the boss of a financial company and had a group of thugs who specialized in debt collection. As for what else he did in secret, Xia Jihan had no idea. The military base was occupied, and this man naturally became the leader of the base. When they were needed to work, the man solemnly promised that he would build the safest and most solid shelter. However, when he gathered enough superpowers, he began to despise ordinary people as a burden. So, he proposed that if ordinary people wanted to survive in the base, they could only exchange their labor for food, or risk going out to collect supplies. There is no other way. For ordinary people, going out is basically a dead end. In the end, young women can only make a living by selling their bodies. The strong men act as bait to lure the zombies. As for the elderly and children, he threw them all out to feed the zombies. So, although this man appears to be a modest gentleman on the surface, he is actually ruthless and inhumane. Brother Hai, 2 women have come to escape, we are checking them out. The shirtless man explained respectfully. Wang Zhenhai looked at them coldly and said in a displeased voice, let them in, and get back to work. Since the boss had spoken, the men naturally did not dare to embarrass them and could only turn around and leave unwillingly. Aining picked up her computer and carefully put it back into her backpack. Jihan, who is that person? I didn't expect that he is so kind. Aining looked at Wang Zhenhai's back, moved closer to her and whispered to her. Since Wang Zhenhai did not make things difficult for them, Aining felt that he was a good person. Xia Jihan's eyes twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. People in this world will always be deceived by some illusions. When they arrived at the underground base, Xia Jihan noticed that there were already dozens of refugees gathered there. They were huddled in a corner, looking haggard and exhausted. Find a place to rest. Wang Zhenhai said a few words casually and left. After spending a safe night in the base, they joined in reinforcing and building the base. The supplies in the military zone are still very abundant, and there are enough military tents. During the day, the men went up there to carry things, while the women set up tents and did odd jobs in the base. In the evening, they could get a piece of bread or half a compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water. As more and more people came to seek refuge, the underground base began to take shape. In just 2 or 3 days, the base began to screen out people with special abilities. Those with special abilities can live in spacious and clean military tents, and 3 meals a day are provided by the base. Those without special powers can only squeeze into simple, dirty shacks. On the 5th day, there were still survivors who came to the base one after another. The black market at the base has also flourished, with many people putting things they don't need on sale for exchange. Early in the morning, Xia Jihan started strolling around the black market. It is still the early days of the apocalypse, and many modern things can still be seen in the black market, such as mobile phones, luxury goods, cosmetics, etc. A month later, these things became waste, and were replaced by various weapons and crystal cores. Xia Jihan was walking between the stalls, and suddenly, one stall caught her attention. A shiny black military dagger with a sharp blade that emits a cold glow. Xia Jihan couldn't help but squat in front of the stall, picked up the dagger and waved it. A chill instantly spread throughout her body. She wielded the knife very smoothly and was very satisfied. Don't move if you don't want to buy it. An unhappy voice sounded. Xia Jihan looked up blankly and saw a tall, burly man with an untidy beard sitting cross-legged behind the stall. He held his cheek with one hand, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking lazy and Buddhist. I'm talking about you. Seeing that Xia Jihan was staring at him, the sturdy man frowned and stretched out his calloused hand towards her. Oh, how much is this? Xia Jihan did not return the dagger to the burly man, but held it in her backhand. What do you have to offer in exchange? My dagger is not an ordinary dagger. The burly man raised his eyebrows arrogantly. Of course Xia Jihan knew that this dagger was not simple. In the previous life, Yang Feng once told her that there was a batch of cold weapons in the military district, which were made of unknown materials, and these weapons were particularly suitable for people with special abilities. Before long, the zombies' abilities will continue to evolve, and ordinary firearms will not be able to cause much damage to them. Only those with superpowers can kill them, and these weapons can make them even more powerful. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Jihan slowly opened her backpack, and several packs of cigarettes appeared in the backpack. Xia Jihan took out a pack of cigarettes, cautiously showing only a little, and whispered, "How about cigarettes? Don't use those that have been soaked in water." Because of the flood, most of the supplies that the psychics collected were soaked in water. I Haven tea soaked it in water. Xia Jihan looked around and quickly stuffed a pack of cigarettes into the sturdy man's hand. The sturdy man opened the cigarette box with some excitement, lit a cigarette impatiently, took 2 deep puffs, and looked very enjoyable as he puffed out smoke. Damn, this is the taste. Cigarettes that have been soaked in water will change their taste. Even if they are dried over fire, they will not taste the same as before. 5 packs. After smoking half a cigarette, the sturdy man stretched out 5 fingers towards Xia Jihan. Chapter 14, Strange Things at the Base. Adhering to the principle of bargaining in half, Xia Jihan held up 2 fingers, 2 bags. Seeing this, the sturdy man impatiently reached out and tried to snatch the dagger from Xia Jihan's hand. 3 packs, that's all I have. Xia Jihan quickly covered the dagger and stretched out 3 fingers. The sturdy man's hand hit nothing, and he couldn't help but look up to Xia Jihan. You know, he is a supernatural being, and his strength and speed have been improved. The woman in front of him looked thin and small, but she was moving quite fast. Make a deal. The strong man didn't hesitate, and stretched out his hand and spread it out directly. 3 packs of cigarettes for a supernatural dagger. Value. It's totally worth it. As for Xia Jihan, why didn't she use food exchange? Food is a necessity. If she took out a lot at once, it would definitely bring disaster upon herself. As for cigarettes, they are only needed by men who are addicted to smoking and cannot quit. Even if she still has a few packs of cigarettes in her backpack, no one will miss it. Xia Jihan happily packed the dagger. There will be new weapons tomorrow. At this time, the sturdy man suddenly said with a smile on his lips. Xia Jihan paused, looked back and nodded, then continued walking forward. Her eyes gradually became deeper. It seems that this strong man has found the storage place of those cold weapons. Should I follow him and steal it directly? Won't that be better than her trying to buy it one by one? While he was thinking about it, a noisy sound came from the area where the psychics lived not far away. Xia Jihan looked over curiously. A man in camouflage uniform walked out of the tent, carrying a bloody corpse on his shoulder. There was a big hole in the chest of the corpse, and there was nothing inside. Another one died. Is this the 3rd one? In the past 2 days, people with special abilities have died one after another in strange circumstances. They were all killed by having their hearts dug out. The most outrageous thing is that we still don't know who the murderer is. Several people beside me were whispering to each other. Xia Jihan narrowed her eyes and frowned. In the end times, not only zombies have crystal cores in their bodies, but those with special powers do as well. The zombies' crystal cores are in their heads, while those with special powers have theirs in their hearts. The psychics need the zombies' crystal cores to upgrade their abilities, and the zombies also need to gnaw on the psychics' flesh and hearts to improve their own abilities. In the end, she didn't know whether the psychics won or the zombies won. She only knew that the crystal cores of the psychics now were useless to other psychics and were only needed by zombies. 3 months later, someone developed an enhanced human, which was a process of implanting the crystal core of a mutant into the heart of an ordinary person, in order to enhance the ordinary person's abilities. Only then will people need the crystal cores of those with special abilities. But she was already dead by then, and she didn't know whether the enhancement of the human was successful or not. They specialize in digging out the hearts of people with special abilities. Could it be that zombies have sneaked into the base? Not likely. At this stage, the zombies are basically rotten all over, so they are very easy to identify. Besides, the eyes of zombies and humans are different colors. Xia Jihan was puzzled, and at the same time, she became more alert. It seems that we can't stay in this base anymore. She was determined to get those cold weapons, so Xia Jihan decided to take a risk. Aining, after tonight, I may have to leave the base. Back in the shack, Xia Jihan whispered to Aining, who was playing on the computer. What puzzled her was that Aining's computer seemed to never run out of battery. This computer has lasted for more than 10 days without electricity or internet and has not been shut down. Aining raised her head and looked at Xia Jihan in confusion. I'm going to Yancheng to find my brother, Aining. Xia Jihan found it difficult to speak. She knew very well that this base was not very friendly to ordinary people, but if she brought Aining with her, she might die even faster. Yancheng. Aining murmured, his eyes fell on the computer again, his fingertips tapping the keyboard rapidly. Xia Jihan smiled helplessly. She had gotten used to it these days. As long as Aining was focused on the computer, it would be difficult for other things to distract her. Aining, keep these bags of supplies. You can use everything inside, but don't show off your wealth, okay? Xia Jihan was packing while giving worried instructions. Meeting each other is fate. Some people say that it is the end of the world, and you have to get rid of your kindness and even become selfish in order to live longer. Xia Jihan also thought that there was nothing wrong with this. However, along the way, Aining never harmed her, and even saved her. Before leaving, he left some supplies for her so that she could live longer. This is Xia Jihan's intention. She couldn't bear to be cruel to someone who was truly kind to her. Jihan, I know how to get to Yancheng. Just as Xia Jihan was covering the packages of supplies with rags, Aining suddenly spoke. Xia Jihan paused. What did you mean? To go to Yancheng, can't we just take the highway? Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to fly a plane, otherwise, she could save a lot of time by robbing one. The highway is packed with cars, unless you walk on foot. Aining understood Xia Zhihan's thoughts, curled her lips into a smile, stretched out her index and middle fingers, and gestured vividly, showing the walking posture. Xia Zhihan had never thought about this question. I know there is an old road that can get to Yancheng without taking the highway, and there are not many cars on the old road. Aining closed the computer and looked at Xia Zhihan playfully. Xia Zhihan immediately understood that Aining wanted to follow her to Yancheng. Aining, have you been to Yancheng? No. Aining smiled sweetly and shook her head innocently, which made Xia Zhihan even more confused. You've never been there, how do you know there's an old road? In the end times, if you want to travel far, it is important to choose the road. Just as Aining said, cars cannot pass on the highway, so you can only choose to walk, which also means that the danger will increase exponentially. And in the last days, getting lost can be fatal. So, she had to make sure how credible Aining's words were. I found it on the computer. Aining said calmly. Afterwards, she told Xia Zhihan about her connection with the computer without reservation. Trust is a very delicate thing. Someone always has to take the first step before the other person can trust you unconditionally. Xia Zhihan looked at Aining in shock, and then she smiled foolishly as if she had found a treasure. She did not doubt what Aining said, because in a previous life, there was a special and mysterious person by Wang Zhenhai's side. She is proficient in all knowledge and is even the precise navigator of Wang Zhenhai's superpower team. When surrounded by zombies, she can always find a safe escape route. Thanks to that mysterious man, Wang Zhenhai escaped death countless times and also protected that man very closely. Yang Feng told her all this, because he saw with his own eyes how Wang Zhenhai, who was in a desperate situation, broke out of the siege unscathed. Chapter 15 Found a Treasure. Awesome, Aining, you are really awesome. You can even control the computer now. Xia Zhihan asked in surprise and excitement. Well, not only can I control the computer, I can also activate the city's surveillance system. Aining nodded shyly. It was because she could activate the monitoring system that she dared to tell Xia Zhihan to take the old route. Damn, the surveillance system can be activated even without electricity. Xia Zhihan's eyes widened with disbelief. Did she find a treasure? You can't activate all of them, but if you want to look at a specific place, you can still do it. Aining lowered her head in embarrassment. She discovered by accident how to activate the surveillance. As long as the surveillance was not broken, she could see what was happening around her. Xia Zhihan was instantly excited. This means that the movements of the entire city are in Aining's mind. From now on, she only needs to sit in a safe place and give commands remotely. What an incredible skill this is. Oh, by the way, Zhihan, these past 2 days, I discovered a strange phenomenon. Aining suddenly thought of something, sat down again and turned on the computer. On the computer, there was a surveillance video of the base. The camera was facing a military tent. The curtain of the tent was not lowered. A man in camouflage clothes was pacing anxiously in the tent. Xia Zhihan looked at Aining in confusion. Here it comes. Aining let out a soft cry. Xia Zhihan stared at the surveillance screen without blinking, only to see the man pacing back and forth suddenly pause. The next second, a big hole strangely appeared in his chest and his heart had been taken out. Nima, what's going on? Xia Zhihan screamed in surprise, and instantly felt a chill on her back, and swallowed in fear. There was no other person in the surveillance video. How was the man's heart dug out? Xia Zhihan was completely confused. This base is so weird, they must leave here as soon as possible. Aining, can you find a weapon like this dagger somewhere? Xia Zhihan took out the dagger that she had exchanged with the strong man from her backpack. In line with the principle of not interfering in other people's affairs, Xia Zhihan did not intend to delve into this strange scene any further. As long as she found the batch of cold weapons, she would take Aining away from here immediately. It looks familiar. Let me think. Aining looked at the dagger and thought for a while, then his fingertips quickly tapped on the keyboard. A few seconds later, another surveillance video appeared on the computer. In a small room, the shelves were filled with these black cold weapons. After a few seconds, the floor of the room began to tremble slightly. Soon, a big hole appeared on the ground, and a burly man crawled out of the hole. This man was the burly man who had done business with Xia Jihan. The sturdy man picked up a few weapons from the shelf and jumped into the big hole. Soon, the ground returned to normal. It seems that the burly man is an Earth-type mutant, and this weapon storage room must have been discovered by him by accident. Aining, I want to go to this room. Do you have any good suggestions? Xia Jihan pointed at the room on the computer and spoke solemnly. I know where the room is. It's in the military area up there, but not inside the city walls. Aining stared at the computer intently, typing quickly with his fingers, and soon, the military zone topographic map of the base appeared on the computer. The underground base became a shelter. After all the supplies in the military area were moved out, Wang Zhenhai brought some Earth-type ability users and built a circle of high walls at the entrance of the base. The room that Xia Jihan was looking for was not within the city wall, which meant that they were likely to encounter zombies. No wonder that Earth-type sturdy guy used the method of drilling a hole to get in. Xia Jihan pondered for a moment. Now she had two choices. Either continue to stay in the base and slowly exchange supplies for weapons, or take the risk of leaving the base, collecting weapons, and heading towards Yancheng. Thinking of the weirdness of this base, Xia Jihan decisively decided to take the risk and leave the base. She is also a mutant. If she continues to stay in the base, what if her heart is taken out? Wouldn't that be an unjust death? After a simple packing, Xia Jihan and Aining walked out of the base. Passing by the military tent area, a shrill cry attracted Xia Jihan's attention. Yang Feng, you can't do this to me. I'm your girlfriend. How could you do this? The familiar voice and the scumbag's name made Xia Jihan stop. It's Lin Jingyi and Yang Feng. In the corner, outside an inconspicuous military tent, Lin Jingyi, disheveled and dirty, fell to the ground in an utterly ungraceful manner, tightly grasping Yang Feng's feet. Yang Feng was holding a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water in his hands, and he was staring at Lin Jingyi fiercely. Shut up, damn it! Lin Jingyi's loud shout made many people stop and look at the tent with puzzled eyes. Yang Feng felt extremely embarrassed in an instant, his whole face turned red. Seeing that he couldn't leave, he grabbed Lin Jingyi's hair and dragged her into the tent. Of course Xia Jihan knew what happened. In his previous life, although Yang Feng was a water-based mutant, he was not welcomed at all in the early days of the apocalypse, which also led to the fact that he and Lin Jingyi did not have enough food to eat. And they set their sights on her. Don't hit me. Yang Feng, I was wrong. Oh. Soon, Lin Jingyi's painful screams and pleas for mercy were heard in the tent. If it weren't for me, your mother would have died long ago. What's wrong with taking a piece of bread from you? Xia Jihan sneered and walked forward. This pair of dogs and bitches have vividly demonstrated the meanness and shamelessness of human nature. Let them stay here and endure it. She believed that they would bear all the sins she had suffered in her previous life. Aining looked at the tent suspiciously, then strode after Xia Jihan. Jihan, do you know them? Aining asked softly. She felt that Xia Jihan's emotions were fluctuating a lot just now. Xia Jihan shook her head and curled her lips in relief. After leaving the base, we came to the city wall, where there was an iron gate leading to the outside. Outside the iron gate, the roars of zombies could be heard from time to time. Hey, it's you guys. What's up? No food. A teasing voice sounded. There were several military jeeps parked at the iron gate. Brother Nan was sitting in one of the jeeps, crossing his legs, smoking a cigarette, and staring at Xia Jihan with a lewd look. Tell me if you don't have anything to eat. Stay with me tonight and I'll make sure you can eat as much as you want. How about that? Xia Jihan and Aining had no intention of paying any attention to Brother Nan. However, Brother Nan suddenly jumped out of the car and stopped them. TSK, it's such a shame that such a delicate and tender creature was eaten by zombies. Brother Nan had a rascally smile on his face and stretched out his big hand, wanting to touch Xia Jihan. Chapter 16 Dumb Handsome Guy. This time, Xia Jihan didn't tolerate him. She took Aining's hand and nimbly dodged Brother Nan's dirty hands, then walked past him towards the iron gate. Brother Nan was stunned for several seconds before turning around angrily, but Xia Jihan and Aining had already walked out of the iron gate. Xia Jihan curled her lips into a smile, raised her hand to the person behind her, and raised her middle finger arrogantly, full of sarcasm. Har har har, Aining, you can't even catch a woman, are you weak? Har har har. Amidst the laughter, Brother Nan clenched his fists and snorted coldly, HMPH, you ungrateful women, just wait and see, in less than 5 minutes, those two women will be so scared that they will run back in a hurry. However, 10 minutes passed and Shia Jihan and Aining still hadn't returned. Brother Nan kicked the wheel several times angrily, looking into the distance with a hint of worry in his eyes. Were those two women really eaten by zombies? Just then, a corner of the military zone suddenly flashed white light, and countless dazzling lightning bolts fell from the sky in that area. Oh my god, who is this lightning-type mutant? Nima, this is too spectacular, isn't it? Depend on. The men near the iron gate stretched their heads and looked at the lightning with envy and jealousy. Brother Nan narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that these lightning bolts were related to the woman with a good figure. In the narrow alley, Shia Jihan and Aining were surrounded by zombies. This alley was the only way leading to the room. Although Aining had reminded her that there were many zombies around, she didn't expect there would be so many. As soon as they entered the alley, they were attacked from the front and back. Roar! R. The zombies swayed as they surrounded the two men, roaring continuously, their red eyes filled with madness. As the weather has been getting hotter recently, the decay rate of zombies is also accelerating rapidly. The more severe the degree of decay of the corpses, the more inconvenient it is for them to move. This also gave Shia Jihan time to gather her supernatural powers. This was also the first time she used her ability to attack a group of people. It turned out that the longer the ability was condensed, the greater the power it exerted. In an instant, the alley was flooded with white light. Aining stood behind Shia Jihan and subconsciously closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Shia Jihan was gasping for breath and kneeling on one knee in pain. The alley was filled with charred zombie corpses emitting white smoke. Jihan, are you okay? Aining ran over worriedly and helped Shia Jihan up. Shia Jihan glanced at the dozen or so corpses in the alley and said with a wry smile, "It seems like we've gone too far." Although this wave of supernatural power was powerful, it also drained all the energy in her body. She now feels hollowed out and powerless. It seems that superpowers cannot be used infinitely. No wonder those superpower users risk their lives to snatch the crystal core. Taking out a dagger, Shia Jihan staggered as she harvested the crystal cores in the zombies' heads. There are only 5 crystal cores in total, fiery red, grey, and blue. But the white crystal core she needed was not available. Thunder crystal cores are extremely rare, which results in the fact that although thunder users are very powerful, in the later stages, even the worst water users can beat them. Well, it seems that she still needs to find a way to exchange for some lightning crystal cores. 5 crystal cores were thrown into the space, and the space instantly rose to 8,000 cubic meters. Aining, we have to hurry. After harvesting the zombies' crystal cores, Shia Jihan pulled Aining and quickly walked out of the alley. In front of me is an experimental building with 5 floors in total, and the room is at the left end of the 3rd floor of the building. After successfully climbing to the 3rd floor, Shia Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not encounter any zombies in this building. Could it be that all the zombies were attracted into the alley by them? This is a good thing. But for some reason, Shia Jihan felt a sudden panic in her heart. Aining, follow me. Shia Jihan tightly gripped the dagger and whispered a warning. She didn't know why she felt nervous, but no matter what, she had to take the weapons away. Shia Jihan walked forward vigilantly, looking left and right. The whole floor was very quiet. Apart from their light footsteps, there was no other sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out from the room next door at a very fast speed. Shia Jihan only felt a chill in her shoulders, and her body suddenly hung in the air. Bang! There was a sharp pain in her back, and Shia Jihan didn't even have time to see what the figure in front of her looked like. She turned around and stabbed at the figure with the hand holding the dagger. Aining also reacted and ran towards Shia Jihan. However, the next second, Aining, who was running, and Shia Jihan, whose hands were about to fall, suddenly stopped. Aining kept running. Shia Jihan had a ferocious look on her face, and the sharp tip of the knife was only a few centimeters away from the black figure. At this moment, the air solidifies and time stops. The black figure looked at Shia Jihan carefully, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He snatched the dagger from Shia Jihan's hand, and raised her hands high. A slender hand fixed Shia Jihan's wrist, and then the black figure pressed close to her. The posture was a bit ambiguous, but he was extremely satisfied. A snap of fingers. Shia Jihan blinked. What's going on? She had clearly just swung the dagger. And who is this fair-skinned, handsome man in front of me? The man was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt that covered his short hair. His eyes were as black as obsidian, emitting a faint glow. He had a high nose bridge and thin lips. His face was as pale as paper, making him look a little sick. Xia Jihan felt a cold touch on her wrist, and she realized that she was pressed against the wall by the man, and her dagger fell into the man's hands. The man in the hoodie did not put the dagger against her neck, but opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But Xia Jihan didn't want to listen. Although she didn't know how this man subdued her. But bang! Xia Jihan raised her knee and kicked the man hard at the most vulnerable part. The man immediately let go of Xia Jihan with a look of pain on his face, bent his body, covered his crotch and jumped up, his fair and handsome face wrinkled into a ball. At this time, Aining also ran over, picked up the backpack containing the laptop, and hit the man's back several times. Rogue! A shovel appeared in Xia Jihan's hand. Aining, stay away from him. Xia Jihan had no time to stop it and could only shout anxiously. This man was strange and powerful. If she hadn't just launched a sneak attack, she would have been unable to get the man to let go. She was afraid that Aining would suffer. Aining hit him several times in a row, and when she heard Xia Jihan's voice, she hurriedly moved away from the man. The man was lying on the ground, seemingly writing something. Just as Xia Jihan's shovel was about to reach the man raised the notebook in pain. Chapter 17 Space Mutation. Xia Jihan took a closer look and saw something crookedly written on the notebook. Don't you recognize me? What an old-fashioned way of picking up a conversation. Does she know him? Xia Jihan looked at him with disdain and without mercy, she pressed the sharp head of the shovel against the man's neck. The man raised his head aggrievedly and looked at her pitifully. After taking a closer look, Xia Jihan felt that the man looked a little familiar. Ali. Seeing Xia Jihan stopped, the man hurriedly wrote on the notebook. Ali. Xia Jihan suddenly remembered the injured man in the alley before the apocalypse. And around the man's neck, there was a dragon-shaped jade pendant. It's you? Xia Jihan exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect that this man was still alive. Seeing that Xia Jihan remembered him, the man nodded happily. It was the jade pendant you dropped that saved me. Thank you. The man wrote quickly on the notebook, and then raised the dragon-shaped jade pendant around his neck. You are welcome. Xia Jihan answered coldly that a jade pendant that fell accidentally actually saved the man's life. This is also his fate, it has nothing to do with her. Even though the man knew her, Xia Jihan did not let her guard down. She threw a bundle of ropes to Aining, and soon, the two of them tied the man up. If you behave yourself, we won't make things difficult for you. If you want to play tricks, don't blame me. Xia Jihan pretended to be fierce, patted the man's cheek, snatched the dagger from the man's hand and gave it to Aining. If he doesn't behave himself, stab him. If zombies come, throw him out and call me loudly. After giving the instructions, Xia Jihan walked towards the room at the end of the corridor. Looking at Xia Jihan's departing back, the man's eyes were dim. He had never thought of hurting Xia Jihan. Don't be afraid, Jihan won't really kill you. She's going to get something, and we'll leave. Aining's hand holding the dagger was trembling slightly. She also saw the scene just now. The two of them must have had some interactions before the end of the world. Xia Jihan was very cautious and did not trust anyone easily. However, as long as no one does anything bad, she will not take the initiative to hurt anyone. After hearing Aining's words, the man lowered his head silently. If it weren't for her dragon-shaped jade pendant that allowed him to awaken his superpowers, he would probably be dead now. He just wanted to repay her. Why? When she opened the door of the room, Xia Jihan instantly became excited. The room was full of weapons. In another month, when the psychics know how powerful these weapons are, every weapon here will be able to be sold at a sky-high price. I'm rich. Xia Jihan's eyes suddenly lit up. In the end times, earning material crystal cores from people with special abilities is just like plundering the property of wealthy tycoons before the end times. Cool. Xia Jihan could not wait to absorb the weapons, bows and arrows, crossbows, guns, sticks, double swords, long swords, axes, scimitars, long whips, hammers, two-handed maces, meteor hammers, maces. Every time a weapon is thrown in, the space will make a constant clanging sound. Ding! A meteorite ion sword is detected, and the space rises to 9,000 cubic meters. Bite. Bite. As their weapons were continuously sucked in, the space steward Xiaobei had no time to announce anything until the last weapon was thrown into the space. Ding, the space storage has reached maximum capacity, and the space has entered the second form. The territory system rewards 2 acres of farmland and an ancient well. 2 acres of farmland. What the hell? Xia Jihan was stunned for a moment and hurried into the space to investigate. At this moment, the space has become infinitely large. All the supplies she has stored only occupy a corner of the space. In the center of the space, there are 2 pieces of black land. Next to the land, there is a small ancient well. In the ancient well, spring water gushed out like a fountain, and a lot of spring water splashed out to irrigate the farmland. Xia Jihan stared at it in amazement. Space turned into land, what's going on? Fortunately, when collecting supplies, Xia Jihan packed a lot of seeds. After thinking about it, she realized that her favorite fruit corn was. Xia Jihan swallowed, casually threw some corn seeds on the ground and left the space. I wonder if these corn seeds can germinate. However, it doesn't hurt to try. Xia Jihan walked out of the room contentedly. Seeing the man sitting against the wall, she was suddenly in trouble. What should she do now? If he is left here like this, when the zombies come, he will have no way out but death. But if we untie him, what if this man has bad intentions? Jihan. When Aining saw Xia Jihan coming out, she ran towards her happily. Xia Jihan nodded towards Aining, indicating that the things had been obtained. What about him? Aining pointed at the man by the wall in embarrassment. At this moment, the man was twisting his body constantly, and I don't know where he took out another notebook from. She said you guys are going to Yancheng, and I happen to be going there too, do you want to go with me? The man took out the notebook. Xia Jihan took a look at it and coldly refused. We're not on the way. Then she took the dagger and placed it on a higher windowsill. If the man wanted to untie the rope, he had to find a way to get the dagger, and during this process, she and Aining had already left the military area. It's just a pity to lose such a good dagger. However, when I think about the fact that she has a warehouse full of weapons, I don't feel so sad. You got it for free. This dagger is a good thing. Let's say goodbye now. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Aining, let's go. Xia Jihan pulled Aining and quickly left the military area. Not long after, the man stood at the window, watching the 2 people leaving, playing with the black dagger in his hand. Jihan, that's a nice name. The man smiled evilly and disappeared in an instant. Yancheng. 10 days later, the heavy rain really stopped and the whole Yancheng was soaked in floods. Xu Morjiang stood by the window, looking at the receding flood water and sighed, Dongbei, did your sister learn some fortune-telling technique? How can she be so accurate? Get lost, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Dongbei fiddled with his phone and replied unhappily. He hadn't received a call from his sister for several days, and Yancheng was in the predicament of power outage and internet access. This made him feel annoyed. You know what? We really have to thank her for saving our lives this time. If we stay at the airport, the consequences will be disastrous. Xu Morjiang turned around and walked over, then sat down on the sofa with a worried look on his face. Although they survived 10 days of heavy rain and stockpiled a lot of supplies, the entire Yancheng had quietly changed. Those biting monsters, or that hair-raising roar. Xu Morjiang was worried. What should they do next? Wait for my sister here. Xia Dongbei said with a firm look that he and Xia Jihan had already agreed that he would wait for her in the hotel. But things changed so fast. No one expected that the hotel where Xia Dongbei was staying would become the hardest hit area. Chapter 18. It's him. After the flood receded, the zombies became even more crazy. In addition, the surviving humans kept fleeing to higher floors, and their doors were almost knocked down. Fortunately, Xia Dongbei reinforced the door in advance, but even so, they couldn't hold out for long. The hotel is in danger. Xu Morjiang suggested evacuating the hotel first and finding a safe shelter. Although Xia Dongbei was very reluctant, he had to wait for his sister as long as he was alive. On the 15th day, the two hid the supplies that they could not take away in a secret place and left the hotel. On the narrow country road, an off-road vehicle sped past, raising a large cloud of dust. The people in the car were Xia Jihan and Aining. A day ago, Xia Jihan and Aining left the military area and experienced a wave of escape. Half a month was enough time for everyone in the city to accept the fact that zombies were rampant and they could not wait for rescue at all. Those who don't want to go or can't find shelter can only flee the city desperately. A large number of vehicles fled from the city, and behind each vehicle that rushed out, there was inevitably a large group of zombies. They ran towards the moving vehicles in front of them with their fangs and claws bared. Those who were unlucky or drove slower would be swallowed up by the zombie horde in an instant. Xia Jihan's off-road vehicle was also in the fleeing convoy. She dodged and sprinted all the way and finally escaped from the city. Along the way, Xia Jihan saw countless car accident scenes. On the side of the road, there was an overturned car, and zombies surrounded the vehicle and ate its body parts and flesh. In the middle of the road, the vehicle that rear-ended the car was emitting thick smoke. The zombies surrounded the car tightly, ramming it wildly and hitting the windows. Others escaped from their cars and ran in panic on the road, shouting for help, but no car stopped. Jihan, it's bad, it's a zombie tide. At this moment, Aining, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly cried out in surprise, and saw on the computer countless red dots gathering towards this side. Xia Jihan was driving on a country road at the moment, a narrow road with green paddy fields on both sides. There is no village in front and no shop behind. Xia Jihan frowned in confusion. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many zombies in this sparsely populated village, and a zombie tide has formed. What's going on? Jihan, there is a low water tower ahead. At the moment, it is safest to hide there. Or, speed up. There is a village not far ahead, but we may not make it in time. Aining quickly tapped the keyboard and calmly selected the two best hiding spots. Xia Jihan had already seen the water tower in front. The water tower was as high as a 3-story building. There was an iron staircase built outside and a small control console on the stairs, which should be used for irrigation or pumping water. 10 seconds later, Xia Jihan parked the SUV under the water tower. After putting the off-road vehicle into the space, Xia Jihan was surprised to find that there was also a black motorcycle parked there. The iron staircase leading to the control console was actually destroyed. The stairs were severely bent and deformed and collapsed under the water tower. It seems that there is someone in the control console, and he is a person with special abilities, otherwise he would never be able to destroy the iron stairs like this. Boom boom boom. There were rumbling sounds and deafening roars coming from behind. The zombies were rushing towards this side, destroying the paddy fields wherever they passed. There was a bloodthirsty and crazy light flashing in the eyes of all the zombies. Their red eyes were extremely terrifying, and their rotten and maggoty mouths were constantly roaring, as if they wanted to tear all the creatures from the outside world into pieces and eat them alive. And these zombies are not like the wandering zombies. They are running forward madly as if they know their destination. Xia Jihan no longer hesitated and quickly took out an aluminum ladder from the space. Aining, follow closely. Xia Jihan was the first to climb up the ladder. There were already people in the water tower, and she was not sure if they would be in danger, so she walked in front. Coming to the only window of the water tower, Xia Jihan took out a hammer. At this time, she saw clearly the person squatting in the control console. It's him. Xia Jihan was surprised for a moment. It was the mute in the base. Without waiting for Xia Jihan to break the window, the man took the initiative to walk over and opened the window with a smile. Although she had many questions in her mind, saving her life was the most important thing at this moment, so Xia Jihan jumped in without hesitation. When Aining came in, Xia Jihan put away the ladder, closed the window, and stared at the man vigilantly. So, this man is also a supernatural being, the motorcycle under the water tower is his, and this man was actually walking in front of them. What a coincidence! The man wrote in the notebook with a faint smile on his face. Xia Jihan nodded distantly and sat in the corner farthest away from the man. This man is mysterious and powerful, but she always feels that he has bad intentions. As soon as Aining entered the water tower, he huddled in a corner, impatiently opened his laptop, and typed rapidly on the keyboard. My name is Fang Yibai. The man held up the notebook and pointed at himself. Xia Jihan rolled her eyes at him. What did his name have to do with her? Seeing that Xia Jihan ignored him, Fang Yibai lowered his eyes in grievance. Here it comes. At this moment, Aining let out a soft cry. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the roars of the zombies were getting closer and closer. Xia Jihan held tightly in her hand a crescent-shaped scimitar with a double-edged blade. It was pitch black and glowed coldly. This was the most convenient weapon she chose from among the many weapons. She thought that as long as the zombie tide passed the water tower, they could leave. But who knew, a rotten hand suddenly slapped on the window. Bang! Immediately afterwards, countless hands slapped the windows frantically. Although this water tower is not high, its windows are 3 or 4 meters from the ground. How do these zombies do it? Xia Jihan stood up vigilantly and looked out the window. The window was full of zombies. They all raised their hands high, jumped more than 1 meter high, and kept banging on the window. Damn, these zombies must have become spirits, right? Such jumping ability is difficult for even ordinary people to achieve. Mutations. These 2 words popped up in Xia Jihan's mind. As time goes by, zombies are constantly mutating and evolving, and their methods of attack are no longer just flying and biting. Snap. Their window finally broke into pieces under their weight, and some zombies immediately climbed onto their windowsill, trying to climb in through the window. Xia Jihan rushed to the window, swung her scimitar, and harvested the head of a zombie. The body of a headless zombie slowly fell down and was instantly trampled into mud by the jumping zombies. 1 knife for each. Xia Jihan was harvesting the zombies' heads, but there were always times when she couldn't take care of everything. Just as she dealt with the zombie on the left, another one climbed up from the windowsill on the right. Bang! It sounds like a watermelon popping. Xia Jihan turned around and saw Fang Yibai standing by the window, with his long, slender hands pressing on the zombie's head. Use some force. Snap. The rotten head was crushed in an instant, their white pulp burst, blood foam splattered, and the zombie's eyeballs fell to the ground like marbles, rolling a few times. Fang Yibai withdrew his blood-stained palm expressionlessly and grinned at her. Chapter 19, Exhausting Work. Xia Jihan shivered unconsciously. Damn, is this taste a bit too strong? Violence. It seemed like the zombies under the windowsill were endless. Fang Yibai was emitting a foul stench and had turned into a bloody man. In the control console, the zombie heads had piled up into a small hill. Harvesting zombies' heads is also a tiring job. Xia Jihan's arms felt a little sore. This wouldn't work. If they didn't seal the window, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Aiming. Xia Jihan took out a few iron plates and tools from the space and threw them on the ground. Fortunately, she was afraid that the hotel doors would be of different sizes, so she bought many iron plates of different lengths. Under the cover of Xia Jihan and Fang Yibai, Aining used an iron plate to seal the window completely, and the console instantly became dim. Xia Jihan took out a flashlight to illuminate the area and slumped down on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The iron plate would make knocking sounds from time to time. Fang Yibai opened the iron door of the water tower and looked outside through the crack. A large number of zombies have left. There are still a dozen zombies wandering under the water tower, and there is another group gathered outside the window. However, these zombies can no longer cause much harm to them. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, a sharp gunshot was heard in the distance, which immediately aroused Xia Jihan's vigilance. A small pickup truck was speeding towards this side, followed by a large group of zombies. There were 4 burly men sitting in the back of the truck, holding weapons in their hands, constantly swinging them at the zombies behind. There was a big man holding a shotgun in his hand, and the harsh sound instantly attracted the zombies under the water tower. The zombies excitedly ran towards the pickup truck. The zombies attacked from both sides. I thought the pickup truck would turn around, but the man in the driver's seat started yelling wildly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Oh, go for it. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies in front of the pickup truck were knocked away one after another, and the man in the driver's seat became more and more excited. Seeing this, Xia Jihan's eyes grew colder. These people were able to break through the zombie horde and come here, so their strength should not be underestimated. But why are they heading for the water tower? Brother Fei, there seems to be someone here. At this time, a big man noticed that under the water tower, there was a pile of broken motorcycles and broken stairs. It's getting dark. No matter if they are human or zombie, kill them all. Qin Fei stuck his head out from the cab, glanced at the iron windows and doors, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Xia Jihan sneered. It is said that in the end times, only ruthless people can survive. These guys look tough and ruthless at first glance. But they met her. Xia Jihan pulled Fang Yibai away and opened the door a little, and a shiny black crossbow appeared in her hand. The crossbow was aimed at the pickup truck's wheel. Whoosh! A sound broke through the air. The tire of the car in front burst with a bang, and the inertia of the car made it unstable and swayed violently from side to side. If the brakes were not applied, the car would crash into the water tower, destroying the car and killing everyone on board. This is also Xia Jihan's warning to pickup trucks. Squeak! With an emergency brake, the pickup truck stopped 5 meters away from the water tower. 4 fierce-looking men jumped out of the car. The driver's door opened, and a bald man with tattoos on his arms jumped out. "Brother, we are friends when we are away from home. We would like to borrow your precious place to hide for a night. I know the rules. There are some food and drinks in the trunk of the car. They belong to you?" Qin Fei wiped his bald head, his eyes gleaming, and spoke in a domineering manner. If ordinary people heard that there was food and drink, they would definitely let them up. But Xia Jihan was dismissive. The other side had more people and more power. If they let them go up, they would either be killed or captured. Xia Jihan knows the evil of human nature better than anyone else. In the end times, there is nothing they cannot do, only things you cannot imagine. Whoosh! Qin Fei responded with a sharp arrow. "Brother Fei, the zombies are catching up." "Damn it, you have no shame." Qin Fei angrily snatched the shotgun and fired a shot at the iron gate. Bang! A hole was blasted in the iron gate. "Hide under the water tower." "Damn it, I'm going to kill them today." After firing a shot, Qin Fei ran to the water tower first, feeling a little angry. The people in the water tower refused to listen to him, which showed that they were not giving him face. Xia Jihan shot 3 arrows at the remaining people. The only disadvantage of the crossbow was that it could not fire continuously. It took time to set up the arrows and aim. Of the 3 sharp arrows, only one hit the shoulder of a big man. "Stack them up." Under the water tower, Qin Fei commanded 2 big men to climb up one on top of the other. The place where they were hiding was a blind spot, and Xia Jihan's crossbow was useless. Aining listened to the noise under the water tower with a nervous look. Fang Yibai took out the notebook and handed it to Xia Jihan. "How about I go out and deal with them?" Xia Jihan immediately glared at him. "How can you deal with them?" "Just brute force." Xia Jihan was still frightened by the fact that Fang Yibai crushed a zombie's head with his bare hands. She thought that Fang Yibai could only do this because of brute force, but there were 5 big men with weapons below him, and most importantly, a large number of zombies were about to surround him. If Fang Yibai went down now, he would undoubtedly be sending himself to death. Snap! 10 thick fingers climbed onto the aisle outside the iron gate. The aisle of the water tower was not wide, only wide enough for one person to walk through, and was paved with hollow iron plates. "Just watch me." Xia Jihan gave a wicked smile, and the next second, a small white hand reached out from the door and placed on the iron plate. Flashing white light. A sizzling sound suddenly sounded. The 2 big men who were forming a human wall under the water tower began to twitch uncontrollably all over. "Wei, come on, what are you doing?" Looking at the zombies getting closer and closer, someone urged them anxiously. "Don't go over there, he's a mutant." Seeing the 2 men foaming at the mouth and their skin gradually turning black, Qin Fei decisively pulled back the big man who wanted to step forward. "Looks like we've hit a wall. Let's go." Qin Fei narrowed his eyes and decided to leave without hesitation. There are people with special powers above, and it is difficult for them to attack, and the zombies behind them will not give them time. If they stay here, they will only die. Qin Fei left the 2 men behind and rushed towards the pickup truck. However, before he could open the door, countless zombies pounced on him and bit him. "Brother Fei, let's go." The 2 people who were a few steps behind, seeing that the situation was not good, turned around and ran towards the paddy fields. They could not go on the road, and now the only way to escape was to cross the paddy fields. Seeing the remaining 3 people running away in panic, Xia Jihan slowly withdrew her hand. In this way, most of the zombies were attracted away by the 3 people. These people were still useful before they died. The 2 people who were forming a human wall collapsed to the ground and were instantly overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. Brother Fei, help!" A shrill scream rang out. The big man who fell behind last uttered helpless cries for help and screamed in pain. After a few seconds, the sound stopped abruptly. Brother Fei, what should we do? The remaining two people waded through the deep and shallow water in the paddy field, trying desperately to escape. Qin Fei turned his head and looked behind him with a fierce look in his eyes. He picked up the man next to him without hesitation and threw him behind him. Brother Fei, Ath. The man let out a shrill scream. Chapter 20, Night Vigil. The man thrown out by Qin Fei was quickly torn into countless pieces by the hungry zombies. Throwing your companions away can indeed temporarily slow down the zombies' pursuit, but this paddy field is not like a road. It is muddy and will slow you down even if you are the fastest runner. More than 10 seconds later, several zombies who failed to grab the meat chased after Qin Fei. Suddenly, a flash of fire flashed. The zombies chasing Qin Fei instantly turned into firemen. Fire-type mutant. Looking at the flames in the paddy field, Xie Zhihan cried out in surprise. A strange red light flashed in Fang Yibai's eyes. After getting rid of a few zombies, Qin Fei glared at the water tower viciously, turned around and continued running towards the road. He remembered this grudge, the lightning-type mutant. While the zombies under the water tower were being lured away, Xie Zhihan got down from the water tower and loaded the pickup truck into the space. There was still more than half a tank of gas in the car, and half a car full of food and drinks. 3 crystal cores were dug out from the zombies' heads. Xie Zhihan counted the spoils with a smile on her face. It was already dark when she finished all this. Aining, you should rest first. I will keep watch tonight. During the day, Aining had to stare at the computer all the time to find a safe route, so Xie Zhihan let her rest first. However, before Aining could say anything, Fang Yibai suddenly came over, his eyes sparkling, and his blood-stained hand slowly opened, revealing a thumb-sized white crystal core. Lightning crystal core. Xie Zhihan was overjoyed. After killing so many zombies, she didn't even get a lightning crystal core. The little bit of supernatural power she just gained was something she had recovered with great difficulty over the past 2 days. This is really timely relief. With a flip of the bloody hand, the small white crystal core fell into Xie Zhihan's hand. Fang Yibai curled his lips and smiled, looking at her lovingly. For me? What crystal core do you need? I'll trade with you. Xie Zhihan was not willing to take Fang Yibai's things for free. Fang Yibai shook his head at her. Vomit. At this moment, Aining suddenly retched and said, I'm sorry, he smells so bad. Aining covered her mouth and nose and spoke apologetically. She didn't mean to interrupt them, it was just that the smell on Fang Yibai's body was too overpowering. At this moment, the blood stains on Fang Yibai's body had dried up, and he exuded a pungent odor all over his body, and his face was covered with a thick layer of black blood. In the previous life, every man who came to Xie Zhihan's tent was smelly and covered in blood. Xie Zhihan had long been numb. But Aining is different. This is probably the first bloody person she has ever seen. Hearing this, Fang Yibai was not angry, but walked to the corner pitifully. He really wanted to chat with Xie Zhihan, but her friends disliked him. Another hour passed. Even though Xie Zhihan opened the iron door most of the way, Aining still couldn't get used to the smell and she couldn't sleep at all. Looking at Aining, who looked uncomfortable, Xie Zhihan sighed, stood up and walked to the door, took out 2 large buckets of mineral water, and hooked a curtain. Fang Yibai, why don't you go and take a shower? Xie Zhihan pointed at the curtain, indicating that they would not peek. Fang Yibai hesitated and walked behind the curtain. Listening to the sound of splashing water, Xie Zhihan felt a pain on her face. Extremely hot weather is coming soon, and water resources will be scarce. A group of people will risk their lives to fight for a bottle of water. At that time, water-based mutants became indispensable people in every base. Although water is precious, Xie Zhihan has already regarded Aining as a true friend. For the sake of Aining's comfort, it's okay to waste it. Xie Zhihan was immersed in her own thoughts and didn't notice that Aining's face beside her was getting redder and redder. Gurgle. A slight swallowing sound was heard. Xie Zhihan thought Aining was hungry, so she turned around and saw Aining with a flushed face and lowered head, occasionally looking out the door. Following Aining's gaze, Xie Zhihan was stunned for a moment. Under the moonlight, an alluring figure was reflected on the curtain, with a tall figure, slender thighs, and a perky buttocks. Fang Yibai looks tall and thin, like a telephone pole, but surprisingly, he has a pretty good figure. The air suddenly became hot, Xie Zhihan's face became hot and her mouth became dry. She swore that she had not meant to peek, it was just that the place was so small. At this moment, Fang Yibai suddenly turned around. Xia Jihan suddenly held her breath and her eyes looked down involuntarily. She actually didn't want to watch it, mainly because of the damn curiosity in her heart. Oh, the bottom was blocked by Fang Yibai's clothes. The next second, Fang Yibai stuck out half of his head, holding a small notebook in his hand. I don't have a change of clothes. Xia Jihan was stunned. How did Fang Yibai know that she had men's clothes? After Fang Yibai finished washing, the air in the console instantly became much fresher. I'm hungry. With wet short hair, Fang Yibai handed the notebook to Xia Jihan without hesitation. You're hungry, what does it have to do with me? Xia Jihan turned her head away in annoyance. They were not familiar with each other. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yibai took back the notebook, picked up the pen and started writing. I want beef, raw is fine. No, why should I give you beef? Xia Jihan was instantly furious and yelled loudly, which woke up Aining, who had just fallen asleep. Aining sat up sleepily and looked at the two of them with a gossipy look on her face. Xia Jihan is usually calm and composed, why does she get so angry when she meets Fang Yibai? Crystal core. Fang Yibai continued writing. He knew that Xia Jihan had a space, which must have contained a lot of supplies, and he hadn't eaten for a day. You are really taking advantage of others, give it to me, give it to me. Xia Jihan complained dissatisfiedly and reluctantly took out a few boxes of raw steaks from the space. Who asked her to take Fang Yibai's crystal core? But think about it, exchanging a few boxes of steak for a lightning crystal core is quite worth it. Thanks. Fang Yibai sat in the corner holding a steak. Xia Jihan glanced at him and the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. What kind of weirdo is this man? He actually ate it raw. Hearing the subtle chewing sound, Xia Jihan's heart trembled. I'll keep watch, you go and rest. After a while, Fang Yibai came over, leaving only a few empty boxes in the corner. Need not. Xia Jihan refused with a cold face. She still didn't believe Fang Yibai, so how could she put her life in his hands? Okay, good night then. Fang Yibai didn't insist. He narrowed his eyes slightly and walked towards the corner as cunningly as a fox. Xia Jihan glared at him fiercely. In the middle of the night, it was getting colder and colder, so Xia Jihan wrapped herself in 2 blankets. Extreme weather is becoming more and more common. After a few days, the temperature will be at least 50 degrees Celsius during the day, while at night it will drop to dozens of degrees below zero. In such an environment, it becomes increasingly difficult for humans to survive. The land is dry and cracked, and it is impossible to grow new crops. Even if small animals are infected with the zombie virus, they will be scorched, frozen into popsicles and turned into specimens. So, small animals simply cannot survive. No one could have imagined that the first things to become extinct in this disaster would be animals. Chapter 21: Encountering Mutated Zombies. The climate has changed dramatically, the land is barren, zombies are rampant, cities are in decay, and humans on Earth will become food for the zombies. And it is unknown how long this disaster will last. Thinking of this, Xia Jihan entered the space with a worried look on her face. What she didn't expect was that after just one day, the corn seeds sprouted, and she didn't even need to apply fertilizer or irrigation. Looking at the tender green sprouts emerging from the soil, my worries instantly disappeared. It turns out that these 2 pieces of land are quite useful. As the saying goes, if you have land in your hands, you won't be worried. What is she afraid of? I just don't know if this area can be expanded. Xia Jihan placed 3 crystal cores into the space. Ding, 3 crystal cores detected, which can be used for energy conversion. At this time, the voice of Space Steward Xiaobei suddenly sounded. Under Xia Jihan's dazed gaze, 3 crystal cores flew into the ancient well, bubbling with gurgle, and sank. Hello. Xia Jihan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. After the 3 crystal cores were put into the well, the water gushing out of the ancient well seemed to be more. At this time, she also discovered that the crystal core that had been placed in the space before was missing. Therefore, this farmland needs the nourishment of crystal cores in order for the plants to bloom, bear fruit, and mature. After exiting the space, Xia Jihan looked aggrieved. It seems that if she wants to get food, she has to collect crystal cores desperately. Why? A low sigh woke Fang Yibai in the corner. In the darkness, a pair of black eyes sparkled, and I wonder what was troubling her. At daybreak, the loud roar instantly perked up the drowsy Xia Jihan. On the country road, a car passes by from time to time, and the people who survived the zombie tide start a new escape. All the zombies wandering under the water tower were led to the road. After a simple meal, the three of them went down the water tower. As soon as Xia Jihan took out the off-road vehicle from the space, she was pushed aside by Fang Yibai. Fang Yibai wrapped himself tightly in black long sleeves and trousers, sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a mask. While Xia Jihan was in a daze, Fang Yibai sat down in the driver's seat and took out a small notebook and wrote thoughtfully, "You didn't get enough rest last night, I'll drive, you go to the back seat and take a nap." You? Xia Jihan was suddenly choked with anger and angrily opened the back seat. This man is really sociable. He must have planned it out long ago. She had been up all night and didn't have the energy to drive, so he could take advantage of this opportunity to get a ride from her. When you get to Yangcheng, you leave. Xia Jihan leaned back on the seat, crossed her arms over her chest and said unhappily. Fang Yibai kept nodding his head, a smile on his face. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and the off-road vehicle rushed out at full speed. As she swayed, she felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning against the back of the car. I don't know how much time passed. Squeak. The car body shook and a hair-raising creaking sound came from the roof, like the sound of sharp nails scraping on glass. Xia Jihan suddenly opened her eyes and instantly got goosebumps all over her body. Just at this moment, a series of bangs came from the roof of the car. Outside the back window, 5 fingers were tightly clasping the window, revealing long, dark and sharp nails. There's something on the roof. What's going on? The scimitar appeared in her hand in an instant, and Xia Jihan asked nervously. Fang Yibai was driving with a serious expression, and the car was swaying from side to side. Aining kept typing on the computer with her head down. There's a zombie lying on the roof of the car. It's just very strange. No matter how we swung the car, we couldn't get rid of it. Emergency brake. If you can't get rid of it, what about braking suddenly? I tried it, she stuck to the roof like an octopus. Aining said with a sad face. This is the first time she has encountered such a zombie. Xia Jihan frowned and pondered, and a meteorite iron sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Rub. The long sword easily penetrated the roof of the car, and Xia Jihan heard the sound of the sword entering the flesh. Roar. There was a roar from the roof. A white light flashed, and an electric current flowed up along the meteorite sword, and the fingers that were clasping the car window finally loosened. Bump. A black shadow rolled down from the roof of the car. Through the rear window, Xia Jihan saw a black shadow lying in the billowing smoke and dust. The black shadow was hunched over, with its limbs on the ground, its hands bent strangely, and its head held high. This was a female zombie with messy long hair that covered most of her face. A single red eye was staring at their SUV between her hair on her forehead. Damn, 3 eyes. Xia Jihan was shocked. Suddenly, the female zombie started running frantically and chased the SUV. As the zombie ran, Xia Jihan's eyes widened. This female zombie actually had 2 arms growing between her ribs, and her speed was astonishingly fast. Xia Jihan only saw a black shadow rushing towards them. 3 eyes, 6 legs. In the blink of an eye, the zombie rushed up. She jumped high and flew towards the rear window. The female zombie opened her mouth wide. In her bloody mouth, 2 rows of uneven teeth were particularly sharp. Mutated zombies. 4 words emerged in Xia Jihan's mind. Just as the female zombie was about to approach the SUV, Fang Yibai slammed the steering wheel, and the car drifted to avoid her impact. The female zombie rolled to the side of the road, shook her head and chased the SUV again. It must have been Xia Jihan's sword that completely enraged the zombie, causing it to hold on tightly. Fortunately, Fang Yibai's driving skills were pretty good. He dodged the female zombies left and right and walked safely for a while. Oh no, there's a traffic jam ahead. At this time, Aining suddenly raised his head and spoke nervously. Xia Jihan glanced at the computer. Not far ahead, there was a traffic jam of more than 10 cars on a winding and narrow road. On the computer, a red dot was jumping rapidly. This means that these cars were intercepted by zombies. Looking at the rearview mirror, Xia Jihan and Fang Yibai looked at each other tacitly. Fang Yi nodded in understanding. Xia Jihan quickly handed a shovel to Aining. Squeak. Before Xia Jihan could say anything, Fang Yibai suddenly braked. Bang! Caught off guard, the female zombie crashed into the rear of the SUV. Due to inertia, she flew high in the air, drew a beautiful arc, and landed in front of the SUV. The off-road vehicle also slid several meters away due to the impact of gravity. Hiss roar! The female zombie let out an angry roar. She was completely furious. Boom! A roar! Fang Yibai stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed straight towards the female zombie without waiting for her to get up. Snap! The female zombie stuck to the windshield of the off-road vehicle. Due to the impact, a crack appeared on the windshield, and the crack spread rapidly like a spider web. The female zombie opened its huge mouth like an abyss and roared at the car, with its rotten tongue sticking out long. White maggots the size of rice grains were crawling on its tongue. Are so disgusting. Boom! Aining screamed and shoveled the windshield again and again. Chapter 22 Mutation Infection. The windshield was completely shattered, and the sharp shovel accidentally hit the female zombie's head. The female zombie felt pain, let go of her hands and fell to the ground, and was rolled under the SUV at an extremely fast speed. Fang Yibai gave Aining a thumbs up. With a loud bang, the SUV shook, and it was obvious that there was a foreign object under the vehicle. It returned to normal after a few shakes. Fang Yibai stepped on the brakes and the car stopped. A lot of the rotten flesh on the female zombie's body was rubbed off. She slowly crawled up, raised her head, and roared at the off-road vehicle. Roar! Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp arrow shot out from behind the zombie and pierced her head straight. Boom! The zombie slowly fell to the ground, with its head tilted, its three eyes wide open unwillingly, as if trying to see clearly who had shot an arrow from behind her. Seeing that the female zombie was completely lifeless, Xia Jihan curled her lips and walked out from behind a big tree on the roadside. When Fang Yibai braked suddenly for the first time, she opened the car door and got out quietly, waiting for an opportunity to kill the zombie. I just didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Xia Jihan took out a dagger and stirred it in the zombie's brain. Then she took out a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg emitting white light. A lightning crystal core, and an intermediate one at that. Xia Jihan's eyes lit up instantly, thinking that it was worth her risking her life to kill this mutant zombie. It's worth it. It's really worth it. Back in the car, Xia Jihan was still happy. Fang Yibai smiled helplessly and continued driving the SUV forward. But without a windshield, the wind and sand are quite strong. Aining exhaled a few times and calmed her pounding heart. Jihan, this road leads all the way to Shinping Village. After passing through Shinping Village, you will reach National Highway 705. Is there no other way? Xia Jihan frowned slightly. She did not forget that there was a traffic jam ahead and there were zombies. If they wanted to pass that road, they could only walk. Turning around now will take at least 3 more days. Besides, other sections of the road may not be safe either. Aining analyzed the matter calmly, and finally the three of them unanimously decided to go through Shinping Village. Outside Shinping Village, more than a dozen cars blocked the entrance to the village. Pickup trucks, SUVs, sports cars, trucks, and even buses were all packed together, including the car that drove past the water tower this morning. On the road, a dozen zombies were wandering aimlessly, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Xia Jihan noticed that these wandering zombies all had injuries on their bodies. Some had their necks bitten, their heads tilted, and their heads were shaking. Some were missing arms and legs, and some had their intestines pierced and their stomachs rotted. The skin on their faces was not ulcerated and their facial features were clearly visible. What's going on? Xia Jihan frowned, feeling very strange. In her previous life, all she knew was that the influenza virus divided humans into 3 types: zombies, ordinary people, and people with special abilities. In hot weather, the skin of all zombies begins to rot, but as they continue to evolve and have crystal cores in their brains, the degree of decay will become slower and slower. Some advanced zombies can even grow new skin. But these changes will take at least 3 months. The zombies in front of him obviously hadn't started to rot yet, which could only mean that they had just turned into zombies not long ago. That's why she felt weird. If you are bitten by zombies, you will either be bitten to death and eaten and become their meal, or you will escape by chance. You can stop the bleeding from the wound and use some anti-inflammatory drugs, and you will be fine after the wound heals. You will not be infected by the zombie virus at all. But how to explain these zombies in front of me? Xia Jihan was puzzled. Could it be that her memory of her previous life was disordered? Or is it that, because of her rebirth, the zombies have become different? We must hurry into the village and clear a safe place. It's getting dark. At this time, a small notebook was handed to Xia Jihan. Xia Jihan raised her eyes and glanced at the grey village. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Compared to the zombies that appear and disappear at night, the best strategy is to find a safe shelter. Even though this village is a little weird. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot cleanly through a zombie's head. The three of them headed towards the village entrance. Zombies surrounded them. Fang Yibai's action was simple and rough, and one strike was fatal. Xia Jihan's scimitar also killed these zombies one by one. Xia Jihan was very puzzled. There was not even a crystal core left for more than a dozen zombies, and there was no supplies in the car. Big loss. This is probably the poorest time since we killed zombies. When they reached the entrance of the village, Xia Jihan took a special look at the car in front. All four tires of the car were punctured by the densely packed iron nails on the ground. The appearance of these iron nails here is definitely not an accident. Looking at the zombies wandering around the village, Xia Jihan narrowed her eyes vigilantly. Xinping village is not big. A rural road runs through the entire village. After leaving the village and going up a steep slope, you will reach National Highway 705. With Aining there, they quickly found a small house on the second floor, which had the least zombies. Rushing into the small villa, Fang Yibai quickly killed several zombies wandering in the room without Xia Jihan having to do anything. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. Xia Jihan randomly picked one, but when she pushed the door open she found that it was locked from the inside. There's someone in this room. Could it be the villagers from Xinping village? After thinking about it carefully, Xia Jihan felt that it was unlikely. 10 days of heavy rain should have submerged this small village. Even if they had managed to escape the flood, it would have been more than half a month since the flood receded. How did they survive? Seeing Xia Jihan standing at the door in a daze, Fang Yibai stretched out his hand. The cold big hand gently covered her small hand. Crack! The tightly closed door opened. The sudden feeling of coldness made Xia Jihan subconsciously withdraw her hand. Xia Jihan looked up with her beautiful eyes wide open. Fang Yibai smiled at her innocently and strode into the room. The meaning was obvious. He thought she couldn't open the door, so he helped her out of kindness. Forget it, it's the end of the world now, it won't hurt to touch him, Xia Jihan consoled herself. As soon as they stepped into the room, they saw a shivering woman squatting in the corner, holding a little girl of about 3 years old in her arms. The little girl was skinny and bony. She looked at them with horror in her eyes and kept shrinking into the woman's arms. There was a big bed and a wardrobe in the room, and thick iron plates were nailed on the windows. The woman had messy hair, yellowish skin, was about 30 years old, and was dressed very simply. Are you a villager from Xinping village? Because she had guessed it before, Xia Jihan couldn't help but blurt out the question, but she forgot that her behavior was very abrupt. After all, this is someone else's shelter and they are outsiders. Chapter 23 Xinping village. Don't come over here, we have no food. The woman shrank back in fear and yelled loudly, but her voice was so weak and thin as a mosquito. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you, we're just passing by. Xia Jihan tried to explain, but the woman was still terrified and very repulsive to her. Are you hungry? Here you go. At this time, Aining took out a piece of bread and a box of milk from her backpack, and approached the mother and daughter with a faint smile. The woman wanted to escape in fear, but she couldn't resist the temptation of food. Soon, the little girl wolfed down the bread and milk, and the woman's frightened expression eased a little. Xia Jihan frowned. She didn't quite agree with Aining's approach. In the end times, a piece of bread and a box of milk can indeed save a life. But human nature is evil and greedy. Give her bread and she will only want more. Sure enough, when the little girl finished eating, she looked at Aining pitifully again. Aining looked embarrassed. These foods were given to her by Xia Jihan and saved by her. Because she knew how important food was in the end times. Please, give the child something to eat. She hasn't eaten for 3 days. Seeing that Aining didn't move, the woman burst into tears. The little girl also stretched out her skinny little hand and pulled Aining's backpack, her eyes full of desire. Aining's heart softened, she opened her backpack, and took out several more pieces of chocolate for the girl. What she didn't notice was that when she was searching for chocolate in her bag, a glimmer of greed flashed in the woman's eyes. Soon, the chocolate was finished, and when the two were about to repeat the same trick, Xia Jihan shouted coldly, "Aining. I'm sorry, I really have nothing." Aining said guiltily, standing up and walking towards Xia Jihan. "Since you were here first, we won't disturb you." Xia Jihan turned around and walked out. Aining's kindness might bring them disaster, so they can't stay here for long. Wait a moment. At this time, the woman called them hurriedly. "You are going to the national highway, right? I know a safe passage that can go through the village and directly to the national highway." The woman's words instantly aroused Xia Jihan's interest. "You can go directly to the national highway. Why don't you take the children and leave here?" Xia Jihan paused and asked with a smile. The woman lowered her head so that her expression could not be seen clearly. She said in a faint voice, "This is my home. Where can I go? It's also dangerous outside." It is true that the national highway is not necessarily safer than the village. What conditions? Xia Jihan asked with some excitement. It would be good to be able to reach the national highway safely, which would save a lot of effort. Just give me a few pieces of bread and a few bottles of water. The woman didn't bother to be polite with Xia Jihan and started asking for food. Xia Jihan thought for a moment and opened her backpack. "Are you sure that the passage you mentioned is safe?" "It's safe, absolutely safe. Only people in our village know about this passage." When the woman saw the bread, she nodded excitedly with bright eyes. "I'll give you half first, and the remaining half will be given to you when we get to the national highway." Okay, sure." After the negotiation, the woman devoured the bread ravenously. Fang Yibai looked at Xia Jihan meaningfully. Aining was confused and tugged at Xia Jihan's sleeve. "Jihan, didn't you just tell me not to let them give you anything?" Aining asked in a low voice. "Isn't it easy to get to the national highway?" They hid in mainly because it was getting dark. Xia Jihan curled her lips and shook her head at Aining. The nails at the entrance of the village were probably placed there intentionally by the villagers. All this trouble, just to give these people who are escaping a few pieces of bread. "I'll take you there now." After eating 2 pieces of bread and drinking a whole bottle of water, the woman felt much better. Xia Jihan neither agreed nor refused. She wanted to see what this woman was up to. The woman skillfully opened the closet and removed a few wooden boards from the bottom. A dark tunnel suddenly appeared before their eyes. No wonder the woman said that only people in their village knew about this passage. It turned out that it was an underground tunnel. This tunnel runs through the entire village. It's very safe. We can reach the national highway smoothly without disturbing the zombies above. The woman stood awkwardly at the entrance of the tunnel and explained carefully. Aining quickly took out the computer and typed a few times, then shook her head at Xia Jihan. There is no information about this tunnel on the computer. In other words, the dangers below are unknown. Seeing that the 3 men had not made any move, the woman took out a flashlight and walked into the tunnel calmly. "Don't worry, it's very safe here. Arya and I usually hide in the tunnel. It's just that the air in the tunnel is not circulating. Jihan, what should we do?" Looking at the dark passage, Aining timidly moved closer to her. "Let's go down and take a look." Xia Jihan handed Aining a flashlight and walked down first. She could ignore the matter of the iron nails. She could also understand that in the end times, villagers would intercept supplies and collect tolls in order to survive. It's just that those newly infected zombies. Xia Jihan felt that she needed to find out how they were infected. Was he bitten by an ordinary zombie or a mutated zombie? After being bitten, why were they not eaten, but instead existed in the form of zombies? Is this an intentional increase in the number of zombies, or is it an unintentional act of the zombies? In the tunnel, a woman was walking quietly in front, holding her child. Xia Jihan noticed that every time she walked a certain distance, there would be a staircase extending on both sides of the tunnel. It seems that this woman did not lie. The homes of other villagers should be above these stairs. Squeak! Not long after they walked away, they heard a sound in front of them and Xia Jihan stopped vigilantly. After a few flashlights flashed, 5 more people appeared in the tunnel. A simple-minded old man with grey hair, about 60 years old, followed by 2 men and 2 women, for young people. Xia Jihan took a quick look and lowered her eyes guiltily. The two women were dressed rather lightly and covered their mouths and noses in disgust. A young man was carrying a large travel bag on his back, which was bulging. The other one had a bald head, short sleeves, and tattoos on his arms. This man was none other than Qin Fei, the fire-type mutant who had luckily escaped yesterday. It's true that enemies always come together. However, fortunately they did not show up yesterday. As long as they do not reveal their special abilities, Qin Fei should not be able to recognize them. Lin's wife, you brought people down with you too. Village head. After the old man met the woman, he exchanged a few simple greetings and then led them forward. On their way, the two women kept complaining, "Old man, how long will it take to get there? The smell here is so bad." "That's right, this musty smell is almost suffocating me." Chapter 24 Giant Zombie. The two women were so delicate that the young man, who only had a backpack, scolded them in a low voice. Qin Fei walked away as if it had nothing to do with him. After all, he and the three of them were just temporary partners, so as long as it didn't affect his departure, it would be fine. Sure. At this time, the village chief turned around and made a gesture to keep quiet, then looked up carefully. There was an exit here. After listening for a while, the village chief said in a low voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the house above is right next to the national highway. I can only take you here. Look." The village chief rubbed his hands earnestly and spoke in a flattering tone, his cloudy eyes becoming bright at this moment. Xie Zhihan knew that they wanted the remaining reward. Of course, village chief, thank you so much." Seeing this, the young man with the backpack was about to open the backpack. "Who knows if what you said is true?" At this time, Qin Fei suddenly pressed the young man's hand and said questioningly, "How about I take you up there?" The village chief's face changed and he looked at Qin Fei with some embarrassment. "Don't worry, as long as you make sure you stay by the highway, you won't lose anything." Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction, a gleam in his eyes. He knew very well that trusting anyone easily would be fatal, whether before or after the end of the world. Afterwards, the village chief said that Lin's daughter-in-law was with the child, so he sent the woman away on the grounds that it was inconvenient. Xie Zhihan happily gave the woman some bread and bottles of mineral water. Everyone came out of the tunnel one after another and arrived at an empty room. The windows in the room were nailed shut. Looking out through the gap, I could see National Highway 705 outside. On the National Highway, there were a lot of cars parked in a disorderly manner, and many zombies were wandering aimlessly on the road. Xie Zhihan was a little puzzled that the village chief really took them to the National Highway. Could it be that she was wrong? These villagers are really just for the stuttering. Suddenly, there was a bang. While everyone was looking at the National Highway, the village chief fled back to the tunnel and heavily closed the iron door at the entrance. This old guy doesn't even want to be paid. He's smart. Qin Fei didn't chase after her but just spoke in a sarcastic tone. It seemed that he had no intention of giving the village chief the remaining reward. "We'll use this room. You three can find another place." Afterwards, Qin Fei looked at Xie Zhihan and the other two and spoke in a domineering tone, and he lifted up his clothes, revealing the dagger on his waist. "It's full of threats." Xie Zhihan frowned and thought, ignoring Qin Fei's behavior. Why was the village chief in such a hurry to leave? Doesn't he even want food? It's very weird. "Fuck, where are you three?" Roar. Qin Fei immediately shouted impatiently. Suddenly, a deafening roar made him shut up instantly. Several people in the room trembled at the same time, their expressions immediately became tense and they didn't even dare to breathe. The sound was very close, as if it was just downstairs. Xie Zhihan instantly understood why the village chief left so quickly. He knew there were zombies in the house. The village chief deliberately tricked them up here. "Brother, let us get rid of the zombies in this house first so that we can spend the night safely." Qin Fei looked at Fang Yibai and spoke in a deep voice. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to get them to join him to fight the zombies together. This man changed his expression too quickly. But it seemed like he asked the wrong person. Fang Yibai looked at Xie Zhihan, his eyes full of questions. As for Aining, she held the computer tightly and followed Xie Zhihan closely. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and for the first time looked straight at the plain-looking and somewhat sloppy woman in front of him. Compared with the other two glamorous women, Xie Zhihan and Aining really look more like refugees. Therefore, Qin Fei did not take the two of them seriously at the beginning. "Make a deal." Xia Jihan nodded and agreed. Why would she refuse someone's unconditional help? Seeing that Xia Jihan agreed, Aining turned on the computer without any suspicion, wanting to see what was going on downstairs. Xia Jihan grabbed Aining. As the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others. In addition, Qin Fei had a feud with them, so Xia Jihan naturally didn't want to reveal more. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground trembled slightly, and the dust on the roof fell down. The vibration was like a giant walking, with every movement bringing a tremor. Xia Jihan quickly glanced around the room. The room was empty and there was no place to hide. She could only pull Aining to the wall near the door. Xiaoming, what is this? Is it an earthquake? I'm so scared. As soon as Xia Jihan made a move, the two women screamed and pulled the young man from the left and right. Shut up, Qin Fei roared and looked at the two women with disgust in his eyes. This scream directly exposed their position. Fang Yibai followed Xia Jihan with a serious expression. Boom! A loud bang. The door of the room was knocked open, and even the walls on both sides were smashed into pieces. A monster of gigantic size appeared at the door on all fours. There were 4 dents on the ground at the door. This monster actually jumped up directly from the first floor. The monster was covered in fat and had a small head with extremely disproportionate proportions, a bit like a sumo wrestler. There was a lot of flesh on its body and face, which drooped down layer by layer, and its chin and neck were fused together. 2 green bean-sized eyes were covered by circles of fat, and on his forehead, there was a thumb-sized red pupil. Oh! Don't come over here! The shrill scream sounded again. The giant zombie roared angrily at the 2 women. It seems that he also dislikes the noise. Because Xia Jihan and the other 2 were hiding near the door and wall, they were closest to the giant zombie. The sharp, hissing cry instantly caused Xia Jihan's head to hurt severely, as if countless needles were piercing into her brain at the same time. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from it, and an invisible sense of fear instantly spread throughout the room. The giant zombie kicked its limbs hard and leaped towards the 2 women and 1 man in the center of the room. Run! Xia Jihan screamed and pulled Aining to the first floor. What a joke! Xia Jihan could only kill the mutant zombie on the road by sneak attack, but this giant zombie looks very strong. They definitely can't win. Oh. As soon as I ran to the stairs, I heard shrill screams and the excited roars of zombies in the room. Fuck, why can't it be opened? A few seconds later, Xia Jihan pulled hard at the door on the first floor, but the door seemed to be locked from the outside and could not be opened at all. Xia Jihan looked around in panic. Chapter 25 Captivity. All the windows on the first floor were nailed shut with iron plates, and the only exit was also blocked. Captivity. A terrible thought flashed through Xia Jihan's mind. This house is like a cage, and inside the cage is a terrible zombie. And they are the villagers of Shinping village, who brought food to feed the zombies. Why? Why would they do this? Thinking of the zombie tide in the village and those newly infected zombies, Xia Jihan felt a chill on her back. Go away and let me do it. At this moment, with a loud roar, Qin Fei escaped from the room, luckily with a shotgun in his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. 2 large holes were blasted out of the gate. Through the big hole, Xia Jihan saw that there was a thick layer of iron plate outside. Damn it, these villagers are so wicked. This leaves them no way to survive. There is no way out of the first floor, the only exit is the room on the second floor. Because only that window was nailed shut from the inside, and there was no iron plate on the outside. Boom! A loud bang. Dust flew, the ground shook, the whole house shook violently, and a giant zombie jumped down from the second floor. His mouth was full of blood and his teeth were bared, and fresh meat could be seen between his teeth. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out in succession. Without waiting for the zombie to stand firm, Qin Fei shot at him with a shotgun with a ferocious look on his face. Every shot hit the target, and one even hit it in the head. However, this mutated zombie is different from other zombies. Despite a big hole in his forehead, he was still fine. Xia Jihan took out the meteorite whip without hesitation. Aining, hide well. Stuffing a dagger into Aining's hand, Xia Jihan gripped the whip tightly and was about to rush forward. Fang Yibai pulled her back in time, glanced at Qin Fei, and shook his head slightly at her. Xia Jihan instantly understood what Fang Yibai meant. If Qin Fei found out that they were the people in the water tower, he would definitely take the opportunity to take revenge. By then, their situation will be even more difficult. Fang Yibai gestured towards Xia Jihan a few times and then rushed forward. Later, Xia Jihan realized that the gesture meant, "Leave it to me." Raw. The giant zombie pounced towards Qin Fei like crazy. Qin Fei pulled the trigger several times before he realized that there were no bullets left in the shotgun. Just when the zombie was about to pounce, a fist hit its side hard. The fat on the zombie's body trembled. The next second, the huge body flew backwards. Boom. The stairs were smashed to pieces by the giant zombie. "Thanks, brother." After coming back to his senses from the shock, Qin Fei thanked him with a pale face. The danger of this zombie was far beyond his imagination. "It seems that we have to take it seriously." Qin Fei's face was gloomy, and a small fireball condensed in the palm of his right hand. Fang Yibai had already rushed forward, punching the giant zombie again and again. However, the fat on the giant zombie's body was too thick, and the fat all over his body kept shaking. The giant zombie instinctively raised his hands to protect his head, and backed away repeatedly, his eyes full of fear. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from Fang Yibai, which made the giant zombies in front of him completely unable to fight back. These attacks could not cause any substantial harm to it, so the giant zombie just let him beat him. "Get out of the way!" A loud shout. Fang Yibai jumped high, did a few somersaults, and landed behind the giant zombie. Boom! A fire snake sprayed directly onto the giant zombie. The flames penetrated the giant zombie's abdomen, burning a charred hole in its stomach. The air was filled with an unpleasant burnt and foul smell. Intestines thicker than arms flowed out of the hole in his stomach. Even so, the giant zombie is still fine. The oppressive feeling in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the red eyes on the giant zombie's forehead flashed with a fierce light, staring at Qin Fei who had hurt him. Raw. The giant zombie rushed towards Qin Fei fiercely. At the same time, Xia Jihan heard a slight clicking sound coming from the second floor. Bang! A black shadow jumped down from the second floor. The place where he fell was exactly the corner where Xia Jihan and Aining were hiding. Careful! Xia Jihan pushed Aining aside, and at the same time raised her head and swung the long whip in her hand. Crack, crack! The whip was glowing with a faint white light, and sparks were lingering around the entire whip. Is it him? When Xia Jihan saw the person above her head clearly, she was stunned for a moment. The person who fell down was the young man with the backpack. His entire upper body was torn in half, his left hand was missing, and his internal organs were spilling everywhere. His eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot, his mouth was wide open, and the corners of his mouth were cracked and filled with blood. Did he turn into a zombie so soon? After seeing a living person turn into a zombie with her own eyes, Xia Jihan finally confirmed that the zombie virus could infect her. The thought lasted only a moment, but Xia Jihan's hands did not stop moving. She moved her wrist slightly and swung the long whip towards the zombie that was about to fall to the ground. The next second, the whip wrapped around his neck and the zombie's whole body began to shake. Sizzle! Xia Jihan took 2 steps back, straightened the whip and pulled hard, and the zombie's head was pulled off by Xia Jihan. It is not difficult to kill newly evolved zombies like this. Lightning ability. Are you the ones in the water tower? The zombie crisis was resolved, but unexpectedly a roar sounded behind him. Xia Jihan turned her head and saw a fireball shooting towards her. The temperature in the air suddenly became hot. This fireball was originally used by Qin Fei to deal with the giant zombies. When he saw Xia Jihan using her lightning ability, he uncontrollably threw a fireball at her. And he also dodged the attack of the giant zombie in the first possible moment. The giant zombie directly crashed into the wall, creating a large human-shaped hole. The whole house began to shake violently again, as if it would collapse at any time. A violent gust of wind blew Qin Fei away. The scorching flames rushed towards her, and Xia Jihan's pupils tightened instantly, but it was too late to dodge. Jihan! Aining screamed. An invisible force burst out from her body. The next second, the blazing fireball disappeared instantly, leaving only a wisp of black smoke that slowly dissipated. Xia Jihan looked at him in astonishment, her eyes full of disbelief. What kind of power is this? Seeing the fireball go out, Aining collapsed to the ground. Just now she was thinking that she must put out this fireball no matter what and must not let Xia Jihan get hurt. A warm current gushed out of her body, and this power also drained all her strength. Stinky woman, you've ruined my good deeds. The person who was most unwilling to see the fireball being extinguished was Qin Fei. Go to hell. By the time Xia Jihan came to her senses, Aining had already been picked up by Qin Fei and thrown towards the huge zombie that was chasing them. Chapter 26 Mental Power. A Ning. Xia Jihan screamed and subconsciously swung the whip in her hand. Fang Yibai followed the zombies at an extremely fast speed. Sizzle. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the long whip wrapped around Aining's waist, and she pulled it hard. The zombie jumped up slightly and opened its mouth excitedly, thinking that it was being fed, but it didn't expect to have its food snatched from its mouth. Kabang! The zombie not only didn't eat the food but also knocked his teeth against it. He fell to the ground and roared angrily. After Xia Jihan caught Aining, she immediately moved away from the zombies. Qin Fei was shocked by the zombies so close to him. The roar made him stunned for several seconds. Just at this moment, the giant zombie bit his head. The next moment, the zombie's two green eyes were squeezed together uncomfortably, and the expression on his face was more disgusting than eating a dead fly. Qin Fei never expected that things would take such a turn and that he would be the one who got hurt. Crack snap. Xia Jihan heard the sound of bones breaking. Just at this moment. Puff. A slight sound. An arm pierced through the zombie's back from behind, penetrated the zombie's body, and the bloody fist pierced Qin Fei's chest at the same time. Qin Fei's body began to twitch violently. The giant zombie raised his head angrily and pulled hard. Qin Fei's head was torn off by it, and the zombie spat out the head in its mouth with disgust. The zombie roared towards the sky like a madman. The strange thing is that Fang Yibai should have pulled back his arm and dodged immediately. But he just stood there, keeping his heart-touching posture motionless. Nima, you don't want to die. Seeing that the zombie was about to make a move, Xia Jihan decisively raised the whip. The long whip glowing white instantly strangled the zombie's head. A great force came. Xia Jihan's hand holding the whip was pulled so hard that it hurt. Xia Jihan didn't stand firmly and was pulled to stagger by the zombie's violent struggle and twisting. Fang Yibai. Xia Jihan clenched the whip tightly and roared. Bang! At this time, the zombie turned around, his red eyes wide open with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Its hands suddenly grabbed the long whip that was flashing with sparks. Broken. Xia Jihan was startled. If she didn't let go of the whip, she might be thrown away by the zombie, or she might be pulled over directly. But what if she lets go of Fang Yibai? At this moment, Xia Jihan was in a dilemma. Although I have only known Fang Yibai for a few days. But in the process of getting along, she felt his kindness. Unconsciously, she had already treated Fang Yibai as her own. She couldn't bear to watch her companions and friends die with her own eyes, even if it was the end of the world. No matter what, let's fight. Xia Jihan's eyes turned fierce and she mobilized all the energy in her body. In an instant, the whip glowed with white light and countless sparks flashed. The rising white light with sparks was like a white snake, winding along the whip and shooting towards the zombies. However, even such a fierce electric light only made the zombies tremble a few times. This giant zombie is too powerful. At the same time, Fang Yibai, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. He didn't even have time to pull his hand back, his body suddenly leaped upwards, and his right hand instantly pressed down on the zombie's forehead. Bang! A loud bang. All Xia Jihan saw was a cloud of splashing blood. Boom! A few seconds later, the huge zombie fell to the ground with a bang, and the room shook violently several times. A crystal core covered in blood and larger than a pigeon egg appeared in front of Xia Jihan. Fang Yibai had a smile on his face and looked at her gently. For me? Xia Jihan asked blankly. Every time Fang Yibai got a crystal core, he would take the initiative to give it to her. Doesn't he know the importance of the crystal core? Fang Yibai nodded with a smile in his eyes. When Xia Jihan took the crystal core, he couldn't wait to take out the little notebook. Why didn't you let go just now? Are you worried about me? Xia Jihan glanced at him and said awkwardly, I'm not worried about you, I just didn't think of letting go for a moment. Xia Jihan took out a bottle of water from the space and hurriedly cleaned the crystal core. Admit that she cares about him and is worried about him, and there must be a bond between him and her. However, in these last days, human nature cannot stand the test. Maybe one day she will be betrayed, and that result will be something she cannot bear. In her previous life, she was so sincere to those two people, but what was the result? Although Xia Jihan had already accepted Fang Yibai in her heart, she was still unwilling to show it. A hint of loss flashed across Fang Yibai's eyes. He clearly saw everything that happened just now, but Xia Jihan was unwilling to admit it. But it's okay, she will definitely admit it later. Gold. A cry of surprise. Xia Jihan picked up the washed crystal core and looked at it carefully. The golden crystal core was rarer than the white one. She remembered that the golden crystal core was only needed by those with psychic powers. However, there are no people with psychic powers in the Lincheng base. She had only heard about how powerful psychics were. Ordinary psychics would become idiots in front of them in a matter of minutes. This is an existence close to God. Jihan, can you give me this crystal core? At this time, a weak voice sounded. Aining woke up at some point and looked at the crystal core with burning eyes. After extinguishing the fireball, Aining's body was already weak, and Xia Jihan was not yet proficient in controlling her supernatural powers and could not control them freely, so when the long whip circled Aining, it directly electrocuted her and knocked her unconscious. Aining, can you absorb the energy in this crystal core? Xia Jihan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she asked in disbelief. Aining nodded somewhat embarrassedly. After all, she didn't contribute much in killing the giant zombie. That's great, ha 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 ha, baby, this is simply a big baby. Xia Jihan suddenly burst into laughter, very excited. This made Fang Yibai and Aining very confused. Jihan, are you okay? I don't want to do it anymore. I can recover my strength after a rest. This laughter made Aining's scalp tingle, and she quickly waved her hands and said. Aining, I give it to you. Gold. You can absorb the golden crystal core. You are amazing. Xia Jihan stuffed the crystal core into Aining's hand and spoke incoherently with excitement. In the previous life, Aining was hidden by Wang Zhenhai. In this life, she hopes that Aining can survive in this apocalypse and shine. As for the future, she never thought about whether Aining would separate from her. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that Aining would get better. Ning quietly absorbed the energy in the crystal core. Fang Yibai turned his head away angrily and squatted in the corner with a gloomy look in his eyes. There was a quarrel. He didn't feel sorry for the crystal core, it was just that he gave the crystal core specifically to Xia Jihan. Unexpectedly, she gave it to Aining right away. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and he didn't know why. Fang Yibai, what kind of crystal core do you need? Feeling that Fang Yibai seemed to be in a bad mood, Xia Jihan took the initiative to ask. Chapter 27, Human Heart is Sinister. Fang Yibai was shivering all over and didn't want to pay attention to her. He tightly grasped the small notebook in his hand. What's wrong with you? This seemed to be the first time that Xia Jihan spoke to Fang Yibai and he didn't reply her. Xia Jihan asked in a panic, trying hard to think that she didn't seem to have provoked him. Except for what he just asked. After a moment of silence. If I had let go just now, you would have died. I don't want you to die. Xia Jihan lowered her head and spoke softly. It seems that it is not very difficult to frankly admit what you are thinking. With just one sentence, the haze in Fang Yibai's heart was swept away. She didn't want him to die, so she risked her life, gritted her teeth and persevered, protecting him with her life. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Fang Yibai seemed to hear his own faint heartbeat. He thought he was hallucinating. He was at a loss and put his hand on his chest. His heart had stopped beating since he woke up. But he still has his own consciousness and superpowers, can eat and drink, except that he has no memories. Although he was a human being, he had no heartbeat and his whole body was cold. Even though he is a zombie, he is conscious. Once upon a time, he was extremely confused. Who was he? And all he remembered in his mind was the fragment in the alley. In other words, Xia Jihan was the only person he remembered, so he kept following her. And now, he could actually feel his own heartbeat. Although it only beat a few times, the heart returned to calm. Say it again. Fang Yibai held the small notebook and looked at Xia Jihan expectantly. What? Xia Jihan was confused. Say it again, you don't want me to die. Fang Yibai wrote excitedly, and Xia Jihan blinked, totally confused as to what was wrong with this guy. He was clearly in a low mood just now, looking like he was keeping people at a distance. Now he's like a madman. I don't want you to die. Xia Jihan spoke in a stiff tone, no longer showing the genuine emotion she had just shown. And Fang Yibai no longer had the feeling he had just now. I don't want the crystal core, I just want beef. Fang Yi calmed down and his anger disappeared. He wrote in the small notebook. Don't worry, the beef will keep you full. Xia Jihan smiled slyly and patted his shoulder soothingly. Exclusive driver, free bodyguards, all I need is beef. I'm in the black. Xia Jihan said jokingly, and with a wave of her hand, more than a dozen boxes of raw steaks were instantly placed in front of Fang Yibai. I volunteered. Even if you don't give me beef, I will protect you. Fang Yibai wrote seriously. Xia Jihan was stunned and stood there in a daze. Is this a sudden confession? A hint of ambiguity instantly permeated the air. Are you stupid or not? In the end times, just live well. No one is worth risking your life to protect. Xia Jihan came back to her senses and warned softly, completely forgetting that she had just risked the danger to protect Fang Yibai. Sometimes, people are just so contradictory. Although we know that staying alive is the most important thing, there are some emotions and some people that we cannot give up no matter what. This may be the difference between humans and zombies. Even cold and selfish people have feelings, but zombies are just cold corpses. Fang Yibai did not respond. He wolfed down his steak and silently said in his heart, "You are worth it." This awkward situation was finally resolved by Xia Jihan using a few pieces of steak. Looking at the watch, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. After the three of them had rested, they went back to the second floor. In the room on the second floor, the two fashionable and beautiful beauties had already turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Apart from a few bloody bones, there were bloodstains splattered everywhere. No wonder the two women didn't turn into zombies. They were all eaten clean. Jihan, there's something strange in the room next door. At this time, Aining suddenly frowned and said. Aining, how did you know? Xia Jihan asked suspiciously. Aining didn't have a computer in her hands. Jihan, I can now operate the computer in my mind without taking out my computer. Aining pulled Xia Jihan up and walked towards the next room, explaining as she walked. So amazing? After Aining absorbed the crystal core, her supernatural powers were definitely upgraded. In other words, Aining will be a humanoid computer from now on. She can know what is in the computer without a computer. As long as she wants, she can search and query the contents of the computer at any time. I knew Aining was awesome, but I didn't expect that a crystal core could make Aining so awesome. Xia Jihan cheered in surprise. Soon, she no longer had the heart to pay attention to Aining's affairs. Opening the next room, it was filled with bloody bones. A disgusting stench of decay hit me in the face. These bones were very similar to those left in the next room. These are all women's bones. Aining said in a cold voice, there are so many broken bones, how many women did the giant zombie eat? So, the giant zombie only eats women, and all men are turned into zombies by it. Damn, this is the first time I see zombies picking on people. Xia Jihan couldn't help but swear. Just then, a strange noise came from the next room. The three of them held their breath instantly. Village chief, look, there's a bag full of food here. Well, look for another woman's bag. A ping, clean up this room. Someone should be coming tomorrow. An old and familiar voice sounded, and the village chief made arrangements in an orderly manner. Xia Jihan gave a cold smile. It turned out that the things happening here were caused by the people in this village. Our village chief, Rui brother Rui. A scream. Then came the village chief's shrill wail, my son, what happened to you? Xia Jihan and the other two looked at each other. Could the brother Rui they were talking about be the giant zombie? Find them quickly, I want to kill them. The heartbroken village chief screamed loudly. Don't look for it, we are here. Xia Jihan slowly walked out from the next room. She is not afraid of zombies, so why would she be afraid of a few ordinary people? However, she didn't expect that the hearts of ordinary people could be darker than the blood of zombies. I'll kill you. Seeing that the three people were safe and sound, the village chief instantly rushed towards them with bloodshot eyes, waving the axe in his hand. Bang. One move. The two men opposite didn't even see Fang Yibai's movements clearly before their village chief was knocked to the ground, and the axe in his hand was taken away and placed on his neck. Fang Yibai had a cold look on his face. He kicked the village chief to the ground and stepped on his back. R. The village chief immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Village head! Village head! The two young men shouted in worry. I advise you not to move. Xia Jihan reminded them coldly and took a step forward. An invisible sense of oppression instantly subdued the two of them. Tell me, what did you do? Chapter 28 Human Extinction. The two men looked at each other hesitantly, then lowered their heads guiltily. What they did was simply unspeakable. Bang! Fang Yibai increased his strength impatiently. Puff! The village chief immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he still held his head stubbornly, with hatred in his eyes. Don't make it difficult for them. Let me tell you. It turned out that the giant zombie was the son of the village chief. When the flood broke out, the virus swept through the entire village. Many people in the village turned into zombies, and his son was not spared. After the flood receded, the villagers tried their best to lock all the zombies in this uninhabited house. I thought the disaster would be over soon. However, due to food shortage, many people fled the village, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, women, children, orphans and widows. People in the village were starving to death one after another. Just when everyone was in trouble, a wave of escape came. Every day, many cars fleeing from the city passed through their village. The unlucky car was surrounded by zombies rushing down the highway and the car was destroyed and the people on board died. After the zombies were attracted away by the vehicles on the highway, the villagers also found a large amount of supplies in the cars. However, not every car will be surrounded by zombies. So the village chief came up with a dirty trick. Iron nails were scattered at the entrance of the village, so that their cars would break down and these people would either be bitten to death by zombies or have to enter the village. There was already a tunnel in their village. Trick these people into their house where zombies are locked up, and their things will all belong to the villagers. With the village chief's feeding, his son's weight increased rapidly and he became a real, giant baby. It sleeps when it is full and eats when it wakes up. It won't make any noise as long as there is food. But his son is very picky about food. He only eats young and beautiful women and won't eat men's corpses. Every day the village chief would bring people here to clean up the bones and blood, and lead the men who had turned into zombies out of the house. Gradually, there were more and more zombies, and in the past few days a zombie tide was formed. Rather than die on the highway, these people who escaped. It would be better to die in the village. At least the supplies they brought can keep the villagers alive. The village chief had a gloomy look in his eyes and spoke as a matter of course, not feeling that there was anything wrong with what he did. Aining angrily accused, "How many people have you killed in order to survive? Don't you think you are selfish? Humph, this is a world where people eat each other. What have we done wrong?" The village chief snorted coldly, looking at the headless zombies in the hall on the first floor. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "I won't judge your actions." Xia Jihan sneered and spoke. In the end times, it is extremely difficult for a group of ordinary people to survive. Therefore, she did not judge the villagers' actions. "It's just that you shouldn't mess with us." Xia Jihan spoke calmly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Now everything is clear. It was originally just an ordinary zombie, but the villagers fed it and turned it into a mutated zombie in order to stay alive. The virus of mutated zombies can be infectious. Throw them out to feed the zombies, and let them have a taste of what it's like to be eaten by zombies. Aining said this angrily. She despised this kind of obstacle the most. Even worse than that robber. Everyone risked their lives to escape the city, but unexpectedly, they encountered disaster in this small village. What caused them to lose their lives was not zombies, but human greed. How could she not be angry? When the two men heard this, their faces turned pale and they stepped back in horror. "It's none of our business. These are the ideas of the village chief. No, don't throw us out, I don't want to." The two men were so scared that they left the village chief behind and ran away. Swish! "Where are you running to?" Aining, completely different from her usual weak attitude, suddenly pounced forward. Xia Jihan swung her whip and subdued the two people who were trying to escape in a few strokes. After tying up the three people tightly, Fang Yibai pulled down the iron plate on the window in a few moves. No, we don't want to die, village chief, please save us. Please spare us. We just want to live. Hearing the roar outside the window, the two were frightened and begged for mercy, crying. Only the village chief sneered and said fearlessly, "Har har, the zombies are evolving. They are gradually gaining consciousness. Soon the world will be ruled by zombies." When he got excited, the village chief almost shouted hysterically, "How long do you think you can live? Your fate will definitely be worse than ours. Har har har, humans will sooner or later become food for zombies." Bang! R. Fangy Bai frowned in disgust and quickly threw the three people out of the window. Soon, a large number of zombies gathered around, and the screams were endless. However, a strange scene happened. No one can survive. Humans are just food for the zombies. The village chief's roar continued. A group of zombies were busy gnawing at the two men and ignored the village chief. What's going on? Looking at the crazy village chief downstairs, Xie Jihan frowned in confusion. If he continues to yell like this, it will alarm the villagers. Aining reminded worriedly. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The village chief's eyes widened in fear, and he slowly fell to the ground 2 seconds later. There was a shiny black dagger stuck in his forehead. Blood flowed out, and the zombies only began to eat the village chief's body after he died. In the second half of the night, Xie Jihan kept frowning and thinking. The village chief's words kept echoing in her mind. If it was really as he said, how would she survive then? Base. The only way is to build an unbreakable base and provide humans with a pure land. Only in this way can humans survive. But she was unwilling to go to other people's bases. Xie Jihan thought a lot that night. The strangeness of the village chief and his hysterical roar sounded an alarm for her. No, this amount of supplies is not enough. It is so difficult to support a base. At the beginning, Xie Jihan just wanted her and her brother to live well, which was enough. But if the human population is decreasing, or even on the verge of extinction, what is the point of their existence? Human extinction. Thinking of this, Xie Jihan couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. At dawn, the three left Xinping village. Xie Jihan sat quietly in the back of the pickup truck, looking at the huge group of zombies following behind the truck. They seemed tireless, running and chasing madly with their fangs and claws bared. Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a red express container truck. Maybe, she shouldn't just lie down like this. If you want to survive, you have to fight hard. The shiny scimitar instantly appeared in Xie Jihan's hand. Bang, bang, bang. Xie Jihan stood up and hit the pickup truck several times with the machete. Fangy Bai turned his head and looked at her in confusion. Xiao Bai, slow down the car. I'm going to get you some beef. Facing the wind, Xie Jihan said domineeringly. After last night, her relationship with Fang Yibai became much closer. Fang Yibai knew that her going to steal the beef was fake. She seemed a little different. The rising sun shone on Xie Jihan's face, giving her the confident and outspoken look a layer of faint golden light. Chapter 29 Gas Station. With a sprint and a neat backflip, Xie Jihan jumped off the pickup truck and landed on the ground. The zombies that were chasing her saw her and swarmed over her like bloodthirsty flies. Crack! Countless white lights fell. After getting rid of most of the zombies, Xie Jihan brandished her scimitar and cut her way through the bloody battlefield. Fang Yibai deliberately slowed down the car, looked at the handsome Xie Jihan in the rearview mirror, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jihan, come on. Aining excitedly leaned out of the window and waved and shouted. The zombies behind him were quickly cleaned up by Xie Jihan. After digging out the crystal core, Fang Yibai was already standing next to the express truck waiting for her. Looking at the broken lock, Xie Jihan smiled slightly. Within a few days, the two of them had a perfect understanding, and Fang Yibai knew what she wanted to do at a glance. After opening the door of the container, she saw a whole truck of express boxes in front of her. Xie Jihan collected all of them into the space without leaving a single one. As for opening the blind box, that will be a matter for the future. Just after loading this one, Aining waved from a distance. Jihan, there is a tanker truck here. Tanker truck. Xie Jihan's eyes lit up instantly. This is a good thing. Put the car and the tank into the space together. Jihan, there's a gas station not far ahead. Aining smiled and said that she would be happy to accompany Xie Jihan as long as she wanted to do something. After leaving Lincheng, she wanted to find her brother, so she took the nearest road. Now, Xia Jihan wanted to find supplies, so she circled all the places around where there were supplies. Gas station, fuck. Xia Jihan ran forward, killing zombies and collecting supplies along the way. It didn't take long before he made a fortune. When they got closer to the gas station, Xia Jihan saw zombies in groups of 3 or 4 in the small gas station, wandering in the open space of the gas station and in the supermarket. And these zombies are a little different from the zombies on the road. The zombies on the road were so badly decayed that there were almost no good pieces of flesh left. The zombies in the gas station were obviously not very decayed. Moreover, their skin color is generally whiter, and their red eyes are not so dull. After a careful look, Xia Jihan finally found the reason. The small gas station was packed with all kinds of cars. These cars must be here to refuel or grab some supplies. However, once they came here, they couldn't escape, and in the end they fell into the hands of these zombies. As zombies eat more human flesh, their evolution speed naturally becomes faster. Xia Jihan hid behind a car and took out a meteorite crossbow from the space. Load the arrow and aim. She wasn't sure how evolved these zombies were, so she didn't dare rush in rashly. Boom, boom. Just then, the pickup truck driven by Fang Yibai drove over, making a series of roaring noises. Hearing the sound, the zombies at the gas station seemed to come alive. Everyone who was originally moving slowly suddenly became crazy and agile, running wildly towards the road. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot directly through the head of the zombie rushing in front. Whoosh! Whoosh! After only 3 arrows, the zombies rushed forward. After putting away the bow and arrow, taking out the scimitar, Xia Jihan pounced towards the group of zombies. A few seconds later, Fang Yibai also joined the battle. The two men killed quickly and cruelly. Wherever they passed, the zombies were either dismembered or their heads were cut off. When rushing into the gas station, Xia Jihan had already harvested 6 crystal cores. All the zombies in the gas station were also cleared out. These zombies have not yet reached the level of mutated zombies, and are not as difficult to deal with as the giant zombies in Xinping village. Xia Jihan didn't even bother to go into the small supermarket next door and went straight to the underground oil storage room of the gas station. The door lock of the oil storage room was broken, the iron door was slightly open and the surroundings were in a mess. Messy bloody footprints and spurting blood stains were everywhere. Behind the door, there was a rotting zombie corpse, its head was smashed to pieces. It seems that someone has been here before, but I don't know how much oil was taken away. Turning on the flashlight, Xia Jihan and Fang Yibai walked in cautiously. Fortunately, there are still quite a few oil tanks in the storage room. After sucking all the oil tanks into the space, Xia Jihan and Fang Yibai smiled at each other. This oil is enough to last them for a long time. Walking out of the oil storage room, Xia Jihan was thinking about whether to suck out all the oil in the gas gun. Aining's anxious voice suddenly came. Jihan, get out of the way. Xia Jihan's heart trembled and she didn't have time to move. In an instant, she felt the temperature around her become hot. Boom. There was a loud explosion. A ball of fire exploded and a heat wave hit me in the face. After the loud explosion, the ground shook violently several times. Xia Jihan fell at the door of the underground oil storage room, and Fang Yibai held her tightly in his arms. The moment the heat wave hit, Xia Jihan only felt a chill on her shoulders. After spinning his body, Fang Yibai pounced on her. Fang Yibai! Xia Jihan shouted worriedly. Fang Yibai's brows were furrowed, the sweatshirt on his back was torn and there were sparks burning on it. The exposed skin was red, swollen, and charred. Finger-sized blisters instantly appeared, and in some places the skin was even torn apart. A hint of heartache flashed across Xia Jihan's eyes. Because he was mute, Fang Yibai couldn't even cry out in pain. At this moment, Fang Yibai's hands suddenly grabbed her arms tightly. Xia Jihan looked up and saw that the gas station had become a sea of fire, with a raging fire burning. In the fire, a female zombie wearing a gas station work uniform limped towards them. Her skin was shriveled and stuck to her skeleton, like a mummy. His red eyes bulged out of their sockets, staring at Xia Jihan greedily. Roar. The female zombie let out an excited roar and a wisp of black smoke came out of her mouth. No wonder the gas station suddenly exploded, it turned out to be this zombie's fault. However, she never expected that the zombies at this gas station already possessed superpowers. If Fang Yibai was hurt, she would dig it out even if the zombie didn't look for her. A ball of white light quickly condensed in the palm of her hand. The female zombie seemed to sense the danger. She shook her body and quickly pounced towards Xie Zhihan. Although he was still limping, his speed was much faster than before. A dazzling white light flashed, and the white ball in Xie Zhihan's palm split into three and rose up instantly. The female zombie squinted uncomfortably, and 3 white balls shot towards her. The zombie swayed left and right to avoid 2 white balls, and the remaining one shot straight at her head. At this moment, the zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a fist-sized fireball quickly condensed in its deep mouth. Bang! One red and one white, the 2 beams of light collided with each other. The collision of energy created a circle of substantial air waves. Xie Zhihan curled the corners of her mouth, with a gleam in her eyes. Humph, you dare to trick me, I'll trick you to death. Puff! A slight sound. The zombie standing on the edge of the fire suddenly widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Chapter 30 Biologist. A stream of black blood with a strong fishy smell slowly flowed down from the female zombie's forehead, and the female zombie fell straight down. There was a thumb-sized blood hole on her forehead. The so-called dirty trick was that Xie Zhihan hid a willow leaf flying knife made of meteorite iron in the white ball. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a total of 1,000 zombies, and the host's own speed has increased. Power boost. Stamina increased. Increases healing speed after injury. A familiar voice sounded in my mind. Xie Zhihan blinked in disbelief. There are rewards for killing zombies. As their voice fell, the next second, she directly felt the drastic changes in her body. The drained supernatural powers were replenished in the blink of an eye, and I felt refreshed. I have endless energy all over my body. The body seems to have become a lot lighter. The next time we distribute physical energy rewards, we need to kill 10,000 zombies cumulatively. Come on, host. Damn, 10,000. The corners of Xie Zhihan's mouth twitched unconsciously. What a joke. The further you go, the harder it is to kill the zombies. 10,000 is not just a number, it's 10,000 zombie heads. Just thinking about her makes me anxious. Zhihan, are you okay? At this time, Aining's anxious cry was heard. Xie Zhihan came to her senses and gently helped Fang Yibai up. A hint of doubt flashed in Fang Yibai's eyes. Why did he feel that Xie Zhihan seemed to have become stronger? A whip was wrapped around the female zombie's head, and Xie Zhihan's other hand was around Fang Yibai's waist. Fang Yibai's whole body tensed up and the tips of his ears turned slightly red. This seemed to be the first time that Xie Zhihan took the initiative to put her arms around his waist. A sweet fragrance penetrated into Fang Yibai's nose, and Fang Yibai's soul was instantly hooked away. Bang, bang, bang. Their faint heartbeat sounded again. Fang Yibai looked at Xie Zhihan's profile, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. They chose a place where the fire was small and Xie Zhihan took him and rushed out. It's true that the speed has really increased. When running at full speed, she felt that she could easily run at the level of a world champion. Rushing out of the sea of fire, Xie Zhihan immediately saw the anxious Aining. Back in the pickup truck, Xie Zhihan took out the burn medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, gauze. After giving Fang Yibai the medicine, she dug out a red crystal core the size of a ping-pong ball from the female zombie's head. Get rich. In her previous life, she had never seen such a large crystal core. Putting the crystal core into her pocket, Xie Zhihan wanted to let Fang Yibai take a rest, but she didn't expect him to insist on driving. What she didn't know was that after she bandaged Fang Yibai, the wound on his back healed in an instant. As she moved forward, Xie Zhihan chose to kill zombies while collecting supplies. She tested her strength, speed, and endurance, and found that there had indeed been a qualitative improvement. As long as she keeps killing zombies, her body will become stronger and stronger. This is so cool. When passing a fork in the road, Xie Zhihan suddenly stopped. Changsha County. Her mind involuntarily thought of the gentle, elegant and handsome man Cheng Yi. A famous cell biologist and wood-type mutant, he pioneered the research of enhanced humans. Moreover, through his special abilities, he successfully grew green plants in extremely harsh environments, making a huge contribution to their base. In his previous life, he returned home with his daughter to visit relatives and got trapped in the community. Wang Zhenhai rescued him and took him back to the Lincheng base. Originally, she had no chance of meeting such a big shot, but by chance she ran into his experimental greenhouse. At that time, she was dirty, her hair was messy, and her mental state was on the verge of collapse, like a mad woman. But he did not despise her, and even personally cooked a bowl of noodles with vegetables for her. It was as if a ray of sunshine had penetrated into the dark days. When she was about to give up, it was his appearance that gave her the motivation to live. Thoughts returned. At this time, Cheng Yi should not have met Wang Zhenhai yet. He and her daughter were still hiding in the community. If she took Cheng Yi away first, then what he was researching would belong to her base. Jihan? This road can't get you to Yangcheng. The pickup truck stopped behind Xie Jihan, and Aining stuck her head out and subconsciously reminded her. I know, Aining, can you check where Ningwen community in Changsha County is? Having made up her mind, Xie Jihan stopped killing zombies and returned to the car. In the heart of the county. Aining turned on the laptop, and Xie Jihan saw a community flashing yellow light. Xiaobai, let's go there. Although he didn't know why Xie Jihan changed the route temporarily, Fang Yibai didn't ask any questions but started the car. Jihan, why are we going there? Go pick up two important people. Xie Jihan was enjoying the breeze and showing a bright smile. In the previous life, Cheng Yi gave her a ray of sunshine, and in this life, she gave him a piece of pure land. Looking at the rearview mirror, Fang Yibai narrowed his eyes slightly. When we arrived at Ningwen community, the sun had already set. Xie Jihan and her group had to fight almost all their way here. There are many zombies wandering around in this small county town, and the closer you get to the center, the more zombies there are. No wonder, it has been more than half a month and Cheng Yi still doesn't dare to rush out with his daughter. It's getting dark soon. We can only stay in this neighborhood tonight. Go straight to the 8th floor. Xie Jihan glanced at the sky and walked straight towards the stairs. She heard from Xiao Meng that their family lived on the 8th floor. Xiao Meng was Cheng Yi's daughter and was only 5 years old this year. This community is the only high-end community in the county, with one apartment per floor. 8th floor. Looking at the tightly closed iron door, Xie Jihan suddenly felt a little nervous. In her previous life, everyone she met had ill intentions towards her. Only this father and daughter showed him warmth and kindness. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, Xie Jihan plucked up the courage to knock on the door. But there was no movement in the room. Looking at the combination lock on the door, Xie Jihan felt helpless. Now she is just a stranger to Cheng Yi. Come to think of it, he wouldn't take the initiative to open the door for her. Sizzle. There was a burst of sparks, and the combination lock was completely scrapped. After entering their house, Xie Jihan took a look at the neat and clean living room and the hydroponic plants on the dining table. She was sure that Cheng Yi was here. Bang! At this moment, a slight sound came from the bedroom on the left. Xiaobai, Aining, wait here for a while I go take a look. Xie Jihan said something hurriedly and walked towards the bedroom. Fang Yibai wanted to follow but was stopped by Aining. Jihan said that we should wait here. Aining joked playfully. Fang Yibai follows Xie Jihan like a little tail, and he must be interested in her. Seeing that Xie Jihan had walked into the bedroom and closed the door, Fang Yibai could only sit on the sofa angrily. Chapter 31 Villa Area. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn and the light was a little dim. Shua. A black shadow attacked Xie Jihan from the side, with a slight sound of breaking through the air. Xie Jihan raised her hand instinctively. Bang bang. The baseball bat fell to the ground, and the black shadow was easily thrown away by Xie Jihan. Dad. At this time, a little girl cried loudly and ran out from the closet where she was hiding. Seeing the little girl running towards him, the man who fell to the ground immediately held the little girl in his arms. There's no food at home. Don't hurt the children. You can take everything on the table. Protecting the child tightly, the man raised his eyes and spoke coldly. He knew very well that he was no match for this woman. Because he didn't see clearly how the woman made her move just now. Professor Cheng, I'm here to take you away from here. Familiar people and familiar voices made Xie Jihan feel extremely at home. She smiled at the two people on the bed, her eyes shining. Living room. There was a table full of snacks and fruits, and Xiao Meng was enjoying the food very much. Cheng Yi sat on the sofa cautiously, watching the three strange young men who broke into his house. Cheng Yi raised his glasses out of habit, looked at Xie Zhihan and asked seriously, "How do you know my last name is Chen? Also, where are you taking us?" Xie Zhihan's body straightened instantly, and her palms were sweating from nervousness. This feels a lot like a lecture from the principal. After Xie Zhihan gave a bunch of nonsense explanations, Cheng Yi's expression gradually eased. Of course, Xie Zhihan didn't say that they knew each other in their previous life. Everyone decided to leave here early tomorrow morning. That night, Xie Zhihan talked with Cheng Yi for a long time. In fact, Cheng Yi knew that Xie Zhihan was lying and he didn't know her at all, but he and Xiao Meng really needed to leave here. The rainstorm lasted for 10 days, and the neighborhood was filled with miserable cries and screams. He decisively closed the door and lived at home with his daughter. After the rainstorm, he luckily awakened his wood-related abilities and was able to grow fresh edible vegetables. However, if Xiao Meng only eats vegetables without any meat, she will sooner or later suffer from malnutrition. He also tried to rush out of the community with Xiao Meng, but there were too many zombies, so they had to return. Moreover, he felt that Xie Zhihan had no ill intentions and was very sincere, so he was willing to take a chance. The atmosphere between the two became more and more harmonious. In the corner, gusts of cold air continued to rise. Fang Yibai felt very uncomfortable as he watched the two people talking. Early in the morning, Xie Zhihan stood in front of the window, stretching lazily and enjoying the morning sunshine. At this moment, she suddenly saw a large area of single-family villas behind the community. These villas are exquisite and elegant, and those who can live in them must be either rich or noble. Now that we are here, wouldn't it be a shame if we don't loot some supplies? Professor Cheng, pack up your things first. I'll go to the villa area in the back. Xie Zhihan spoke casually, as if she was going out for a walk. Cheng Yi was stunned, his eyes were deep. Although there are not as many zombies in the villa area as in the residential area, it is also extremely dangerous. Aining, you and Xiaobai stay here, I'll be back soon. Xiaobai, Professor Cheng's safety is now in your hands. Before leaving, Xie Zhihan specifically reminded him. Fang Yibai's face turned ugly in an instant. He didn't want to protect Cheng Yi, he wanted to be with Xie Zhihan. Arriving at the villa area, Xie Zhihan spotted a Mercedes-Benz G at a glance. The car was covered in dust and parked at the garden gate. Without checking whether there was any oil left, Xie Zhihan put it into the space first. With Cheng Yi and his daughter in the car, their pickup truck couldn't accommodate them all, and they just happened to be in need of a means of transportation. There were a lot of cars on the highway, but she disliked the dirty cars that were covered in blood. When they arrived at the gate of the villa, Xie Zhihan raised her leg and kicked. A sharp clang sound was heard, and the iron gate slowly opened. She now has extraordinary strength. Just as the iron gate opened, a zombie that had been hungry for a long time suddenly rushed out from the side of the wall. Shua. The knife fell with a swift movement. A zombie head rolled to Xie Zhihan's feet. And he still steals. Xie Zhihan curled her lips and sneered, then raised her eyes to look into the villa. This is a 3-story villa with 1 underground floor and 2 above-ground floors. The luxurious decoration shows that this is a wealthy family. Xie Zhihan lazily walked into the magnificent hall. The furniture is neatly arranged in the hall. Could it be that the owner of this villa didn't come back? After making sure there was no danger, Xie Zhihan began to search frantically. A whole cabinet of high-end red wine, tables, chairs, leather sofas, antique vases, birds' nests, drinks, car keys. Anything that Xie Zhihan likes is put into the space. There is still a lot of food in the refrigerator, but unfortunately, it has gone bad. When they arrived at the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Xie Zhihan took everything away without any courtesy. She bought everything, including brand new silk quilts, down duvets, jewelry, cosmetics, wardrobes, toiletries, and even the bed in the bedroom. Soon, she cleared out both floors. When she arrived at the basement, she found something wrong. The basement door was locked from the inside. Could it be that the owner of this villa hid in the basement? When Xie Zhihan was thinking about whether to leave, a loud roar of zombies suddenly sounded from inside. It must have been her footsteps that attracted the zombies' attention. Since there are zombies inside, she will not be polite. Bang! Xie Zhihan kicked the door open without hesitation. A fishy smell hit me in the face. A middle-aged male zombie in a suit, waving his arms, rushed towards the door frantically. The middle-aged zombie had a Mediterranean hairstyle and a beer belly. The flesh on his face was not only rotten but also scratched to a terrible extent. There were many maggots wriggling in the turned-out flesh. Ha! Xia Jihan took a few steps back in disgust, raised her hand and swung it, and a scimitar with white light pierced directly through the zombie's head. For her, dealing with these ordinary zombies is as easy as cutting vegetables. She was too lazy to even take out the crystal cores of the zombies with maggots, mainly because they were too disgusting. Walking around the zombie's body, Xia Jihan looked up and was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. There are several glass display cases in the basement, with all kinds of firearms in them. The walls were also covered with weapons. This is not a basement, it's clearly a small armory. Could it be that the owner of this villa is a gun enthusiast? However, if it is placed so blatantly in the basement, there is no need to worry about being reported. So cool. But it was a good deal for her. With these guns, ordinary people could also kill zombies. The security of the base can be improved a little. Xia Jihan happily put all these unnamed guns into the space. At the corner, she also found a skeleton that had been gnawed clean and a pair of torn silk pajamas. This should be the hostess of this villa. The two hid in the basement together, but unexpectedly, the man turned into a zombie. Chapter 32 Intercepted. In addition to weapons, Xia Jihan also found some gold bars and jewelry in the safe. Just as I was about to leave. Wrong. Where are the bullets for these weapons? What is the use of having a gun without bullets? Xia Jihan turned around and walked back, and found several large boxes of bullets of different sizes under the glass display case. She didn't know much about guns. Just install them all and you will be fine. As for what kind of bullets that kind of gun uses, I will let my brother study it after I see him. An hour later, Xia Jihan returned with a full load. Several luxury cars with car keys were looted, as well as snacks, food, daily necessities, and luxury goods. There were also several crystal cores, but the most important gain was the batch of weapons. Cheng Yi looked at Xia Jihan in disbelief as she returned safely. She wasn't hurt at all, but instead felt more refreshed. He knew how dangerous that villa area was. Because he once secretly went there to look for supplies, but he almost lost his life there. Let's go. Xia Jihan decided to leave here as soon as possible. As for the community, she did not search every room one by one. Trouble. Several people left their community, but before they left the county, they were stopped by a military armored vehicle. A camouflaged armored vehicle led the way, followed by several jeeps. This convoy doesn't look simple at first glance. Xia Jihan leaned out of the car window and saw an acquaintance at first glance. Brother Nan, Yang Feng, Wang Zhenhai from the Lincheng base, and Lin Jingyi in his arms. Oh! It's really fate that we can meet like this. Unexpectedly, Lin Jingyi's methods were quite clever. She hooked up with Wang Zhenhai in just a few days. And Yang Feng, this scumbag. Bar, let us not talk about it. Professor Cheng, please don't talk for a while. Xia Jihan retreated into the car and reminded softly, then opened the door and got out first. She knew that Wang Zhenhai came here to find Cheng Yi. As long as Cheng Yi is not exposed, it will be fine. When Xia Jihan appeared, a loud whistle sounded. Har har har, little beauty, you are still alive. Brother Nan was the first to jump out of the car and spoke excitedly. This time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Xia Jihan was no longer one of contempt, but rather one of naked admiration. Yang Feng sat in the jeep with a gloomy look in his eyes, looking at Xia Jihan. Jihan, I finally see you. I don't know where you went on your birthday. I was so worried. When Lin Jingyi saw Xia Jihan, she was stunned at first, and then she pretended to be concerned. The cold light in her eyes did not escape Xia Jihan's eyes. Why? Do you know each other? Wang Zhenhai's eyes were shining as he said with a forced smile. I had been thinking of stopping this car and robbing it. We knew each other before the end of the world. Lin Jingyi answered very obediently, holding Wang Zhenhai's arm and got out of the car. Glancing at Xia Jihan, Lin Jingyi pretended to be surprised and asked, Jihan, how did you become like this? Xia Jihan was wearing a short-sleeved top and black trousers. Her face was dirty and her hair was a little messy. When the villa area was searched, her clothes were splattered with some black and smelly blood stains and she didn't have time to change them. Compared with Lin Jingyi, who was dressed gorgeously and even wore light makeup, she looked like a refugee. However, Xie Zhihan didn't care and just smiled faintly. Zhihan, come back to Lincheng base with us, it's safe there. Lin Jingyi invited kindly, her eyes full of calculation. Xie Zhihan leaned lazily against the car door, a sneer on her lips. No need, we came from the Lincheng base. Brother Nan on the side nodded vigorously. That's right, boss, I saw them leave with my own eyes. I didn't expect to live to this day, little beauty, that lightning element. Brother Nan was just about to ask whether the lightning power he saw that day was used by Xie Zhihan. He was interrupted by Lin Jingyi's scream. Zhihan, are you also at the base? When did you go there? Why didn't you come to see us? Lin Jingyi asked several questions in a row with an exaggerated expression, but she was actually very nervous. She didn't know whether Xie Zhihan had seen her dirty deeds. Before the end of the world, Xie Zhihan came from a wealthy family. Although they were friends, she always felt that she was inferior to her during their interactions. Just because she was born in a poor family. Therefore, whether before or after the apocalypse, she always wanted to be better than Xie Zhihan. If everything is okay, can we leave first? Xie Zhihan stared at Lin Jingyi with a smile, not wanting to get entangled with her any longer. Since we know each other, you can do as you please. We are all friends. Welcome to Lincheng base in the future. Wang Zhenhai is a very smooth person, and he would naturally not underestimate anyone who can survive to this day. However, he had other plans in mind. Must. Xie Zhihan answered perfunctorily. Zhihan, where are you going? I am a superpower now and I can protect you. Come with us. Xie Zhihan just wanted to leave quickly, but someone was willing to let her go. You are my girlfriend after all, and now I have met. Yang Feng spoke affectionately, his special ability made him speak more confidently. Yang Feng, it's over between us a long time ago. Before Yang Feng could finish speaking, Xie Zhihan interrupted him coldly and got into the car without hesitation. This man's face is thicker than a city wall, and his heart is more poisonous than a venomous snake. The armored vehicle slowly backed up, and the Mercedes-Benz G was seen about to leave. Lin Jingyi bit her lip unwillingly. Brother Hai, are you just going to let them go like this? What if they are superpowers and they harm the base in the future? These two sentences touched Wang Zhenhai's heart. He narrowed his eyes, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Get in the car. As soon as a few people got on the vehicle, the armored vehicle made a rattling sound. A small gun barrel extended from the top of the armored vehicle. Noob. Xie Zhihan was always paying attention to the movements behind her. When the cannon barrel appeared, she condensed a ball of white light in the palm of her hand. I've known for a long time that Wang Zhenhai is not a good person. There's no way he would let them go so easily. Fang Yibai nodded, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! Bang! A shell was fired towards the Mercedes-Benz. Depend on. Xie Zhihan's heart tightened, and a sense of crisis filled the air. The atmosphere in the car instantly became suffocating and tense. The scorching temperature seemed to burn them to a crisp. I will remember this grudge. Xie Zhihan gritted her teeth and her eyes were fierce. Now she had no choice but to fight with all her strength. Just as she was about to throw the white ball, Xie Zhihan felt that her movements seemed to pause for a moment. The next second, the Mercedes-Benz made a beautiful turn and drifted. Boom! The shells hit the road with a loud noise, and a big hole was blown out on the road, filled with thick smoke. Damn it, is Lao Chi's eyesight blurry? He can't even aim at such a close distance. Wang Zhenhai, who was sitting in the jeep, cursed loudly with a gloomy look in his eyes. This driving skill is amazing. Looking at the speeding Mercedes-Benz, Brother Nan shouted excitedly. It's definitely awesome. Even at such a close distance, one can dodge the shells from armored vehicles. But he could never have imagined that Fang Yibai relied not on his driving skills, but on his supernatural powers. Boss, can't you do it? The first shot missed and a questioning voice came from the intercom. Get a hammer and get down to business. Wang Zhenhai gnashed his teeth and roared. In the blink of an eye, the Mercedes had turned the corner and disappeared from his sight. Chapter 33 Overnight. Xiaobai, you are so awesome. Xie Zhihan retracted her special power and exclaimed in surprise. Being able to avoid the shells at the precise time is too magical. But Fang Yibai actually did it. Originally, she was planning to fight to the death with that cannonball. The crisis was resolved. Fang Yibai breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and smiled faintly. Only then did Xia Jihan notice that his face was as pale as paper and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. Xiaobai, are you okay? Woo woo. At this time, a low humming sound was heard. Xiao Meng struggled to break free from Cheng Yi's arms. Dad, I'm almost suffocating. Cheng Yi finally came back to his senses and hurriedly coaxed her softly. He just thought he was dead, but he didn't expect. Cheng Yi glanced at Fang Yibai with complicated eyes. This man is really strong. Ningwen community. Brother Hai, Professor Cheng has left. A middle-aged man with an untidy beard lowered his head timidly and spoke in a trembling voice. His name is Lin Song and he lives on the third floor of Ningwen community. When the flood broke out, he took refuge on a high floor and Cheng Yi kindly took him in. After the rainstorm, he was ruthlessly driven out by Cheng Yi because he was fighting with Xiao Meng for food. By chance, he arrived at the Lincheng base. In order to gain Wang Zhenhai's attention, he told Wang Zhenhai that Cheng Yi could grow hydroponic food and make the plants mature quickly. Supplies at the Lincheng base were also starting to run low. They could collect supplies all their way from Lincheng to Changsha County, and after picking up Professor Cheng, they would be able to eat fresh vegetables. This is how the Changsha County group came about. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenhai's face darkened instantly. Boss, the zombies in the villa area have been cleared out, and the supplies are gone. I'm afraid there are survivors nearby. At this time, a younger brother came hurriedly to report. Someone got there first. Boss, should we still search the neighborhood? Brother Nan asked casually while stretching lazily on the side. His soul had been seduced away by Xia Jihan, and he didn't want to stay here. Humph, what else can you eat if you don't search? Get back to work. Wang Zhenhai kicked Brother Nan in anger, his eyes fierce as he roared and vented his anger. 2 hours later. A dozen psychics swept the entire community, and on the open ground, miscellaneous supplies piled up into a small mountain. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the distance, zombies were roaring constantly, but they didn't dare to approach this area. Because all the zombies attracted by the sound were killed. Looking at the debris piled on the open space, Wang Zhenhai had a cold face and a cold and murderous aura all over his body. They came all their way from Lincheng and only found this little garbage. Brother Hai, do you want to search the county again? Maybe Professor Cheng is still in the county. Lin Jingyi asked softly. Everyone can see that Wang Zhenhai is in a very bad mood. No need, load up all these supplies and return to Lincheng. Wang Zhenhai gave orders in a deep voice that they did not have enough weapons and manpower to capture a county town. But he never thought that the person he was looking for was intercepted by Xia Jihan. Okay. Lin Jingyi responded obediently, walked to the pair of supplies and raised her hand to touch them. One by one, things disappeared. Unexpectedly, Lin Jingyi still has space in this life. After collecting the supplies, Lin Jingyi shyly took Wang Zhenhai's arm and got into the car. Yarn Feng stood aside and stared at her with vicious eyes. The reason why Lin Jingyi had space was because he casually gave her a jade necklace. Unexpectedly, this bitch turned around and climbed up to Wang Zhenhai and kicked him. Overnight. The temperature in the city has risen sharply. The dazzling and scorching sun is burning the earth. Trees, flowers, and crops are withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lakes, rivers, and streams are gradually drying up. Hot weather is coming. With the arrival of hot weather, extreme cold will soon appear, and people will face the second stage of tests in extremely harsh climate. The land is drying up and turning into sand, water resources are extremely scarce, supplies are in short supply, fresh vegetables and fruits can no longer be grown, power outages and water shortages, food is becoming increasingly scarce. At this time, the importance of the base gradually became apparent. People with special powers also emerged at this time, and ordinary people could only rely on them to survive. A Mercedes was speeding along the mountain road. On the roadside, you can occasionally see a few wild dogs with rotting bodies, red eyes, and no hair around overturned vehicles, and jackals greedily gnawing on the incomplete corpses. Dad, it's so hot and thirsty. Xiao Meng's voice was hoarse, and she curled up in Cheng Yi's arms with an uncomfortable look on her face. Xia Jihan quickly took out a whole bottle of mineral water from the space and placed it in the car. The temperature outside was ridiculously high. Even with the air conditioner on, the inside of the car was still like a fire cellar. No wonder Xiao Meng feels uncomfortable. Jihan, I'm glad I have you. Cheng Yi said this with relief, looking out the window with a frown on his face. As a biologist, he had already noticed the clues. Such horrific high temperatures are abnormal. The sun is strong, the ultraviolet rays are too strong, the trees are withering, and without water, humans may not be able to survive for 10 days. Xia Jihan smiled at him, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Not knowing how her brother is doing now, she must find him before the extreme weather breaks out completely. Xiaobai, there are things ahead, a large group of them. Suddenly, Aining shouted nervously. On the laptop, countless blue dots of light were coming towards them like a tide. Blue, what on earth are these? Xia Jihan stared at the computer screen with a frown. If it were a zombie, a red light spot should be displayed on the computer. Boom. Xia Jihan suddenly felt the road shaking and the mineral water in the car kept shaking. I think we have encountered a group of mutated beasts. Aining stared ahead, his expression terrified and his voice trembling. Xia Jihan looked up and saw. At the bend, a large group of black wild beasts were running towards them. In the woods on both sides of the mountain road ahead, more wild beasts kept rushing out and joined the team. This scene is no less than that of a swarm of zombies. A closer look revealed that these wild animals were mostly jackals and wild dogs, with wild boars, monkeys, and some small and medium-sized animals mixed in. Their eyes were all red, and the rot started from the head. The flesh and blood turned inside out, revealing the eerie white bones. Their eyeballs burst out, and 2 rows of sharp, pointed teeth were exposed. Damn, why are there so many? The wild beasts occupied the entire road. In this situation, you either crash into them or squeak. Fang Yibai slammed on the brakes and then turned the steering wheel. Xia Jihan felt like she was on a roller coaster, her body was thrown out. With a sharp turn, Fang Yibai chose to temporarily avoid the attack and ran back the way he came. Oh! Bang! But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the beast that was originally gnawing on bones on the roadside suddenly became crazy. One after another, they rushed towards the car like mad dogs. Squeak! The crazy collision made the car unstable and the tire slipped. This won't work. Xia Jihan seems to understand why all the cars on this road are overturned. Chapter 34 Research Institute. Noob! Xia Jihan yelled. Fang Yibai decisively stepped on the emergency brake and the car came to a sudden stop. A dozen wild dogs with ferocious faces and bared fangs and claws were ramming and hitting the car windows frantically. Don't get out of the car. Xia Jihan threw 2 weapons to Cheng Yi and the others, opened the car door, and kicked a wild dog away. The scimitar appeared, and after a few flashes of cold light, the wild dogs that were roaring wildly were no longer alive. The few stray dogs on the other side of the car were also dealt with by Fang Yibai. The 2 of them came to the back of the car in tacit understanding. Xiaobai, give it to me. A large group of wild beasts were approaching, and Xia Jihan threw a meteorite iron sword to Fang Yibai. As soon as the pitch-black sword came into his hand, a faint white glow instantly appeared on the sword. Xia Jihan gave Fang Yibai a meaningful look. Only those with special abilities can unleash the power of meteorite weapons. So what exactly is Fang Yibai's special ability? She has never known it. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. White light condensed in the palm of her hand, and Xia Jihan almost drained all the supernatural powers in her body. Crack! In an instant, countless white lights flashed on the road, black smoke rose from the group of wild beasts, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of burning. Fang Yibai gripped the sword tightly and rushed forward. He knew that Xia Jihan could only mount 1 wave at most against such a group attack. A cold light flashed, and the sharp sword quickly harvested the beast zombies. However, there were too many beast zombies. They attacked us recklessly and were very difficult to deal with, coming in like a tide. In this situation, using a scimitar in close combat would be a disadvantage. Xia Jihan decisively put away the scimitar and replaced it with a spear. She stabbed and killed 1 person at a time with the spear, very smoothly. But even so, there are still too many wild beast zombies to kill. Woo-ar! 3 jackal zombies leaped up and swept their spears across, and 3 heads fell to the ground. However, Xia Jihan was not paying attention and a wild dog zombie pounced on her thigh with its teeth bared. Before the spear was retracted, Xia Jihan instinctively raised her foot to fight back. Unexpectedly, the wild dog zombie suddenly moved swiftly and bit him at an extremely tricky angle. There's no way to avoid it. Xia Jihan was ready to be bitten. Suddenly, a vine as thick as a finger seemed to be alive and tightly wrapped around the wild dog zombie, causing the wild dog zombie to stop biting. Puff! Xia Jihan took the opportunity to stab fiercely, and the tip of the gun directly pierced the wild dog zombie's head. After the wild dog zombie died, the vines quickly retracted. Xia Jihan looked carefully and saw a vine growing on the road at some point. Turning her head sharply, she saw Aining and Cheng Yi had already gotten out of the car. Aining was holding Xiao Meng in her arms, and a faint green light was glowing in Cheng Yi's palms. Xia Jihan smiled knowingly. Although these beast zombies are ferocious, they are not very powerful without special powers. Their advantage is that they are numerous and difficult to guard against. If you are not careful, they will bite you and tear off a piece of your flesh. With Cheng Yi's joining, the two no longer worried about being ambushed and they fought without restraint. Half an hour later, the road was littered with corpses and black blood was flowing all over the ground. Puff! Xia Jihan pierced the head of a wild dog zombie and took out the crystal core but found none. After trying several times without any success, Xia Jihan gave up. It seems that the crystal cores have not yet condensed in the heads of these beast zombies. Back on the road, Xia Jihan always had a question in her mind. Even if there are mountains on both sides of this road, there cannot be so many wild animals in the mountains. Jihan, there is a building 3 kilometers to the southwest. It's quite large. Should we go take a look? Aining suddenly turned his head and asked, I thought this mountain road was very safe, after all, there are few people in the mountains. Aining didn't search at first, but almost put everyone in danger. After setting off again, Aining searched the terrain of the mountains with great remorse, only to find that someone had built a large number of houses in the mountains. It's quite large. In other words, it was not a single house or several houses. Xia Jihan immediately became interested. Go and have a look. Several people immediately abandoned the car and walked towards the mountains on foot. 3 kilometers is not a far distance, and half an hour later they arrived at the place Aining said. More than a dozen buildings occupied the entire valley, leaving an open space in the middle that was larger than a football field. There were more than a dozen green trucks, jeeps, off-road vehicles and some black and white cars parked in the open space. Several zombies in white coats were wandering around aimlessly. The entire valley is surrounded by a circle of high barbed wire, and there are guard booths and watchtowers at the entrance of the valley. Several people looked at each other and smiled happily. This place has excellent terrain. It is located deep in the mountains and has a certain degree of defense, and the infrastructure is also complete. Isn't this a ready-made base location? As long as it is slightly reinforced, Xia Jihan believes that this base will definitely be safer than the base in the city. Jihan, shall we go in? Of course, just do it. Xia Jihan grinned and rushed out first. Smelling the presence of a living person, several zombies in camouflage uniforms suddenly jumped out of the guard booth. Xia Jihan narrowed her eyes and dealt with them quickly. After opening the gate, there is a main building in front of you with a rectangular plaque hanging on it, Yongseong Biological Research Institute. There is a circular pattern engraved at the bottom of the plaque. It should be the unique logo of this institute. However, when Fang Yibai saw the pattern, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, his whole body was shaking, his fists were clenched, and the expression on his face became hideous and terrifying. Jihan. Cheng Yi was the first to notice that something was wrong with Fang Yibai. He picked up Xiao Meng and stepped aside cautiously, calling out urgently. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded from behind Xia Jihan. This sound is very much like the roar of a zombie. The sharp and dangerous sound caused Xia Jihan's body to tremble violently, and a gust of wind blew past. Xia Jihan only saw a black afterimage in her eyes. Fang Yibai rushed out at an extremely fast speed and reached the bottom of the building in the blink of an eye. He tore 3 zombies in white coats who were wandering downstairs with his bare hands like a wild beast. You know, the building is a long distance away from the gate. How did Fang Yibai rush there in the blink of an eye? The air was filled with blood mist and body parts were scattered all over the ground. Noob! Before Xia Jihan could shout out, Fang Yibai had already rushed into the building. Jihan, don't go, there's something wrong with Fang Yibai. Xia Jihan was just about to go and see what was going on when Cheng Yi suddenly grabbed her. Such brutal means, and the roar showed that Fang Yibai was out of control. Of course Xie Zhihan knew that he had a problem, but his eyes turned red. Cheng Yi continued with cold eyes. Xie Zhihan's heart skipped a beat. She knew better than anyone what it meant when eyes turned red. There were constant roars in the building ahead, but Xie Zhihan heard a hint of sadness in the sounds. Although Fang Yibai can't speak, he has never hurt her and has always protected her along the way. Just leave him like this? Impossible, she couldn't do such a thing as abandoning her companions. Professor Cheng, Fang Yibai is our companion. Xie Zhihan said softly, her eyes determined as she broke free from Cheng Yi's hand. If he really is a zombie, I will kill him myself. Or be finished off by him. Chapter 35 Heartbeat. With heavy steps, Xie Zhihan walked into the building. Cheng Yi and Aining hid in the guard booth. Xie Zhihan left a motorcycle for them and told them to leave if she didn't come out in half an hour. In the building, the smell of disinfectant mixed with the strong smell of blood and fishy odor. Xie Zhihan frowned uncomfortably. The ground, walls, and stairs were splattered with black, smelly blood, as well as human remains and internal organs torn into countless pieces. The scene is extremely bloody. What kind of hatred could make Fang Yibai lose his mind in an instant and become so violent? And that roar proved that Fang Yibai was not mute. But why did he pretend to be mute? Xie Zhihan was confused and had countless questions in her mind. Even if Fang Yibai was a zombie, she had never seen a zombie with human consciousness, an incorruptible body, great strength, and supernatural powers. 5th floor. The ground was covered in blood and was in a mess. Glassware, tables, chairs, benches, research equipment, and paper fragments were all smashed. From the last room came the sounds of smashing and smashing, as well as angry roars. Xie Zhihan walked to the door cautiously, looked inside, and was stunned for a moment. Fang Yibai's eyes were red, and his face and clothes were splattered with black blood. His eyes were ice cold, like an emotionless beast that was constantly venting and smashing things in the room. A chill suddenly rose up from the soles of Xie Zhihan's feet, and her back felt cold. Could it be that Fang Yibai is really a zombie? As soon as the thought came to her mind, she felt a sudden pain in her neck, and a bone-chilling coldness instantly spread throughout her body. Bang! The next moment, Fang Yibai grabbed her throat and slammed her against the wall. Teleport? The previous second she was still standing at the door, thinking she was keeping a safe distance from Fang Yibai. Unexpectedly, in just 1 second, she was in the room. Such speed, such skill. Well, she was being shameless. Faced with a Fang Yibai like this, she didn't even have the chance to fight back, so how could she get rid of him? Fang Yibai's red eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and his cold hands suddenly tightened. Noob! A feeling of suffocation came over her, and the air in her chest seemed to be sucked out in an instant. Xie Zhihan's face turned red and she shouted in a hoarse voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Fang Yibai paused and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Fang Yibai, it's me, I'm Xie Zhihan. When Xie Zhihan saw Fang Yibai's expression, she was delighted. She suppressed the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation and continued to speak, trying to wake him up. It seems that Fang Yibai has not completely lost his mind, he still remembers his name. After a few breaths, Fang Yibai stopped exerting force but leaned down and slowly approached Xie Zhihan with confusion in his eyes. When Xie Zhihan was about to make another attempt, Fang Yibai's cold lips suddenly covered hers. Xie Zhihan's eyes widened in shock. What is this kid doing? A cold breath forcefully penetrated into her mouth, and the big hand that was pinching her neck slid down and clasped her waist. Due to her experience in her previous life, Xie Zhihan felt very disgusted by men's touch, especially intimate touch. Just like Brother Nan, he only showed her a hint of lustful eyes and she felt so disgusted that she almost went crazy. However, she did not feel the slightest bit of disgust or discomfort towards Fang Yibai's touch, and she did not push him away immediately. The cool touch and a unique scent lingered around her, just like soaking in ice-cold water on a sultry summer day, feeling extremely comfortable. She actually enjoyed it and wanted more. Bang, bang. Just then, she heard several slow but powerful heartbeats. Xie Zhihan subconsciously raised her hand and touched Fang Yibai's heart. Bang, bang. There is really a heartbeat. She felt it. However, her action completely ignited Fang Yibai. His strong body pressed her against the wall, constantly demanding her fragrance. Faced with the sudden strength, Xia Jihan was a little uncomfortable. Just when she was about to suffocate, the door was pushed open with a bang. Jihan, are you okay? Bar. Aining shouted nervously, but when she saw the scene in the room clearly, her face turned red and she stood at the door awkwardly. Should she go in or out? You guys continue. 2 seconds later, Aining took a step back and secretly glanced at Fang Yibai. Seeing that his eyes were black, Aining couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cheng Yi, who arrived shortly afterwards, directly covered Xiao Meng's eyes. Well, we are a little worried about you, so. Cheng Yi explained in a panic and glanced at the two of them unconsciously. This posture is too suggestive. Xia Jihan quickly pushed Fang Yibai away, her face flushed with embarrassment. How embarrassing. I thought it was going to be a life and death fight, but. After being pushed away, Fang Yibai, who had completely calmed down, lowered his head nervously like a child who had made a mistake. Well, it's getting dark soon. How about we clear out the zombies here first? Xia Jihan glanced at Fang Yibai and felt relieved to see that he had recovered as usual. No matter why Fang Yibai lost his mind, this is an internal problem. This place is so big, if they want to spend the night here they must first eliminate the dangers outside. The sun sets. All the zombies in the valley have been cleared out. Xia Jihan did not put the supplies here into the space. The four people gathered together again in the room. This building is the dormitory of the institute. Each room has a password lock, which provides good privacy. Not only that, the room is also fully equipped. There is a living room, a bedroom, a study, a kitchen and a bathroom, and the decoration is exquisite and elegant, with everything you need. It can be seen that the treatment in this institute is quite good. Logically, everyone should be happy to have found such a base, but the atmosphere in the room was very depressing, and the four of them sat on the sofa in silence. Only Xiao Meng was standing aside, happily playing with toys. Tell us what you have discovered. Because time was tight and there were many buildings, the four people divided the work and each of them searched several buildings. When they met, everyone's faces were not very good, and Xia Jihan knew that everyone had made different discoveries. Let me start by saying that the buildings I searched were all experimental buildings, and there were many laboratories in them. Cheng Yi raised his glasses frame and spoke with a serious expression. The laboratory is very messy. I found a lot of shredded documents and paper residues from burning. This shows that the people in this institute evacuated in a hurry and destroyed a lot of things. Ordinary people may think this is normal. But as a biologist, he knew very well what kind of documents had to be destroyed if there was no time to take them away. Those are extremely important or unknown documents.